geometric optics, right? Because the light from the bottom of a distant object hits the ground before reaching your eyes, right? We all heard about those boats, right? And none of you guys ever proved otherwise, which I personally didn't hear that's valid. So I want to
Hold on a second.
understand.
Stop. No, let's reverse this a second here. You
But you keep cutting me
claimed
off.
you know it's a sphere. Now you're
Yeah.
telling me that I have to prove something. No,
No,
this is
I'm just saying.
your burden.
I'm just
You
saying
made the
that
claim
you
again.
guys are.
You made the claim that you know. I want your knowledge passed on to us.
Why is this guy so
How do
mad?
you know
Bro,
it's a sphere
I just
by
told
telling
you.
us that it's not flat?
Bro, I literally just told you, and I said that you
No,
guys
you
are,
haven't passed anything on.
and
All you've
you
said
keep
is
cutting.
boats.
Yo, can someone the mod just tell this idiot to not cut off people? Because I'm not gonna talk like this. I can't talk. I cannot.
Yeah,
talk.
you're
Mod
not giving us
cutting you off
anything.
because you keep cutting him off while he's talking. That's the mod you're
No,
talking to.
okay. Who's talking? Okay, he wants to talk. Okay, talk. I'm gonna mute myself. You're gonna talk, and then I'm gonna talk after. Okay.
Okay, again, when you first came into the room, you made the claim that you know it's a sphere. You know it's curved. So, we would like from you how you know it's a sphere, how you know it's curved. Please provide the measurements that validate your claim. Please proceed.
Okay. So as I said, about the curvature, as I said, I can observe the effects of a curvature on how light reaches my eyes, right? Because light travels in straight lines. The Earth was flat. Distant objects would only get smaller with distance, but their whole shape would remain visible. Instead, as I said about boats, about ships, disappear from the bottom upward, with the lower parts hidden first while the top remains visible. This means that something is blocking the lower light paths. I mean, the surface is curving away. And I'm saying a lot of people from here did talk about it, and I know that you guys have arguments about it. That's what I said.
Excellent. So, nothing to do with the Rayleigh criterion?
Nothing to do with what?
And you've got a PhD in optics. Fuck off,
Wow,
idiot.
proved himself wrong instant. Oh my god.
How did I prove myself wrong?
You have a PhD in optics and don't know what the Rayleigh
Yeah.
criterion is, sir?
I just didn't understand his accent. I just asked, can he repeat himself?
Okay, so now that you
He
know what he's
asked me.
talking about, can you explain it?
He asked me how can I prove that it's curved, right? So this was my argument.
You shot
now
yourself
he needs
in
to
the
defend
foot,
this
mate.
argument.
I don't have to defend your stupidity. You haven't given us anything. You've given us,
I just told
believe
you that,
boats.
I just
You've
explained to you.
affirmed the consequent. I believe boats disappear bottom up due to curvature. You've given us no measurements.
You need measurements.
To validate the claim. How
Okay,
are you
horizon
going to
distance.
back up your claim if there's no measurements of said curvature? At the moment,
Okay, look,
it's
I'm gonna
cool
drop in the
story
chat. Look.
from a 36-year-old claimant of, I've got a PhD in optics.
Look at this. So
Yeah, look.
D is distance to horizon in kilometers, right? Because I prefer kilometers.
You haven't provided anything. You're probably waiting for something to load in the side chat.
I'm putting it in the chat, right? So it's 3.57 times.
What are you stuttering for?
Square root of.
People only do that when they're hiding from something.
All right, this is the measurement. This is the measurement. You can prove it like this. I mean, you can do.
So let me get this straight. This here, D equals 3.57 times the square root of height equals what?
Of square root of H. H is height of your eyes in meters.
Excellent.
So
1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet
I will explain.
Equals the horizon distance in miles. So that there is the alleged claim. Now what you've got to do, young Alex, is you have to go out into the real world. Wait for it. You have to go out into the real world and do actual measurements and validate that shit is correct.
I've done that, but I can also do math.
You're a liar. Excellent. No. You need the measurements. We've got the formula. You need to apply the measurements now to confirm that the formula is true. Okay. Have you done this? Okay. Yes or no?
Yeah, I have.
Excellent.
Horizon,
Please provide your measurements that validates that it's true and correct.
Okay. Look. So curvature drop, right? So hold on 1 second. Let's say horizon is 5 kilometers. A building is
No,
say
I
100
don't want you to
meters.
do a hypothetical. I want your
It's
actual
not
measurements
hypothetical.
that you
It's
did.
actual measurements. Is there a building that's 100 meters? It is, right? Can a horizon be 5 kilometers?
This is
It
your
can be.
measurements. This is
Yeah,
not a hypothetical. Where did you do these
How's it
measurements?
hypothetical, bro? Like I'm doing
Where did you
calculation
do the
based on something that
measurements?
exists.
No, I'm not after the calculation. I'm after the measurements. Where
Okay.
did you do said measurements?
Where do I need to do them to make you understand this is right? Well, I don't understand what
Obviously,
you
you
want me
haven't
to
Anywhere
done
do.
it
you
that.
did it. Oh my God.
But
See,
bro, look,
I know you haven't done it.
just
And
listen to me.
we
Listen
know
to me.
you haven't done it.
There's a mountain,
I'll tell you.
right?
Yeah, we're just
is
going
there
to
a
press
mountain
this
that's
button here. Obviously, you're having trouble with thinking. So, we know you haven't done it. We know you're a liar. Because if you had done it, you would have went, oh, I did it at Lake such and such. Or I did it at such and such a city, the west side. You wouldn't have hesitated to say where it was done at. But you're stalling for whatever reason. I think you're just a flat out liar. But that's my personal opinion. So how about you start providing some measurements of shit you've actually done, or just say, I haven't done anything. Be honest.
I don't understand. What do you want me to do? I mean, if I have a mountain that's 1,000 meters, and I have horizon that can be any horizon can be
You've
anything.
given us the two hypotheticals. Where have you done your measurements? When did you do said measurements?
You can Google a random mountain in your city. You can
Okay,
see how
I don't
tall
have
it
to
is, and
Google
you can use
anything.
it as a calculation.
Listen, Alex, you're not doing yourself a favor. When and where did you do these measurements? Not calculations, measurements.
On the paper, like I'm doing it
Yeah,
now.
you need to do it in reality. Look, my brother.
And
Brother,
okay,
you need
I'm gonna do it if you
reality.
explain me how. Explain me
Yeah,
how
but
can I do it in
reality. Look,
reality?
let me explain.
What do you mean by that?
But you've done it. Hold on. You don't have to do that. He's done it himself. Why can't he just say, I haven't done it and be honest like
Yeah.
matter is asked 3 times?
That's right.
Because I think
Because
this counts. I personally think this
So you're a
counts
liar
because there's
then and matters
No,
is
it's
right.
not.
Okay.
I'm not a
doesn't
liar.
count.
There's just a difference between your way of proving and my way of proving. My way of proving
Your
shows
proof
that
is
there's
not
a
a
mountain.
formula on a paper.
Okay.
You need to comprehend that. What
That
you're
formula
talking
uses
about
the
is
exact,
Alex.
the exact height
Zip it,
is of.
Yeah,
Alex.
that's right.
What you're doing is reaffirming your paperwork. So you've got your little formula on your little piece of paper, and it reaffirms what you believe. You haven't gone out into reality and done anything. You still need to get the numbers that are on that paper and go out in reality and measure and confirm that they are true and correct. At the
Is there
moment,
anyone else that
all you're
wants to
doing
discuss this
is
with me? I don't
affirming
like
the
this guy.
consequent.
Yeah, go on, Alex. What you got to say?
Right. I said, is there anyone else that I can speak with? I just choose not to speak with this guy. I don't like him.
Oh,
Well,
I think you
I'm
heard
only
his
gonna.
Anyone else? Like
showing
anyone
provide
else?
proof for the things that he claimed.
Anyone else that's
I
able to
am only,
speak normally?
Alex, can you hear me? I'm only going to continue
Yes.
where Matrix left off, and it's this: you will need to
Okay.
take your formula. Please just listen, because I only want to say this once. I speak very good English. I'm sure you're going to understand me. You're going to have to take your formula from the paper and apply it practically in nature. You have to go out into nature and actually apply the formula and make the measurements for real. You understand? That's when you can make the claim that you know the Earth is a globe, because you've actually measured that curvature, not written it down on a formula. That's fine. You've got the basics down. Now go and prove that formula. Do you understand?
Yes, but let me just ask you something, right?
Yeah, go
Let's
ahead.
say you have, let's say you personally, we're talking about math now, right? Because we're talking about formulas, of course. We're going to talk about math, right? So, if I know a height of a mountain, right, in my city or any mountain that I choose to take the height of, right? So
Yeah.
that's a live example. That's how tall the mountain is, right? Or I
Okay.
take a
Yes.
building height, right, and I use it here. I can also put a horizon, because horizon can be anything,
Yeah,
right? I
okay.
can put
Yeah,
a normal
I
horizon.
understood that. Yes.
So what's the difference between like, I don't
Right.
understand.
Let
Because
me
you've got to
explain
measure
it.
the
It's
distance
Hang
to
on,
the
let me explain to
horizon.
you. Yeah,
hold
let
on,
me
man. We're not
explain it.
talking about which tree. I'm talking with him now.
Okay, let me just explain to you. What the difference is, everything you've done is basically an assumption. It is not validation, it is not confirmation, it is not proving anything. All you're doing is assuming. Like I said, in order for you to say you know the earth is a globe, you must have measured the curvature. No human being has ever measured curvature on its earth, so no human being
So
can make the claim.
how do you know it's flat? You didn't
Oh,
measure it
because
either, then.
okay, can I answer now? You asked the question. How do we know it's
Yeah.
flat? We take the numbers that we were given for the spherical ball Earth, and we try to confirm that ball. 24,901 miles, radius 3,959 miles. We make an observation of 10 miles over a lake. We're hitting the target. We're seeing each other. There should have been 66 feet of curvature blocking line of sight. That curvature is not there because I'm making the observation. Okay, there we are. Globe debunked.
Okay. Okay. So can I just answer this, right? So
Yeah.
what's the difference? You're also taking numbers and you're proving it. I'm
No,
taking numbers
we're
from
actually proving
mountains,
it.
and I'm also
No,
doing the
you're taking
calculation.
hypothetical numbers. He's
Yeah,
taking measurements. He's actually
yeah.
measuring
How am I
distances
taking
on the
hypothetical
ground
numbers if the mountain is
because you're
actually
not
tall as I'm
providing
using?
measurements. You need to
Yeah.
provide
I just
measurements.
did. I just
No, you
did. I
didn't.
just
You
did.
No, you
provided
haven't done it.
random numbers.
Yeah, it's not the same. Okay, it's not the
Okay.
same. So,
Okay.
bro, what
So
you're going to need to do, listen, and listen clearly. You're going to go to wherever you're going to go to measure to make the measurements. You're going to take a friend because probably going to need an assistant or two, and then you're going to take your photographs, videos, and film and make this thing real. That's all you've got to do. Then you come back here and you show us. Okay, we show you laser beam tests, 28 miles, 24 miles, long distance
I
of
got
the
a
275
I got a
miles.
Show us
question
a
for Alex.
proof.
Right, go ahead. Go ahead.
who wants to ask me a
Okay,
question?
hey, Alex, do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Mhm.
Yep. But I mean, it still doesn't prove what I wanted to say. I mean, I asked him, like he said, that I'm not proving the curvature because I have to, like, nobody's able to calculate it. And then I said, how you guys know it?
I
And he
didn't say
said,
So
because we're
calculate.
taking.
We didn't say
Okay,
calculate.
calculate whatever.
yeah,
You're measuring it.
I
You're
didn't say
measuring.
that. Yeah,
Fine.
you have to
It's
measure it.
English.
Measure.
English is not my first
right.
language.
So when I asked you if
So
you know the difference between measurement and calculation, and you confuse yourself mid-sentence already with it, I'm not
no,
so convinced you
it's
know.
about the language. It's not about the knowledge. I know that measurement is when
Right.
you directly observe something, and the calculations when you use measurements and the formula to
Yeah.
predict something. I know, but I just, in my
Yeah.
first language, it's the same thing. So that's why I confuse myself. Don't think that I don't know it.
I
But
I don't think
but
that's true. I don't think calculations and measurements are the same in your first language.
it's not the same. But I don't like, it's Serbian language.
Look,
So I mean,
in
you can Google it.
a court of law, you would be held in contempt because you're trying to conflate the. You're saying that calculating and measuring are the same. They're not. Okay, and in a court of law, you'd be held in contempt because you're not proving anything. You're calculating. You're not proving. What you need to do is prove by measuring. That's the thing. Is the Earth curving at the rate it's meant to be on my formula? Let me go and check. And if it is,
Right.
there's the photograph, there's the time and date, weather, everything else, and then you drop it down and say, there's the curvature proof. Okay, get on with it.
Right. So look. As you're saying that I'm claiming stuff that, I'm taking it hypothetically and stuff. Look, there's a mountain, Rainer. That's the name of the mountain, right? It's located. Where is it located? It's in Washington State, USA. So it's if you Google the height of it, it's gonna say 14,000 feet, or because I'm gonna use meters and kilometers, it's gonna say 4392 meters, right, above the level, right? So you use the horizon formula, which is just a formula, right? D is something like 3.57 times square root of h, right? As I said. So if we have 4392, we do D is equal 3.57 times square root of 4392, which is 3.7 times 66.3, which is around 237 kilometers.
Yeah,
So from
that's
the
a
summit of
calculation, though,
Mount
isn't it?
Rainier, okay, yeah,
That's
but
a
look. So
yeah.
the summit of
Hang on,
Mount
hang on.
Rainier. Mhm.
Oh, let me just get this point across. That's a calculation. Now you need to take the calculation and confirm that what you calculated is correct. You've got to. I want to see the curvature. I don't want to see it in a number. I want to see it in its actuality. must go into nature and make the observations and take the photographs to prove that the Earth is curving. Okay, I don't want to sit in a
Right.
formula. A formula is no use unless I can prove it, and that means I have to measure it practically. Okay,
Right. I mean,
apply it.
look. The 237 kilometers is a calculation, as you said, based on measured height, because I just
For
measured, right?
calculations, yeah,
So to confirm it, we can measure the
yeah.
actual visible horizon from the summit using GPS coordinates, right? Surveying equipment or I don't know, no
Well, go ahead
landmarks.
and do that. Please bring us the curvature
But
of the
yeah,
Earth.
but look. I'll do it. Okay, I'll do it one time. But I just
Yeah,
have a
thank you.
question.
You've got to do
Did
it
you
because you
do?
haven't
Do
done it
we
yet.
really?
You haven't done it
Do
yet.
do we
That's
really
the thing.
think? Do you really think that nobody has done this before?
No one has. No, let me tell you. Let me say it again, ladies and gentlemen.
You
Jin
haven't.
CBR1, Jin CBR1 reporting in. No human being has ever measured the curvature of this Earth. No
No,
human being.
no, no. Do you think anyone has done this? What I just said,
I've
like
just made my
about this?
statement. My statement is what it means. It means I'm telling you that no human being living on Earth as we speak right now, and before I was even born, has ever measured the curvature of this Earth. That is my statement.
Why is that? And why is that?
Because we're measuring the Earth flat.
Who's measuring the Earth flat?
We are. Me, Matrix, DJ.
Okay, you are, but like how do we
Jedi.
measure it? Like I don't understand. I don't measure it flat. I don't
Well,
measure
you
it at
haven't measured
all.
it.
I
You
don't I
haven't
don't work
measured it
with
yet, sir.
curvatures.
We know you
Excuse
don't
me.
measure it. You made that abundantly clear.
Yeah, you haven't measured it yet. You haven't
Yeah,
measured it
no,
yet.
I was not doing the
Yeah.
calculations, so I
Excuse me.
prove the
You haven't
calculations.
measured. Look, this is how you make it too long. You haven't measured it yet. That should be the end of your conversation. You haven't measured it. Go and measure. Don't be wasting
Right,
words
right,
here.
right. And I would agree with that if you also
I've
did
already
measure
done
it,
it.
but you've
That's why
never
I'm saying
measured
it's
it.
flat. That's why I'm saying
Wait,
it's
wait, wait.
flat.
Hold up. Alex, you just said that this had already been measured, but you aren't providing any evidence of that. You just gave us some calculations, and now you just made a claim that we haven't measured it.
No,
Upon what
I
is
said
that
this
based?
before. I did
What
say
makes
this
you
before,
no,
ma'am. I said this before. I said
no,
this
no?
before. Yes,
You
yes, I did. I
we have
spoke with this
measured it,
guy that was
Alex.
cursing me.
That's the
I spoke
problem
with
is
no
that we
this
have,
this
and you have
no
not, and you
this
have
guy said
claims and
later that he
calculations.
didn't do it. This guy said
Okay,
that he
so if
didn't.
you have a measurement of curvature, we'd like to see it.
I don't have it as along with you. You also
Okay, but you
do not
said,
have it.
don't you think someone has already done this? And he said, no, no one's ever
Who's
done
done?
this.
I want to see.
We've
I
been
want to
here
see
in this
who's done that.
space. Alex, shut up for a minute. Control yourself. We've been in this space for like 10 years. No one has ever brought forth the measurement of curvature. You have a belief that it exists, yet you cannot provide it. And instead, you're claiming we don't have measurements, which we do. And I'm happy to present those to you if you're actually intellectually honest enough to look at them. If you're not, I'm not going to waste my time. So, which is it?
Right. So I mean, as I said, I asked
Yeah,
you
there's your
Answer my
answer. He
question,
didn't
previously.
Alex.
answer you at all. There's your
Alex,
answer, Uncle
answer
Prince.
my question.
What's your question? Repeat your
You
question.
didn't listen to anything I just said. Okay,
I
Nothing
well,
you
did,
that
just
but
kind of
said.
says
Nothing.
what place you're coming from right now. You made the
your buddy
claim
said
that we
that
don't have
he didn't
you
do
made
it
the
too.
claim you
So
did have measurements. You did not provide any. We've established that. You're not the
okay.
first. You won't be the last. Then you claimed that we don't have measurements without anything to support that claim. I said, yes, we do have measurements. That's why we know the earth is flat. Would you like to see those measurements, or are you just here to hear yourself talk?
Show me. I said, show me the measurement. I said, can someone
Okay.
show me? I said that
Okay, so, well, then why did you make the claim that we didn't have them if
because
you
you
had not
already
been
said
shown
nobody
anything
has
nor
done it. If you guys are not humans, then maybe. But he said nobody has done that. No human has
No,
done
he
it.
said no
That's
one
what
has
he said.
measured curvature, Alex. You're being
Yeah.
disingenuous now.
Yeah. So I mean, did you
Okay,
measure
he didn't say
the
no one has
curvature?
ever measured the earth. He said no one has ever measured curvature on the earth. And I'm sure you know the difference. So I'm not quite sure that's what someone who claims he has a PhD has difficulty understanding that.
I have PhD in
I
optics.
really
I don't
don't
have it in
care. It
curvature.
doesn't mean
He's
anything
lying
here.
at this
It
point.
means nothing here,
No,
Alex.
I said whoever. Look,
It
I'm
means
just saying.
nothing.
Whoever
It means
wants to
nothing here,
debunk
Alex.
this, ask
Anybody
me.
can
I'm
be
gonna send a
anything
picture
on
of
the
my PhD
internet,
holding the
Alex.
paper.
Alex,
Cool,
anyone
cool.
can be anything on the internet. I don't
Cool.
care.
But the
I
matter of
don't
fact is
care
I can
because the
prove it.
PhDs who
But I
come
can
in
prove
here,
it.
they don't know anything more than like our average like 16-year-old trolls. And you're just proving that point. So anyway, if the Earth is claimed to have a radius of 3,959 miles, right, that predicates a certain rate of curvature. You know, we can just apply trig and see how much curvature there should be. It works out to approximately 8 inches per mile square, drop over distance. Do you agree with that?
Do I agree that it's approximately 8 inches?
Per mile squared.
Well, yeah, about 6,000 kilometers. So I don't know how much is an inch.
No, we're
I
talking about
just use
drop
in
over
inches.
distance. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just had to Google how like inches so I can be sure. Yeah, okay. I agree.
Okay,
I mean, that's the
so
formula.
an
Okay,
Earth,
sure.
that's the size that's claimed, which you have not provided any evidence for that, but we're going to roll with the numbers because it's very easy to disprove the globe claims using their own claims. So where can we test or measure 8 inches per mile squared? You were not able to provide anything. No one has ever been able to provide anything. However, when we shoot lasers over the surface of the Earth, there is no detected curvature at any distance. There should be a deviation. For example, at 10 miles, if we shoot a laser over a body of water, if there's a target at the other side, the laser should hit approximately 66 feet above the target. At 20 miles, it's 266 feet. So this is like a 6-story and 26-story building that should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth. And I'm sure someone can post in the side chat some laser tests for you to take a look at. And, you know, we have one by a professor, Dr. John D., who used to believe the Earth was a sphere and went out and tested it with lasers and found that it wasn't. Because he was intellectually
Which
honest
one am
enough.
I looking? There's this one, the curvature drop equal to that one, or what?
Let's see. No, let's see. Can someone, let's see, where is it? Okay, so if you look at 9 minutes past the hour, Emperor Copatine has posted some laser tests. So the Dr. John D ones, he's a PhD in
And what?
spectrophotometry, I believe. So
Okay.
yeah, you can take a look at his work, but we've got, you know, these are not all of our tests. These are just a few.
Okay, but is there a way that you can show me something like these pictures in the chat, like these pictures, something in that nature? I want to see something like that without
You
watching like
want to
a
see
video.
what?
Like
Pictures? Is
without
that what you said?
anything, without watching a video. I'll watch something up like that later. I want to see something that's like proven on a paper, like something that like this, like these pictures in the chat right now.
Well, he's
Something similar to that.
well, I would ask you, Alex, are you actually interested in learning whether
I am,
the
but I
Earth
mean,
is
I
a
would rather
sphere or a
see
globe, but you
first.
won't? Okay, so
I
but
would
you're
have
not
to. I would have
interested
to
in
watch a full
investing any time
video.
in that? Yeah, okay, well, maybe we can post, I don't know if DJ's here, but maybe we can post the Great Salt Lake
Because if I
laser
watch
test.
these videos, I have to start each video, and I would probably watch it like a few times. So that's why I'm saying I would
Oh, yeah,
rather
as you
firstly talk
should.
about this,
Yeah,
and then later
as
I
you
should
should.
watch the videos.
Yeah, as you should. We don't expect you, unlike the globe, we don't expect you to just believe us, right? The globe demands that you just believe it without any evidence. But we're not asking you to do that. We're asking you to go out and do your own research, find out the truth.
Right.
So let's see, maybe someone will post. I can't get to my pictures right now. Can someone just post some of the screenshots from the Great Salt Lake test?
Look, but can I just say something? You see this picture, that's the calculated curvature draw from a sphere. This Earth
Which
picture
picture?
with
Which picture are
measurements.
you talking about, Alex? Can you tell me
The
which?
Yeah, give me 1 second to open the side. The last one from Yaga Bruno, right above this video, the last one.
I believe he's discussing 14 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, it's saying for me it's 6:14 a.m. This picture was
14
sent.
minutes past the hour. Yes.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, it shows 8 inches per mile squared is
Yeah,
the drop
yeah.
expected. That's
Yeah,
correct.
so I just want to ask you, you were talking about like genuinely, you were talking about just how what I was saying and everything with Globe Earthers were saying is just strictly based upon predictions, correct?
Uh, I didn't say that, but yes, I agree with that. It's based on
Okay.
a calculation and not a measurement. That's
And
correct.
and
The
and
math,
and calculation itself is a prediction. What I said before when
well,
somebody asked me
well, it
if I know the
depends.
difference.
I mean, no, not necessarily. I wouldn't agree with
Right.
that. There is
It is. That's when
anyway,
you.
Or
no,
you
we
can
can
start
calculate
over
something and not
or have no
predictions.
assumption.
Yeah,
Stop talking over
I
her,
don't agree
please.
with that, but whatever. Go on.
Right.
Calculations are not predictions because you can
Yeah,
calculate the surface area of a table. That is not a prediction.
yeah.
I was. I didn't mean to say it exactly like that.
Yeah,
I mean, like
yeah.
you use the
I said
measurements
assumptions anyway.
Okay,
to
hold on,
predict
Jin.
You
Just
something.
let him finish.
But
Okay, so go
anyways,
on.
I mean this chart what this guy sent, and I see that you guys been sending this a lot of times.
I've not
It's
seen.
also prediction. It's also prediction from a radius.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem, Alex. There's a claimed radius, but no evidence to support it. So we're just debunking the globe claims with their own, with with their own, calculations. Can someone
Gotcha.
post a curvature calculator, one of the charts that shows the drop over distance at different distances?
Yeah, I
So,
put
I
that
mean,
on.
you can just easily Google Earth curvature calculator. I like Omni Calculator's one. You can put in the observer height, you can put in the distance to the object, and then it will calculate for you how much of the object should be hidden by Earth curvature. However, when you go out and you look for this, you will
You said
never find it.
omnia.
Omni Calculator has an Earth curvature calculator that I can recommend.
Okay, I'm on it right now. Distance to
Yeah.
the
How
object,
many
eyesight
over
level, distance to
fences?
horizon.
What?
Our guest here over fences says I think he was an optical physicist.
Oh, okay.
You know, and if that's the case, he might appreciate something about this curvature calculator. You know, it's showing drop over distance, right? So if you have the height of an object like a flagpole and it's dropping at 8 inches per mile squared on the calculator, the question is, at what point do you start to introduce the calculation to account for perspective scaling with distance? Because it's not on the globe calculator.
Right. Okay. Well,
Right.
I
So
mean,
what listen, real quick. What happened is they hijacked perspective and called it globe curvature,
globe
right? If there's
curvature.
yeah, if there's globe curvature happening, then you should have object scaling at twice the distance, half the size with perspective, and you should have that corresponding 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance. Both of these coinciding. But with all these globe calculators, you only get one of those. You don't get both. There's absolutely no perspective scaling taken into account.
Mhm. Okay. Well,
Yeah, that's a problem.
look, if you guys wanna like debate, I mean, as I said, debate on this, I can personally pretend and talk to you guys as I'm learning, right? Because like, if you guys prove me this using everything, I mean, not just strictly, videos wise, but like including videos, of course. But like, I'd also want to see, calculations and measurements, so I can also, so those also can match. Because I'm not planning to go outside today on 40 degrees Celsius. So maybe on the winter or
Or
something, because I
maybe you
prefer
can pick
winter.
a day because you have a PhD in physics and optics
Yeah.
and you
Right.
understand
But
these
I mean,
formulas
look,
because you
look,
posted them,
but me,
right?
me
It's
personally,
almost
right?
as if
Me
you're
personally,
talking through me and you
don't
don't want to hear what
really.
I'm saying, sir.
Right. But it's not just. I'm just saying this is not something that's my first, the most important thing for me.
Well,
If it's
it should
flat,
be.
then fine.
It
I
should
would
be. Alex.
but it should not really, because if it's flat,
No, it
fine,
should
it's
because
flat.
hang on,
But
it
I've been
should.
taught this
It
way.
should.
The whole
It
the
should
whole
because you are here.
population. Hold
Because
on.
you
The
are
whole
in here.
everyone, the whole population works as
You're
its
not
its
listening to me
globe.
at all. You see, you just want to talk, but you're not listening.
Yeah,
It
because
should
I
be
didn't finish.
important.
I was trying to
It
explain
should be
something.
important to you because you are here telling us you know, but you don't know in actuality. You won't know, then you're going to have to go and prove it for yourself. Until that day, the integrity of your position is you don't know you're on a globe. You haven't
Yeah.
measured it yet. Thank you.
Hold
Right.
up, Jen. Hey, Alex, I posted the math that Yoder was talking to you about, where basically the Earth radius was reverse calculated from the optical limit of our eyes. So you can take a look at that.
All right, let's debunk stuff if there is stuff to be debunked.
Yeah, 21
It's
minutes
almost as if
after.
he's not being intellectually honest with you over fences.
Yeah, well, It's up to
Yeah,
him. You can't.
guys,
People
let's
either
talk
want to
about it,
know.
as I'm saying.
People either want to find out the truth or they don't. You know, you can't convince them
Look,
to.
look, as I'm saying, look, if you guys prove me, and that's fine. The Earth is
Well, you need to prove.
flat, but
Like I said before, Alex, we're not trying to prove it to you. We're trying to give you the information so you can prove it to
yes,
yourself.
yes, okay, sure, that's
Yeah.
fine. But as
Yeah.
I'm saying, even if that happens, right, and I believe the Earth is flat, I still, on my job and everyone here, my whole population, that we all work as the Earth is round, right? And you
No,
know
you
that.
don't.
So
No, you don't
we do,
practically
we
use the Earth
do.
as round. No, you don't. That's
And
just a
I mean,
belief you hold. No,
we
nobody's
don't, but
actually
I'm not gonna go
navigating or
outside and talk
measuring.
about it. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
tell
That's
me
not
which
really
Okay,
field is
important.
using the Earth as a sphere.
Alex, what do you do in your daily
Yeah.
life that necessitates a sphere?
Nothing. As I'm saying, I'm not gonna talk about it
Excellent.
simply.
That's
Nothing.
great. You just said a second ago that all of us work around this sphere, and now I just ask you, what do you do in your daily life that necessitates a sphere?
I
And
meant the
it's
whole
nothing.
population are thinking
That's
that
not
the Earth is
that.
round, right? So
Yeah,
like,
That's a
I'm not
claim,
gonna go
but you
and
haven't
it's a
seen us
ask
doing
belief.
people.
anything.
What I meant by saying that is like, I'm not gonna go to a random person my job and say, you know what, I did a calculation. I know the Earth is round now. That's what I
Did
meant,
I
because
ask
it
you to
doesn't.
do
It's not
that?
really important.
No.
No, but I'm just saying, bro. I'm not attacking you.
Do,
So
do
it's
you
Going
non
mean?
on.
sequitur. We're
Do you
not
mean? Did
attacking
you mean
you
to say
either.
that you did a calculation and you mean that? Wait, what you just said is you're not going to go up to somebody at work and tell them you did a calculation in the Earth's a sphere.
Wait, I'm sorry, you
Is that
cut it
what you
off.
meant
Maybe
to
it's
say?
yes, yes, exactly. I heard.
Okay.
I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. What was your point with that?
Nothing. I just said it. By the way, nothing. I didn't want to attack
Well,
anything, but I want to talk about what you said. Like, if that's fine. Like, I'd like to break it down with you, of course.
okay.
Right.
Yeah, and what I posted really isn't the substance of the argument. I think it's interesting information and we can look into that further, but it's not the basis of our claim by any means. It's just some interesting information to kind of bolster what we already observe.
Yeah, let's just talk about a part of it. Let's say, okay. So
No, let's
on the
talk about drop over distance, right?
from the whole sheet, you just want to talk about drop over distance.
Yeah, I want to talk about drop over distance because lack of curvature is what's fundamentally our point, you know?
Right, right. But can I
A
just?
sphere
I mean,
necessitates curvature.
if I prove that something is wrong here, that's making the whole
No,
Earth
that's not a claim.
thing.
That isn't you're latching onto something else. So I posted at 25 minutes just now. There's the earth curvature calculator laid out.
No, I've seen it. I opened it.
Same information you'll get off any earth curvature calculator that you Google.
Right, right. But
Okay, so
the first thing that I've seen on the sheet was the Rayleigh, the diffraction formula. Is that how I say it in English? Right,
yeah,
Rayleigh,
that's just what Yoder
Rayleigh.
was talking to you about. You can look at that later, but
Well,
yeah, this is just what I was talking about the drop over distance as expected at different distances, and this one has metric on it for you.
Right, but I don't see. Is there anything about that here in the sheet? Let me see.
Anything about
Uh,
what?
drop
well,
over
if I could bring
distance.
up something about the
Yes,
sheet that's
go
interesting,
ahead.
I mean, I would think an optical physicist, okay, if you're looking at the mathematics for the distance to the horizon on a globe, you're going to notice something very curious. You're going to notice that the formulation is 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height and feet. Now, you may also know and recall from your studies that the Rayleigh criterion also uses the same coefficient, 1.22 multiplied by the wavelength divided by the distance being
Hmm.
the aperture.
Right, right.
Right.
No,
So
I
so
understand, but I mean, can we go on? I'm sorry.
so the point earlier I made is that your vision perspective, right? Where the Rayleigh
Yeah.
criterion provides that termination, the end of perspective, has been hijacked for globe curvature. The mathematics are very similar. I don't know if anybody has access to it, but I posted in 24/7 a derivation of the globe from how the eyeball works. And I also
Right.
used the same mathematics and reversed it. And I derived the eyeball from globe curvature. Did it both ways, presented it on the same spreadsheet with formulas.
I posted it, Yoder, a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay, cool. if you can derive the radius of a globe from just understanding how the eyeball works, and vice versa. Isn't that fascinating?
It is. It really is. So, by the way, you guys, since you guys, I know you spoke with a lot of PhD people and a lot of people that were professors probably and all that stuff. I know. Uh, did any of these? Because I know it's not important for you guys, but for me, it's just fascinating. Did you guys make any of them flat earthers of these professors or PhDs and any of this math stuff or
Well, I
formulas,
think
whatever?
you're going to find with off the fence, she mentioned Professor John D. Wood. Now, he was a man who believed in the globe, went out to test for that, and became a flat earther. There you
Right,
are.
right, but I mean on this Discord, like on like that you spoke with, like you guys personally, or any of the other mods,
The
or
only thing we're here to convince people to do is to go and test it for themselves.
Yeah. And
right.
what we found, the professors and that, they were unable to present the Earth as a globe. They'd never measured it themselves. That's what happened to those professors, all of them. They failed. That's the end result. Like
They
you're
did.
going to try and measure it. Good luck. We're waiting.
You guys are great people, very smart, and I love that you guys are doing this. But I also want to say that I definitely want to try that shit. To be honest,
Yeah, you
like
should apply
it
that shit.
genuinely looks
Yeah, you
cool.
should
I
take your
why
PhD
not?
in optics and your calculations and apply it in reality one day when it's not 40 degrees outside.
Right, right. No, it's hella
Yeah,
hot.
Alex, just make sure you
Like
copy some of those laser tests from 9 minutes past the hour. I think you'll really like how thorough they are,
yes,
especially the Dr. John D ones. And the FE Core. FE doesn't stand for Flat Earth, it stands for Field Engineers. I really recommend that one as well.
but I've seen this Dr. Jundi. I think somebody showed me this guy before. He's the one that did this laser. I think I watched a few videos.
Yeah, that would
To
be
my life.
DJ. DJ did that with you there. Okay, good. So
The
you're
guy
aware.
from
Hang on.
Netherlands, Sweden,
The
something
fact
like
that
that.
the fact that you watch that and see the globe being debunked should have motivated you to try and prove John D. Wood wrong, because you've got the numbers down. You should have tried to validate those numbers. That's what you do
Right.
when you're somebody who's
So
at your
so
level.
so Jin, I got a question for you, okay?
Yeah.
Let's say the Earth is officially flat. Like even the astronomist, everyone on everyone knows that it's flat, right? From tomorrow, that happens.
Okay.
What's happening? What would happen in the world?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what would happen is the education system would have to be revamped to be teaching the heliocentric model as it currently is, the lie, and then the geocentric model, and then the flat earth. All the truths will be coming out. So the education system would change. And then people would wake up. Can we go to space? That's going to come out, that we can't even go to space. So they've never been to the moon? No. So now there's going to be a mass accounting for the lies that they've told. And now life is definitely going to begin to change just from that. Okay.
Right. So my
Hello,
question is
girls.
this,
Hi.
along with
Hello.
that,
Hello, girls. Hi. What's going on? Hello.
Yeah, there's a
Excuse me.
conversation happening, Freddie. Do you
Conversation
not hear
happened.
the conversation happening, Freddie?
Sir, can I say on secret? Can I say on secret,
Yeah,
please?
there's a
Please.
conversation.
Just
Yeah,
mute the
if you shut
person.
up
he's a
and wait
troll.
a
He's
second,
just a
maybe.
troll, guys. He's a
Is
troll.
she muted? I don't know.
Look,
Thank you.
my thing is this. They will, transform the whole education thing and everything. But they will probably it will also say, why did we learn and why did we used to be learning about the round earth as the round earth
Oh, yeah.
if it's not.
What's going to happen? That's what's going to happen when that truth
And
comes out.
and what they're gonna say about when people and kids ask, hey, but why have we have all been for ages, millennials, I mean not millennials, but like why would we all been learning that earth is round, and then just like
Then we
in this
tell
century has
them.
been proven.
Yeah, we would tell them because they had us under control. That was mind control and control of the human race. We've woken up now. We have broken that indoctrination. And now we're going to be having some real freedom and some real kumbaya on the earth at long last. Okay, it will be the beginning of reclaiming freedoms, and hopefully unwanted wars and killings that the leaders do will stop. There's many things going to change along the line. Fraudulent food with chemicals in that will all stop, for example. Okay? There's a lot going to be happening, man. But of course, when you keep on the globe, there's no chance of that going down. Flat earthers are already there. We're already on our way. We know what's going on. So we're maintaining health and we're avoiding all that nonsense that the media is pushing out. Okay? So we're helping you now. Yeah, man.
Right.
It's easy. It's a no-brainer.
Right. So, I mean, what about NASA? What are they
NASA,
gonna do with their like people and stuff?
NASA is slowly receding and moving away from space anyway. There's now a, what is
Really?
it? Surveillance thing now. So
Sounds
What are
like
they
a lot
now?
of whataboutism and contemplation. When I have a PhD and I can just apply formulas to reality, I wouldn't have to speculate at all.
you don't have to prove anything.
I mean, just because I have a PhD in optics doesn't mean that I understand and predict everything. You guys talk about this every day. I'm not really even prepared for
Yeah,
this. I'm
but
just
you have
talking about
higher
based on
learning.
knowledge.
You understand the difference
Not
between
really. Not.
hypotheticals and
Yeah,
reality.
yeah, yeah.
Or you just
I
want to
have.
talk
I
over
have.
me after my sentence just starts. Okay. Yeah, you
Why are you so
understand the
mad?
difference
I
between
just asked him a normal
hypotheticals
question. I was not
and
even talking
reality, and you have a
bad about anything.
PhD and you have the formulas. You can apply those formulas to reality. You can do that.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. You can.
Yeah. You haven't done that
All right.
yet.
I've attached my spreadsheet, the one I was referencing earlier, deriving the globe from human vision and vice versa. This isn't meant for you to just look at and pick up right now. Spend some time with this. Download it, look at it, play with Excel, look at the formulas, ask me questions.
Yo, what happened? Why'd it get so quiet all of a sudden? Did that guy leave?
Because you're here. Now shut up.
Oh my goodness.
Well, either this guy's telling the truth about his pedigree or he's not. So he's kind of at an impasse. He can elevate this conversation into his field of academics or continue doing what he's doing.
I was just wondering if that guy was
So,
still
sorry
even
guys,
here or not.
I'm at my work right now. I'm sorry, I have to mute.
Oh, there he
But
is. Okay.
what was I saying? I was just asking that because I wanted to understand what do you guys think that would happen community wise, right? Because if that happens, people would have to put that in books. Therefore, they have to explain why all these ages we've been learning that the earth is not flat but round.
Yep,
I
you're
love it.
absolutely right. And you know what? Flat Earth chicks are hotter. So
And that's not a
That's
bad
true.
it's not a bad question, right? It's a very cool question. It's a good
It's
question.
almost
It's a
as if he didn't hear a word you said.
no, I
yeah,
did.
no, he didn't even laugh.
Okay.
You're right, man. It'd be a big problem, and maybe that's why this topic is so highly censored.
Może. Right. Give me one sec.
But the system really doesn't have anywhere to go but to keep doubling down on the current cosmology. They are transforming it, but they're not doing it without doubling down first. Apparently, flat Earth is just not part of their plan. It really is funny how so many people seem to confuse measurements with calculations all the freaking time. And I think it's because we do so much in our modern society using calculations. We got calculations for everything. We got calculations for calculations. We've also settled into a pattern, like in modern society where we build simulations of things in computers before building them in real life. I mean, did they say that the entire 7 Dreamliner was built entirely in AutoCAD before production? So these formulations are good enough to produce results that can be used in engineering concepts. But the question is at what point is the globe necessary for this shit to be real and true? And the answer is at no point. You know, we've got stacks of technical papers from NASA, other organizations saying, hey, look, you know, we can actually model the Earth as flat and stationary and build these flight safety systems just fine. They're not saying that they think the Earth is flat. They're saying we can treat Earth as if it were flat, but we still think it's a globe. That's because for these applications, the globe just doesn't offer the scale of curvature that'd be required in order for them to take into account. We look at other fields like surveying. You know, they've got all these papers from departments of transportation, state highway manuals, state surveying manuals. We've got all the goods. And they describe how, well, when we start using GPS and global spherical coordinates for these localized building projects, the accuracy sucks. We need to use a flat Earth datum instead. You know, if GPS was so accurate with distances, not necessarily coordinate reckoning, just distances, then they wouldn't have to create these local datums. Spherical coordinate system. Funny thing about modern GPS systems, the receivers can be used with any shape of the Earth you want. This includes flat. Not that flat is a shape, but this includes using a flat topology. NASA and other space agency people from around the world have actually used the existing GPS network on a lunar datum while on Earth testing it. That's right. They programmed the receivers to say, hey, look, receiver, you're actually on the surface of a moon. We'll give you these starting coordinates. Use the GPS network pseudo ranging and modify the Nautical Almanac, modify the epoch, and deliver me results here that would put me on the moon as if I was on the moon. Lo and behold, it worked. It's called Lucre. It's called Lucre, Lugre. So yeah, for the Lucre system, they use Earth-based GPS to provide lunar coordinates, and they did it while testing it on the Earth. Now, to people who work with these systems, it's no surprise. I mean, the magic is in the receiver. But we get people in all the time that say, well, Earth has to be a globe, and it has to be specifically the NASA globe that they show us from space. And because if it wasn't, then the GPS systems wouldn't work. It's like, well, Yeah, tell me you don't know a single thing about the system without actually saying you don't know a single thing about the system, because that's exactly what somebody who doesn't know a single thing about the system would think. I mean, this is what's popularly believed. We saw people today that think that cell phones rely on satellites. It's funny because in the late 90s and I think even the early 2000s to an extent, the great telecom companies are still pushing this idea that satellites are used for cell phone networks. You know, it's just kind of ridiculous. You know, then meanwhile, the engineers set shit up. We're installing like, you know, high-end microwave links. I guess at some point they realized, hey, we got to build all these fucking towers. Everybody's going to see them at some point. So let's get off of this satellite story and, you know, let's just, the technology's not as impressive as we once thought, you know? It's just a fucking radio. You okay? Stub your toe?
It's a child.
No. I'm God. I'm not a child. Flat Earth Ranger.
What'd you like to talk about, God?
I don't know how to talk.
Yeah, the coordinate system thing that you're talking about, Yoder, it's an amazing thing. Like, I don't understand it a whole too well, but I know when I was in the military and we would draw up our own maps and then, you know, hey, this is Sector Tango, this is Sector Oscar. You know, we had our own maps separate from whatever other map company builder out there would say. And so we mapped it the way we wanted to map it.
Yeah, you know, flat or globe, I have no problem using a coordinate reference system as long as it's being used consistently and you understand what it's doing. You know, so I'm not going to be one of these people that's going to say the GPS is giving you inaccurate coordinates, because that's just not true. It's giving you the coordinates that it was designed to give you. And it's really good at providing positional accuracy relative to those coordinates. Now, what may be different, and what I would posit has to be different from the actual Earth, is the distance between those coordinates. Is not going to be the same as what the coordinate reference system calculates, but what's measured in reality. This also means the orientation of things are going to be off. And you're not going to be able to differentiate the two unless you're doing extremely high precision work or working over such long distances where the scale and size factors don't have to be as precise. But every time Every time we talk about our laser measurements and long distance observations, we're debunking GPS coordinate distances that are calculated. Every time you pop up these surveying manuals, state highway transportation, infrastructure, logistics manuals, they talk about using flat local horizontal datums and Cartesian reference planes in order to improve the accuracy over global GPS spherical coordinate system reckoning. You just got to wonder, people are starting to notice, but GPS is good enough. Like I've got it right now, put my car locking to grid on a road as I drive across the great state of Pennsylvania. And I know all it's doing is calculating point to point to point coordinates based off of the pseudo ranging of the signal, based off of then using calculations done at the receiver, incorporating the nautical almanac, the astronomical almanac, the ephemeris. And I'm perfectly fine saying, hey, I know the distance between these point to points on this coordinate system are calculated. Even over 100 miles, you're going to be well within like 1% degree of accuracy. That's from center to the edge of that particular swath. I mean, the globe really is made to be so big that you really don't need it. You can go on your life believing you live on one. Two people are going to have the occasion to
Breaking out real bad.
Yeah, I'm driving through mountains.
The queen is period. But nobody wants to talk to the queen. I see how it is.
Who's the queen?
Me, bruh. I'm the queen. Everybody knows this. Get with the program.
Oh, I don't know how. I don't know how. Ow, ow.
The fuck?
You messed up nice. Go on.
So is somebody gonna talk?
Did you have a topic you wanted to discuss?
Nah.
Come, teach me English.
No. Like you're in like an English server, just like somebody else.
No one teaching me.
Then get like ChatGPT too.
What?
Get ChatGPT, bruh.
Nah. He's not a queen.
Okay, well the queen takes personal offers, okay? Not strangers.
Okay.
Right. So WGS 84 is a mathematical globe ball data.
You glitching
It's a
like
model.
Facebook.
Oh, that's weird. I got 5 bars.
You're coming in fine, dude.
No, he really wasn't.
It was just a small glitch, so you gotta wait sometimes.
Right. So WGS 84 provides globe calculated distances between points of coordinates. Because WGS 84 is an ellipsoid, those distances are going to be basically arc segments.
Ew.
So when you take line of sight observations and measurements, and they don't comport to WGS 84, oh, you got a problem, right? And that's how powerful our measurements and observations are. We're actually debunking the mathematical foundations of GPS itself.
The fuck?
What people are finding that they're doing is they're taking their GPS locations at point A and point B. GPS will be very good at positioning you at that particular coordinate point, and the other person at that other particular coordinate point. It'll also be very good at calculating distances between these points if you're hooked into a greater network.
Precisely.
But then when you go to measure those distances in the real world, they don't match what GPS tells you. Over the years, GPS has been modified extensively, incorporating deflections of the vertical, incorporating ionospheric refraction for radio propagation. I mean, all kinds of shit gets updated on the fly. But the foundation for latitude longitude that's presented to you in the receiver is based on WGS 84, ultimately. That's the biggest deciding factor. And with modern systems, you can flip that out. You can say, you know what, I don't want to use WGS 84 for giving me these coordinates and these distances. I want to use a different datum. I want to use NAD 27. I want to use the Airy or Bessel ellipsoids. I want to use Australia's local system. I want to use the UK British Ordnance Survey system. I want to use something flat horizontal, folks. Yep, you can swap all the shit out. Like I was saying earlier, some NASA folks even swapped out the globe for the moon.
How's that possible?
Yeah, well, that's how GPS works, man. GPS working off of pseudo ranging. Granted, the backhaul is kind of fit for a ball. There's a lot of globe shit that's baked into it. So you've got like the ground segment and the space segment working together. GPS satellites, whatever the hell they are, I don't really think they are. But the claim is that they're not capable of determining their own position. They have to be told where they are from the ground, which means you have to have ground-based observations feeding into the local and global network a coordinate that the observation was taken from, a time that the observation was taken from, and an altitude and azimuth angle that the observation was taken from for the satellite. Supposedly, this is what they claim. And there are thousands of these ground stations all over the world. And they're all feeding this in to centralized hub or multiple hubs who do the processing to process the data, and then they beam up to the satellites where they were last seen against an almanac and an ephemeris that calculates where they should be and then updates the ephemeris based off of observations. That data gets retransmitted down to the receivers. You cannot operate GPS at all without obtaining from the network. The receiver requires the ephemeris and the nautical or astronomical almanac. And these things do bake in a globe by default. But the good news is on the front end of these with the receivers, like I mentioned, they can be swapped out. You can use the same pseudo-ranging signal data and modify the indexing of positions of satellites relative to a globe on the back end using math. And then off you go. Now suddenly GPS is being used in a different way with the moon, with the flat earth, with whatever. But the default coordinate system of GPS itself is quite interesting because it's actually a hybridization of two coordinate reference systems in one. ECEF, or centered Earth fixed, is delivering to receivers local tangent plane coordinates, flat Earth coordinates, that are globally linked using math around a ball. This also means that each receiver using the defaults is going to have horizontal tangent planes that are going to be at different angles from one another. And those angles are actually rectified with math. They actually add they perform a quaternion operation, which is a fancy way of saying that they're rotating the coordinate frame. So they're taking like a horizontal reference plane and they're tilting it and using the math to tilt it.
So you're saying it would be better to use those measurements, those linear measurements off the horizontal than those calculations that might be inaccurate?
And they take the linear measurements and they end up tilting and rotating and bending them around a fake ball.
See.
Right, so every receiver standing alone gets basically a flat Earth projected horizontal tangent plane. But relative to each other, like network-wide, those tangent planes are going to be at different angles from each other, right? Somebody at 45 degrees north is going to have their tangent plane to the globe tilted a different angle, 0 degrees at the equator. And the math, if you're doing asset tracking, the math is introducing formulas to conform to a globe ball. Tilting these planes, readjusting the distances, and off they go. There is no actual measuring happening with GPS in this regard. The one thing that you could say maybe GPS is measuring is time. It's using time in a ball model to perform calculations. It's using basically equation of time paired with a presumption of a ball Earth latitude and longitude. And that's the beauty of GPS, folks. You can swap out that lat long for something else, and you can still use the same network. It makes you wonder why the military might like it so much.
Yeah, like they could knock out the current system and then make their system more accurate than the current system. Cause a shift or something like that. I think that's what they used to tell us. Like if anything ever went down, like in the United States, they would just take GPS and like shift it 500 miles or whatever they would do. They would just give it a completely different reference point while they would use the reference point that's the most accurate for them so they could make their attacks.
Right, there are incremental changes between what is publicly used and what is not publicly used that the average user, like the average grunt, has no clue about. So the average grunt can still think they're fighting on a globe.
So on like the ECEF system, is there like a central point that they use? I mean, I know they claim that they're using the center of the Earth, right? But like, is there
Yeah.
like a starting point? Like not like a receiver, but like a location on Earth, kind of like how Greenwich Mean Time comes from Greenwich or the equators over the celestial equator. Is there a specific location of a tower or system on Earth that is the central starting point for the system? Do you know, or can you share that? Or is that even a good question?
Yeah, mathematically, the center is the center of a globe using WGS 84 dimensions. So 0, 0, 0 is 3,959 miles below your feet.
Gotcha.
But yeah, they're using that.
That's
But each
interesting.
receiver also gets 0,0,0 where it is.
Right.
Right. So each receiver gets that, and then each receiver crunches the numbers that it gets from the pseudo ranging from the satellites to the radio signal, the time stamping to compare with its clocks. And using the timing and availability of whatever these are, I mean, it will produce global positioning out of the local reckoning. So you change the data that it works with, and you can swap out the globes. What I've been saying.
That's crazy. It's almost like they
So one of the
inverted the
most
celestial sphere.
Yeah, I was about to say that earlier. I'm glad you mentioned that. You know, instead of using Polaris above your head, they use a fictitious point below your feet. They use higher dimensional math in order to reconcile the flat planar geometry of the receivable tangent plane with the so would require and does involve their updating of distances and orientation of things to conform to the globe. And it's done with such incremental precision that it's statistically meaningless over most people's distances that they use to travel with, to survey with, and so on. The errors only start to creep up under high precision and over long distances with good precision.
And Yoder, I'm
And
going to
we've
say
got
this
the
real
goods
quick.
to back that up.
We're
Yeah,
hearing
go ahead.
most of what you're saying. A little bit of it's breaking up here and there, but I know you're going to have this conversation again. Like it feels like we have this conversation like once every couple of weeks. We talk about GPS coordinate systems, and I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's definitely appreciated because, like, I had some questions on the other day trying to remember some of the stuff you said, and so I definitely want to hear it again or hear more about it. I've heard a couple things today that I hadn't heard before, so appreciate it for sure, Yoder.
But sorry to interrupt, man. Please continue. Damn. I'm going to go ahead and change over the events. The previous event was Globe Earth arguments versus reality. I don't know how long that was going on, but DJ started it, and I don't see him in here. So I'm going to change over to a new event. Why do you think the Earth is flat? We know the Earth is flat. We want to know why you think the Earth is flat. Hopefully that'll spark some conversation with people coming in.
Yeah, man. The real value of GPS, everybody to use a common frame of reference, regardless of how inaccurate it is. It's more than raw absolute accuracy. It's also somewhat funny, somewhat coincidental that when GPS was first launched and utilized, the multi-billion-dollar satellite network produced the same level of accuracy as the prior network that it replaced, the completely ground terrestrial-based system called LORAN, LORAN. That's right, from like World War II, is just as accurate as GPS when it first launched. Isn't that a little weird? Like, I would find that very difficult to get past for an expenditure through Congress. Say, hey, yeah, Congress, so we want to spend billions and billions of dollars on the satellite network that'll accomplish the same thing that we've already got on ground towers. I mean, truth to be told, there's a lot more.
You broke up really bad again there, Yoder. You said, truth is, there's a lot more. They got nothing else.
Right, so the pseudo ranging of GPS, this is when you get the timestamp signals from a satellite. What does a timestamp and like the satellite's name give you? And if you get multiple timestamps from multiple signals from multiple satellites, whatever they really are, and you collect that in your receiver, what can you do with that? Well, without some missing information, you can't do shit. What you need on top of that is like distance or location, which is what satellites provide during that long 20-minute synchronization process when you first turn on your receiver. Satellites are also giving to the receivers a book. It's like a digital book, like a gigantic freaking ebook that tells the receiver where the satellites are around the globe at a particular point in time, now and into the future. You know, we get people, Globers, coming in all the time who seem to have technical backgrounds but misrepresent everything that GPS really does. I mean, they're like, well, it operates primarily off of the pseudo ranging, the timing packets, and the timing packets just prove that the Earth is a globe. Well, Guy, the timing packets alone don't let you do anything. You have to bake in the globe in order to use those timing packets. At that point, it's circular logic. Right? It could be a different globe or a flat plane, and I can take it on my GPS. And I read somewhere that the GPS now an updated almanac. It's because the system is constantly making observations and measurements of the time and angles of satellite signals, supposedly. And the great supercomputer in Colorado crunches all that data together and beams the updates every few hours to the constellation. And then those in return beam it down to the receivers. Receivers don't need to be updated every couple hours. But yeah, it's funny. Like even when you turn on a receiver, it's almost lying to you. It's like this part is doing signal acquisition and triangulation of satellites. Let's just be honest here. You're basically you have a low bit rate download of a massive database, a lookup table for the receiver. The lookup table tells the receiver where the satellites are supposed to be into the future. So now you start thinking, right? Why would the military like have no reason to be upset or worried if civilians have access to this technology? Well, I bet they've got their own datums, their own reference systems that we know nothing about, that we don't even know what they're called to even ask for them. You know, these things can be silently loaded into proprietary. It could be done such that the people using this technology themselves don't even know. You got to think that maps are highly critical and highly protected pieces of information. So who cares if the entire public around the world by convention is using this WGS84, you know, retail grade, consumer grade reference ellipsoid? And the real pros, they got other shit. I bet they're rocking flat Earth datums, to be honest. It's funny, like one of the papers I keep posting in here and talking about all the time by the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School concerning unmanned aerial vehicles. The whole paper's about how they can improve the accuracy for landing, takeoff, and target acquisition by dispensing with global coordinates for anything that's mission related, like anything that's operationally related to like taking off or landing or target acquisition. So yeah, I mean, they're already describing a system. This was like in 1997, describing a system where they can swap out latitude, longitude, geodetic arc distances, swap for much more accurate flat Earth Cartesian distances, and get better results, better landing alignment with the runway. I mean, isn't that funny? Like they're using the same system. They're still using pseudo ranging, the timing packets from the GPS constellation, but they're just swapping out the globe for flat local Earth, and accuracy improves. Like, I shit you not, this is what they're doing. And they don't have to be secret flat earthers to be doing this. They can still think Earth is a globe, and they don't know why the fuck this is happening, but whatever, it's happening this way, and it's just the way it works. So yeah, go ahead, make sure that you update that software, right? So that when that UAV goes into landing or takeoff mode or some target bombing mode, whatever the case is, you're going to swap out that global coordinate system for a local flat one. All right, maybe this is just because our global coordinate system isn't as accurate as we need on a global scale. So we need it more accurate on a local scale, and by golly, flat Earth just seems to work much better for some reason. And it's not just here, but there, and pretty much every receiver. Like how many Predator drone receivers with local tangent planes do you need for a globe? Like if you were to take all these Predator drones with swapped out local tangent planes and chain them together, are they now going to be inaccurate? Well, I mean, the answer is they're not going to be matching WGS 84. That's for sure.
Hi guys, how about ASMR for you?
It's kind of funny to think that people would rather believe that magic space rays, space signals from satellites are going to be more accurate than on the ground, like laser transit methodology for measuring distances. Like you could get out freaking measuring tape, lasers, theodolites, and you conduct a multimodal measurement of the Earth and then compare it to GPS from magic space signals. Be like, oh fuck, GPS seems to give us different numbers. Well, I guess we can throw out all this other shit. Let's just go with GPS and call it a day. I mean, I guess GPS can be made accurate at the local level if you use the differential GPS method and local transmitters on the ground and a local flat horizontal tangent plane. Yeah, in that case, you're going to get super accurate distances between points. At that point, you're also not using a globe.
Hey Yoder, so when you talk about this stuff, when you talk about the GPS stuff, you're saying that they're taking like flat plane measurements and stretching them over the WGS 84, right?
Sorry, you cut out for me. The flat plane what?
You said they're using like flat plane measurements and then stretching them over the WGS 84 to purport the globe. Is that what you're saying? Is that what I get?
Yeah, kind of. Like the ECEF system is a hybridization of two coordinate reference systems. One of them is a globe with a depth of 3959 miles, and the other is a local tangent plane for the receiver. So what happens is if you've got multiple receivers and you're doing asset tracking, and those receivers are broadcasting their location to like a central computer somewhere, then that computer is going to be taking all the location data and using math to bend it around a ball.
Cool, appreciate that. I'm trying to get like a starting point and explanation, like the simple starting point before the explanation.
Yeah, so the coordinates will be the same on flat as they are on globe, but the distances will be refined through the curvature process. And so will the azimuthal headings in many cases too.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, that globe part exists apart from the timing packets that GPS are receiving. Those timing packets are absolutely crucial, but they alone won't build a globe for you unless you presume one in the first instance. And like we mentioned, there are examples where you don't have to presume a globe. There are all these use cases, from improving the accuracy of UAV takeoff and landings to improving the accuracy of building state highway systems by swapping out globe stuff for flat stuff using GPS. Then you can read papers on the differential GPS method, where they use local emitters in conjunction with the GPS network in order to add refinements to the distance measuring process. You know, those refinements are done at the local tangent plane level. It's just hilarious. You know, to think that we're in 2026, we're surrounded with all this technology and not enough people with enough free time to really contemplate and think about what's been built around them or what they themselves are also building. So I think the COVID lockdowns really gave people that opportunity to sit down and think about these things, which is one of the reasons Flat Earth blew up.
It's like my job was crazy because my job changed crazy drastically, but I actually got busier during that because I'm a delivery driver, so I actually got busier during that when everybody else was closed down. Things changed, but I actually got busier. It's crazy.
Yeah, in your case, delivering to all the people stuck at home researching Flat Earth.
Yeah, dude. My business has dropped drastically while my residentials went uptick huge and my pickups actually went uptick huge. Like I have a Sally Beauty store on my route, and they basically closed. They had to close down. They weren't considered essential business, but to stay alive, they used their stores as little distribution centers. So the stores would take their product, do online orders, and the employees, instead of having the store open, were coming in, boxing up all the orders, and then I would pick them up. So I did. I've never been to a factory selling beauty in my life, but during that time, I was picking up 100 plus boxes a day. So things changed, but we're still busy.
So if you're a glober who believes that GPS proves the Earth is a globe, why do you think magic space rays are going to be more accurate than ground-based measurements? I mean, the real answer is not one they really want to give, right? What they're thinking is, wow, this is such amazing high tech technology. Oh my goodness, you got space, space radar and atomic clocks and a global network of. That's some super hot shit. Why wouldn't it work the way that I want to believe?
Oh, his YouTube channel is here. Wow.
Hi. Hi, guys. That's crazy, bro. Okay. Free Palestine.
Hey Yoder, if you're still there, could you answer a question about the angular size of the ISS? If it's like a refresher on that, if it's too far away for us to see it at size, please.
I guess I can ramble a bit. I don't have exact numbers for things right now. I'm also driving.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest things is I'm driving around, I'm in and out of places all day, and it makes it harder to retain some of this information. So sometimes it's nice to get refreshed.
Right, sorry about that. I had to step away for a second. Yeah, ISS calculations and math, right? So if you want to know the distance to something, all right, so let's say so you can use basic trig to get the distance to an object if you know how big it is, like in feet, and what angle it is, like a horizontal angle or an angle of in your field of view. So so if you know like the if you know the object is like the size of a 747 and it occupies like a, I don't know, 2-degree width in your field of view, then you take the size of a 747 as the size of the object and divide it by the angle, and that'll give you the distance to the object.
That's given if the size of the ISS, right, is the actual size of the thing that we see in the sky. It could be something
Yeah.
smaller, closer. We'll be able to tell the
Right.
difference.
What people pointed out is that given the stated size of the ISS, and it's its stated size as well as its angular size, and it can't be at the height that they say it is. It can't be going as fast as they say it is either. So yeah, that's really the long and short of it. Like distance is equal to height over theta. Tangent theta. Right, so you got to take the tangent theta. So let's say it's like 2 degrees. If like the height or the size of the object is like 300 feet, take 300 feet, divide by tangent 2 degrees, plug it in. That's your distance. There are so many like trigonometry calculators out there you can find that help out with this.
Appreciate that, man. Yeah, I've seen all the kinds of transiting the moon images and stuff like that. But people's the argument I was hearing yesterday is it's a shiny object against a very dark surface, and so the light is glancing off it, and that's why we can see it. And I'm like, well, that's not at all what it looks like transiting the moon. So trying to just put those things together with coherence. So I appreciate you, man.
Right. Thanks. So yeah, in trig, like trig is a funny thing where if you know like 2 out of 3 variables, then you can solve for the third variable. So like we've all had this in high school, right? Like if you have the angle and the size of the object, you can calculate the distance. If you have the angle and the distance to the object, you can calculate the size. If you have like the size of the object and the distance to the object, you can calculate the angle. And that's all that people are applying here to the ISS, to the moon, to the sun, to satellites. And still, at the end of the day, you need some kind of measurements, right? You need a measurement of the size of the object. You need a measurement of the distance to the object. You need a measurement of an angle of the field of view to the object or an angle of elevation of the object. You're going to have to get measurements and plug them into your formulation. And if you're not doing that, if you're just cooking up whatever mathematics, then you're going to have to get measurements in real life to see if those mathematics you cooked up are accurate. So you got to get, it always comes back to getting real world measurements. And what Globies like to do with us is they want us to give them a special plea. Well, granted, this one variable is true without an actual measurement. If you grant me this one special plea, then the rest of what I have to say makes sense. So let us whistle and skip past the graveyard together over this one thing, pretend like it's not even there, and then the rest of everything that we have to say about our belief in the globe holds up. Not even that is true. But you can't be granting all these special pleas and whistling past all these graveyards to get to the core truth.
Yeah, I'm no math whiz or anything, but it made sense to me. I was going to Virginia Tech for civil engineering before I did some apprenticeship work and realized I did not want to do that for a job. And so I did some apprenticeship work with my ex-girlfriend's dad, who actually has done the design and stuff for a bunch of the bridges on the interstates around us. I drive over one of them every day. It's crazy. But I did some apprenticeship work with him. Hated it as far as doing the work. I was like, I don't want to do this for a job. So I dropped off of it. But when looking into flat Earth, I saw all the holes that you just mentioned. Like, there's always an assumption, there's always an unknown number, and then a proof behind it. It's like that. Wait a second, that's bullshit. It's something I didn't even know. But it did peak in my head. Hey, this is made up.
Yeah, and the consequences of including a globe are, in very many cases, many cases, statistically insignificant to matter. So that you can still go on pretending there's a globe and not really. So maybe for some construction, you can still do it pretending you're on a globe. If you're finding out that your precision of your machining, of your construction, of your materials, of your assembly, and everything else, if you're assuming that the load bearing stress, the static and dynamic stress tension on the bridge, coupled with like thermal expansion and contraction over the course of the change of seasons and everything else, if those variables and factors are going to far outstrip the inconsequential globe geometry, then you can go ahead and bake in the globe to all of this, because all these other factors are introducing errors of much bigger proportionality than what the globe is. So you can conceivably include the globe in such cases and tell everybody that you built it on a globe, but then when you show them the math and the statistics, they're going to see that the globe was so inconsequential so as to not matter, that you could have easily done the same using a flat Earth assumption, and you still wouldn't have the ability to differentiate between flat or globe. What we are after, folks, and what we've been asking for as a community for 10 years is exclusive globe evidence, something that cannot be interpreted flat or globe. We want that exclusivity. We want people to say, look, we know that the Earth is a globe. It's been measured. It's been done so definitively. That's how science works. And then they present us the measurements and the methodology and the rationale. And what do we get? We get from these professionals, some of them in the field of measuring the Earth themselves, what we get from them are shortcuts and assumptions and excuses, left and right, even admissions. Right? The globe is so big so as to be inconsequential in these cases, but in other cases, the globe doesn't explain what we can see and measure. So when we start getting down to the brass tacks, right? We start getting down to the refinements of 8 inches per mile squared and a 6-foot observer seeing the horizon at 3 feet or 3 feet, 3 miles away. Now we're dealing with a level of precision relative to the globe that is extreme, that is absolutely enough to begin to differentiate between globe and flat geometry. But if you're dealing instead of like over the course of inches and feet, but dealing with like miles and miles at a time, you're not dealing with the level of precision that is going to be statistically significant. That's just the way it is. If you've got like a mile-long bridge that expands and contracts horizontally 12 feet every year over the course of the change of seasons, I mean, that alone is a bigger variable than the curvature of the Earth would be if it existed. If the geometry of the bridge deforms more heavily under rush hour, deflecting, by 5 feet up or down, just over the course of a day, maybe twice a day, well, then that's also much greater variability than where globe curvature can be found. We see similarities with like the Coriolis arguments, people shooting a rifle and doing, the adjustments for Coriolis deflection. Well, up against all the other variables that can affect your accuracy, I mean, the globe and its purported motion is inconsequential. So you can go ahead and factor it in all you want, and you can factor it in and declare victory and say you accounted for the globe, but how meaningful was it? Well, statistically meaningless. Yeah, these big problems arise when we have these observations of buildings, of land features, terrain, in all different environments, in all different weather conditions, where the globe just does not make sense, does not explain it. What we truly have is a green field of white swans and not a black swan to be found. That's right. That's right. Flat Earth isn't the black swan like you've been told by some famous influencers out there in this space. Flat Earth are all the fucking white swans. Would a globe defender like to submit a black swan for the globe? Because, guys, I got white swans for days, for days. I got white swan flat Earth observations and measurements for days. Where is the black swan of a globe? All you globers need is one instance. You can disprove flat Earth today with that black swan globe Earth observation or measurement. So where is it? Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired of treating flat Earth as the black swan. It's been a bad setup, a bad formulation from the beginning. It's bad because it presumes that all the white swans are globe Earth observations out there, and that's absolutely not the case. Like, why would you concede that? I don't know. I don't know, but supposedly much smarter brains than me came up with it.
Mm. Guess who's back? Shit is back. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Mm.
Y'all, period. I literally, well, I knew about this channel, but it's called Q's a Walk in a Nutshell, and y'all should watch it. It's the most interesting YouTube thing ever.
Why is it interesting?
Because it talks about a lot of scientific things. Like, this is, like, I hate science, but he makes it, like, his voice is so calming, and he makes it where it's, like, I can watch, like, a lot of his videos, and, like, they're not short. They're, like, maybe, like, 10 to 11 minutes long, sometimes 15, so they're not short, but, like, you know, like, I really love watching his, like, like, him talk. Like, I don't know, it's, like, good, bruh. That's all I gotta say, it's, like, good.
Well, are you going to be using science to determine if the Earth is a globe?
No, I'm just saying. He doesn't even
Oh,
have a vid fuck.
damn, what the hell is wrong with you? Holy
What the hell?
Chill.
You right
Who's
there, Pup?
laughing? Yes, I'm okay.
You better not die in this room.
I won't. Whew, oh my god, my neck. What was I saying?
Otherwise, people really will say that flat Earth is dangerous.
I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, he talks about planets. He talks about like alcohol, like, and he talks about like your brain and shit. Like, he talks about a lot of stuff. Like, I remember I watched him in middle school. Like, he is the best YouTuber I can watch, bruh. Oh my god.
All right.
I know. I think
What's he say?
24/7 live streams the best science and technology and math related podcast or
Yep,
series.
that's why you
24/7 science?
that in here, this channel, because this is where you spend most of your time when you're listening to things, right? Like, you could be listening to him right now, but you're sitting in here with us, waiting for us to talk.
Nah.
We can talk about alcohol too, but
No, he was just talking about the effects and how like how it works and shit, and like he's like the only YouTuber I can watch that's like you know, like like I won't have like that attention span shit. Like I love his videos, bro. He's funny too. I put it in chat if y'all want to see. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. What the
Are you
hell?
okay over there?
Yes, bro. I know. Something keeps
You got like
tickling my
black lung
brain.
or something? Are you a coal miner?
No, bro. Something keeps tickling my nose. And then, like, you know, your nose is connected to your mouth. So it's like, you get like.
Uh-oh.
Wait, did your cot thing arrive?
Yeah,
Yacht?
my anxiety pin. It's an
We got another
anxiety
squeaker
pin.
here. We got another squeaker.
Squeaker. Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Yeah, did you hear the squeaker earlier? It's like too high for this.
That's literally
Oh
my
yeah,
twin.
I remember that one.
That's
That
crazy because
creature.
my persona is a mouse, so I squeak,
Oh
period.
shit. Yeah, you might fit in well with the debate flat Earth and more people on Jim Panda's server. It's a bunch of furries, a huge furry community of atheistic globers who hate flat Earth, and they
Wait,
love their fursuits.
wait. Hate like globers or like hate
No,
the
they hate
idea?
flat Earthers. They're a bunch of furries who hate
Oh
flat
no,
Earth.
I don't. Oh, they hate flat Earth, not the people who believe in flat Earth.
No,
So
no,
two
no.
different
They
things.
hate like they're a tribe of furries, right? It's a tribe, and they have a server called Gem Pandas, and they just spend all day whining about flat earthers
Oh, this
and
sounds
Oh,
talking
like
they also
about
yiff
like
to
not
each other.
fun.
They do the yiff thing, right? Isn't that where you like sniff the other one's asshole?
What the
yeah,
fuck? I don't do
yeah. It's a
that.
furry. It's a tribe of the furries ritual.
Yeah, yiffing assholes everywhere. Yeah, you can go to that server and you'll be talking to like Happy Hippo 411,
Wait,
bamboozling
are your
baboon.
lungs in your back?
And while you're at Gym Pandas, ask them about radiance. They will go nuts.
Crizzle,
What?
you're all about radians in the last couple of months. It's funny. I still don't understand it because you're clearly better at math than me.
Yeah, but when you're using an XYZ axis, you get 4 inner angles of 90 degrees. And when you're using an angle and arc length from equator to Polaris of 90 degrees, then you get a 90 radian circle on your surface, a 180-degree plane with 1 pi in it.
Yeah, mathematically you do, but in the real world, no.
Glossy balls, period.
Yeah, but when you're measuring a Earth, which is basically a 180-degree plane, and you're measuring it with a 120-degree baseline for your triangle because you're using a 60-degree angle, then you're really short in your baseline in the first place, even with the math.
No, you're not. There's absolutely no problem.
Yeah, but when you go outside of that 120-degree triangle, which still has 180 degrees within it, when you go outside of that triangle, then you will have spherical axis because you're going outside of your radius length.
Well, you might, yeah, exactly. There's going to be a topology mismatch between the two. It has nothing to do with the difference in using radians versus degrees.
No, 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 no. It has nothing to do with radians versus degree. But in a unit circle on the meridian, 1 degree equals to 1 radian, and that 1 degree only has 60 arc minutes in it to the 60 nautical miles of your 1 radian. But that 1 radian is made up of a first angle you take from center point in a straight line away. And that is that 5729 that you get from dividing 360 by 2 pi. And that is the measurement, the rate of change in between your degrees outwards. and around.
No, that's never been measured.
No, but I'm not saying it's measured. I'm telling you, it is a calculation based on a 60-degree angle.
Yeah, why are you using 60-degree angles?
Good question. It could have to do because I build up the model to our vision and our central field of view in when we look out. That is a 60-degree angle. And when you place that over a surface which is rising in front of you, basically even that angle, because you have a 135 vertical, that is exactly the half of your vertical angle over the surface.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to account for like the average human vision, sure, but we use cameras and telescopes.
Yeah, but even those are based on the same angle of that central focus.
It depends on the camera or telescope. Yeah, they got different fields of view.
Yeah, but when you're using a 60-degree angle in the first place, because they're using, when you have a 270-degree angle for a camera lens, which is the widest view you have, that lens has even a center focal angle of 75.3. So that's close to the 74.29 they're using for the globe model.
I'm not sure why you think that has to be necessary.
It ain't necessary, but when you know they're also using a 90-degree for the great circle, which they say is equator circle, but that equator circle's distance resembles back to when you take that radius in arc minutes and you put them on into the circumreference, then you come out at 21,600, which is exactly 60 degree and not 90.
Yeah, that's what they say is the circumference in nautical miles. Okay.
Yeah, but when you have an equator plane, because they're using a 90 radian circle, so that leaves them 30 degrees of space.
Yeah, but they're not actually measuring to a physical surface.
No, it's all based on line of sight. They're all panning from horizon to horizon. That is why it's a straight line over the surface.
Right, and so the arc segment lengths of that mathematical surface are not going to be same as the linear lengths cutting through the center of the unit circle. Right?
Yeah, but when you're measuring an angle within that 90-degree angle, you already have that radian angle where you're measuring from. So that any angle within that 90-degree angle will never be more than 1 pi.
That's also not true.
Because when you have a 90-degree angle, you have pi divided by 2. Because when you have 90 pi divided by 180, you come out at pi divided by 2. That is because those two radian angles fit 2 times in a circle.
Yeah, there's no problem with that. Listen, I mean, if you're going to stick with radians, stick with radians. Don't conflate radians with degrees, and you'll be all set. It's internally consistent.
Yeah, but they keep denying that one radian resembles 1 degree. They say, no, it's 60. Well, you can't have 60 degrees resembling to 1 degree on your meridian. That's fucking ridiculous.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you find in this that they're not using radians as much like you find in physics, in astronomy, using celestial navigation and even surveying, right? You find people using degree conventions just so that way they don't have to go through the pi conversion process of radians.
Yeah, exactly. But they got that radius through that pi and that radian in a straight line on the meridian. That 1 degree, 5, 7, that is for every degree out from center, but it's also for every degree away from that line.
Yeah, but you're also in radians and not degrees.
Yeah, but then I'm that's what I'm saying. I'm counting radians. I'm multiplying radians with 1 radian. And they don't get that because they say, oh, you can't do that. You're multiplying degrees with radians. No, because
Yeah.
in a unit circle, when I have 60 degrees, I also have 60 radians of 1. But that
Yeah,
1
but
radians
these are
resembles 5729, and that's how they calculated that radius in the first place.
they didn't use radians in the first place for any of this. I mean, you can use radians.
Yeah, but there's
You
no
seem to be
way
making
to
a
get it.
problem out of something that's not even a problem.
Yeah, but without that radian angle of 5729, which you could derive from a 360 divided by 2 pi, you have no measurement to build anything.
Well, hold on. You don't have to do 360 divided by 2 pi and use radians. You can convert to degrees. You just use degrees. Just divide 360 by 4.
Yeah, and then you get 90. But with that 90, you still don't have that 1 degree angle you need to make to make
Well,
that line from
yeah,
that
you
center
do.
point
You
away,
got
to
90
make
of
that
them.
angle away.
Yes, you've got 90 of them.
Yeah, but in that 90, that pi is already included. And that radian angle is already
Okay.
included because they are around the center point within that angle.
Okay. Okay.
And that's why you can use it that distance, because it's an irrational number. And pi is also an irrational number. It means you can multiply it with degrees, with arc minutes, with nautical miles, with kilometers, with miles. It doesn't fucking matter because the outcome will still be the one that you are multiplying with.
Right, right. I mean, like I was, listen, if you want to use radians, stick with radians. If you want to use degrees, stick with degrees. Don't mix the two. And if you're going to
Yeah, but
mix the
I'm not
two, convert
mixing the
them.
two. But I'm not mixing the two. That's just this, because that unit circle tells me exactly when I have
Yeah, you're
60
not.
degrees in the arc length, then I know exactly in that unit circle I also have 60 radians on the
Yeah,
radius.
that's fine. Listen, I have no problem. I don't know why anybody would have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's a good question because they have been spiraling for weeks about it.
Who's spiraling?
Or all an EA, Jim Panda.
Oh.
I can't calculate a radius with 5729. It's impossible because they are all mixed up in the fractions of their pi that which they are multiplying for the angles of the ground, while I'm talking about angles on the ground.
I think if you say anything as a flat earther in those channels, they'll just call it out, even no matter how correct it is, just because it came out of a flat earther's mouth.
Yeah, exactly, but it's their own math. They can't fucking deny this.
Yeah,
That's where the
there's
whole
Globus
fucking
for you.
model is built off. So good luck with that. If you want to destroy your own globe model, be my guest. Because all
That's what they do.
calculations, there's no measurement in that, only a degree. From
They'll throw any
Polaris,
part of
how
their
far
globe model under the
Polaris
bus.
is dropping in the sky towards you on that angle, because that angle from equator to Polaris is a 90-degree angle, and they're only using 60 degree of it.
Yeah, so when you're dealing with dishonest troll anti-flat earthers, they'll throw anything under the bus just to try to argue with a flat earther. You know, they'll throw any scientist, any paper, any part of their own model under the bus just to try to weasel their way through an argument with a flat earther to try to get the upper hand. It's crazy.
Yeah, but even when you give them with the so-called nasty little story about we falling with 30 kilometers a second into the sun, which gives them the 24-hour revolution around the axis, which gives us day and night basically. But when you calculate that back to how much it is in an hour. In an hour, that is 108,000 kilometers. But in 24 hours, that's 2,592,000 kilometers. But that's for one day. And how they, but when you calculate the radius of that is 412 and something. But when you multiply that by the 365 and 25.25 days for the year, then you come out at the radius they have for the sun, the distance that the sun is from us. So how the fuck are we making such a, because we're circling that thing every day, but still we're making a giant loop around that. So what is really happening? Are we just seeing it because we only see an arc in the day in every hemisphere, just a quarter of arc basically, because it's going up and going down back in a 90-degree angle. So the whole fucking model is ridiculous.
Yep, absolutely.
Hey, Chris, I was listening to you yesterday talking about this in there. You're a fucking warrior, yo. Keep it up.
Yeah, when I'm right, I'm not giving up that bone. You can fuck it.
All right, where the hell are all the globe earthers at? All right, I'm going to change the name of the event. Damn it, I thought of something awesome just earlier. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So they're always asking us, right, to validate, like to convince them that the Earth's not a globe, right? We should run a reverse event where they have to try to convince us that it's a globe. So I'm going to end this event, start a new one. Gives them a challenge, you know? They
Period.
might
That's a
think they
great
can be the
idea,
globe.
DJ. You're super duper smart. Oh, is that a baddie I see? Nah, never mind. You should change it to Ebo's debate. That's the best.
Talking about me, Ipo.
Nobody's
Hello.
talking into you, lads. Go do your push-ups, boy.
What is going on?
We're talking about flat Earth.
What?
We're talking about flat Earth.
Flat Earth. What? Flat Earth.
Are you like foreign? Do you not know English?
Yeah, I'm bet. Yeah.
I'm being nice, yo. It's the
What?
English
Shut
learning
Gotta be nice
season.
to
up.
people, Ippo. Ippo, you gotta
I
be
am
nice,
nice.
Ippo. You gotta
I'm
be
very
nicer.
nice.
Much
Nicer
English
is
nicer
not a
than
learning
what
word.
what
server.
you think is nice. You have to be
Yeah,
much nicer than that to the new guests
get out.
if you don't want to get muted.
Out.
Oh, whatever.
Move your
Fine.
booty.
Okay.
Move your booty
Who
out.
the freak keeps talking or saying that?
I'm sorry, I'm talking to my cat. He keeps trying to get into my baby stroller. I forgot that
Oh,
my headphones are super superb.
you're lucky to have a cat. I can't have any cats.
Get a dog then.
No, I have dogs. I have 3 Chihuahuas and Pomeranians
They're like
mixed.
cats.
Ipo, aren't you a
No.
furry? Why don't you just become a
Can you
cat?
like shut up about my furry stuff? Like everybody knows I'm a furry, okay? Stop trying to embarrass me.
Just why don't you just
Not
become a cat?
funny. That's not how furries work. And my persona is a mouse. So
Anyway, sorry for interrupting.
Like, can't you just change arbitrarily whenever you want?
no, you can't. Okay, Jesus.
Okay.
You have a dog.
You're making me angry. Anyways, all your lungs are in your are your lungs in your back or in the front of you? Because I've been wanting to know that because
Brother,
You know,
they're
Google
it's
it.
neither. It's neither.
they're in the
I'll
middle.
give you a hint.
Are they in the middle?
They are inside.
I
They're not
know.
in front or in back of you.
So they're in the middle. I'm just saying that because I thought your kidneys were in front of you, and then I found out they were behind you. Jesus,
Brother.
I have a headache. About I don't have a headache, but my head is like killing me right now.
You know what fixes that?
So
If you put.
DJ, I was just about to try to go ahead.
Oh no, nothing. I was just going to tell her that putting yourself on mute helps headaches. Helps
No.
us not have headaches. So put
ASMR,
yourself on mute. Yeah,
listening
what was
to
that, Elijah?
ASMR, not listening to ASMR, not in the room with us, that would help. But yeah, DJ was trying to get like what an event going.
Yep, just starting it now. And it's called, 1 second, let me check. Convince us that the Earth is a globe.
Ooh, I'm open-minded.
Yeah. They might think they can do
Guys,
that, so.
I'm on the flat Earth team, so I'm gonna be debating a glober.
Hell no.
People,
What do you
if you want to
mean?
get rid of your headaches, what always helps me with my migraines is magnesium biglycinate.
What is that?
That's just
It's
a
probably coming
plain
from your
old
phone,
salt
Hippo. So
your
just
body
turn off your
needs.
phone, turn off your iPad, turn off your computers, turn off all your devices, and the headache will go away straight away.
With a
Or
little
you
bit of
Go
can
for
have,
it.
ASMR and
or
maybe
you
some
can,
magnesium.
or you can
Yeah.
have fluid in your brain.
Or you
Yeah,
could
your
try
brain is
Devices
dry.
drinking.
turn off.
You could try drinking water instead of all that Coca-Cola.
I don't even drink Coca-Cola. That's disgusting. I drink Sprite. Get it right. Thank you.
But also water actually doesn't help. Because especially in hot areas, like I'll drink a ton of water and I'm like, why am I feeling faint? Well,
Cause you're
because I'm
not
flushing out
drinking
my
it
system.
with
Exactly.
electrolytes. You need electrolytes, not just water.
Hence why
Yeah, the
she's
best
telling
thing for
you
that.
about the magnesium. Hmm
And a
Magnesium is
watermelon.
electrolyte?
A
No,
watermelon
no,
does wonders as well.
Right, I bet it does.
no. I mean, it's delicious.
Of course you
Very.
find it delicious. You're just leading into the stereotype. Oh my god.
It's not a stereotype.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So where do watermelon come from?
Watermelon comes from the melon seed.
No, but where from? What region?
To Africa?
Is that? Let me Google it because I don't know.
So why the hell you gonna ask me that question you don't know? Now
Because
what if it does come from
I have a
Africa? Gonna
sneaking
look crazy.
suspicion. That's why. No,
If it
it
does,
wouldn't look crazy actually.
hey Siri, where does
Oh
watermelon
yeah,
In
come
Italy?
northeast and southern Africa. So
Huh.
that makes it not unusual for us to like watermelon. See what I'm saying? Like, why would that be
Oh my god.
weird?
That's it's literally leaning into the stereotype of all black
No,
people eat
it's a dumb
Kool-Aid
stereotype
and
when
eat chicken.
that's it's a dumb stereotype when look where we're getting it from. Okay. So I like oranges too. I'm not wherever oranges come
Tangerines
from.
or oranges?
Both.
Hello?
Hello.
Would you like to convince me that the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, me too.
Hello?
Yeah, convince me that the Earth is a globe. Very excited.
Yo, brother, do you understand this?
Bro, he said hello 2 times. He says that shit a third time. Crack up.
Yeah, yo, don't laugh at him. Give him a chance, yo.
No, it's funny cause I was like, me too. And then he said hello first, and then like we were talking, and then he said hello after a good amount of seconds.
Yes,
And I'm
I
saying it
know,
would be
I
funny.
know it's funny, but you gotta give him a chance. He's learning.
English?
Yeah, it's an English learning server.
You're in the
Oh
English hub,
right.
IPO, right? This is you can also learn English as well while you're
So
here.
you're saying I don't know English, DJ?
No,
I'm
I'm not
saying that.
saying that.
I say
Yeah,
that.
you are. Y'all
I'm
are
just saying
being
you could learn it. You could
stereotypes.
learn to improve your English. But let's check on the new people that are here before they leave, right? So we got Nick. Welcome, Nick. Welcome, Mohammed.
Welcome.
Welcome, brother. Welcome, Mohammed Learns. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see
A
me.
harmless
To see
song. Wait.
me.
Ooh.
Glad to meet you.
Yeah, awesome. And we've got Genja or Gengar. Welcome. I'm all right has joined. Welcome. I'm all right. Good to hear that you're all right.
Muhammad learns.
Yeah, I was joking about that. Was Matthew Learns. Welcome, Matthew.
Oh, that's a lot. Because I'm like, yeah, all the jokes that you can make from there being Muhammad learns.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway,
All right, welcome, Chroma. Welcome.
some sort of Middle Eastern tech channel or something. Okay, I'm sorry.
Welcome, Cole. We got Cole here. All right, who else? Got a bunch of people joining. All right, does anyone want to say hello, or besides Muhammad? Right, but if no one else wants to say hello, Muhammad, do you have any questions about flat Earth, or did you have? I don't think you're going to be able to convince us that the Earth's a globe, but you're welcome to try.
Yes, I would to enhance my language with
I poured
such
hot water and it broke.
conversations.
Let's just go get him. Sorry.
Yes.
All right, what were you saying, Muhammad?
I am I am glad to meet such a conversation to enhance my English language.
Excellent, excellent. Yep, keep up the good work. All right, a lot of native English speakers in this channel, so it's a good place to listen when we have conversations, and you can improve your English just by listening.
Yes, do you are do you speaking about specific conversation, a topic? Uh,
Yeah, we talk about flat Earth in here. This is the Flat Earth channel.
yes, I mean, is there a specific topic in this channel, in this conversation?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. We're looking to start a conversation about a
Yes.
specific topic. We are running an event, right? We're running an event at the moment,
Yes.
a server event called Convince Us That the Earth is a Globe. And we would like people to convince us as flat earthers that the Earth is actually a globe.
Yes, it's a fantastic topic.
Yep. Yeah. So we're waiting for some people to join that want to engage in the topic of the event. And until then, we're just waiting.
Yes.
Which country are you from?
I am from Egypt.
Egypt. Okay.
Yes.
Hot weather.
So,
Do you have? How is your weather in Egypt today? Is it very hot?
yes, it's it exceeds 43 degrees.
Whoa, that's
It's very hot.
crazy.
Very hot.
That's so hot. Damn.
Sometimes reach to 44,
Wow.
and sometime reach to 46 also.
Damn, that's like an oven.
Yes. But we adopt with this weather. Adapt
With
with
what?
this but we are
Adapt
adapt with this weather.
with the climate?
With the climate. Yes, climate.
Right. I get you. Yep.
And you, where are you from?
I'm from Australia.
Australia.
Yeah,
Yes.
Australia. You know, sometimes it gets above 40 degrees in Australia, but not very often.
Yes. And what are you doing for living?
For work?
After work, yes.
Yeah. So I run online businesses
Yes.
myself.
As a freelancer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Self-employed.
Self-employed.
Well, not.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I work in like online retail.
Yes. I think it's a good job.
Yeah.
As you not constrained with routines.
Exactly. Yeah. It's very gives you a lot of freedom to travel and to
And
not have
development
to.
yourself also.
Yep. Absolutely. All right, we got some new people joined. Akmal, welcome, Akmal. If you want to say, yeah. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to the channel.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are you from, Akmal?
I'm from Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, welcome. If you have any questions about the channel or anything like that, about the topic, Flat Earth, let us know.
No, thank you. I don't have any questions. I just.
All right. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Welcome to everyone else new that's joining. We've got Andre that's just joined. Welcome, Andre. Welcome and MD1 as well. And Dimitri and Emma. Welcome, everybody. If anyone has any questions about the topic, welcome Shachi as well. And TMMMMMM. Welcome to the channel. Right, so I'm going to put myself on mute. And if any of you have questions about Flat Earth, right, or if you want to convince us that the Earth's a globe, which is the name of the event, just open your mic and we'll respond. But until then, I'm going back on mute.
Hello. Hi. How you doing?
No, no.
It's
Yo, I thought that was equal for a second.
Bro,
I
stop
think
fucking playing with me.
someone hijacked Aya's microphone for a second. Some kid. Can't swear in here, Ippa. It's a server where we have to abide by the rules. No swearing.
Oh, my bad,
No.
folks.
So it's okay.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
No, don't say, Julia, don't say, okay?
Welcome, Aya.
Hi. I would like to say the Earth is actually not flat because then the gravity won't work. Like the whole.
PHG, you have some. Thank you. All right, Sachi. Yeah, okay. All right, that's an interesting argument. Okay, so what are you talking about when you're talking about gravity? Do you just mean if we drop something, it falls to the ground? Is that what you mean by gravity?
Yeah, kind of. Like I mean the atmosphere, the you know the gases being attracted
Right.
and the atmosphere forming up.
Okay, but I don't think that gravity affects gas particles. I think that gas particles move because of kinetic energy.
Yeah,
Okay, and
but
gas particles, when they move in all directions, right? They can go up, they can go sideways, they can go left and right and down, and anywhere they bounce off another particle, and they just move in straight lines. Okay, so it'll move in a straight line indefinitely until it gets bounces off another gas particle or bounces off the wall of its container. Gravity should be pulling all of the gas particles down to the ground, right? But that doesn't happen when we test. They don't
I'm
have a
not
directional bias.
specifically I'm not specifically talking about the gas particles or anything. I'm talking about the atmosphere. The if we like go from the point of view of evolution, the atmosphere like came together because of the gravity, you know.
Well, the atmosphere is a combination of gas particles, different types of gas particles. So
Yeah,
you are
and
talking about
gas
gases.
particles, those gas particles form the protective layer around the earth because of the gravity. If you actually like look from the evolution point of view, from the starting of the earth, that would not be possible if the earth was flat.
Right, but that's just a theory, right? Which doesn't have scientific
Yeah.
validation.
No, science actually does believe in that theory. It's literally the modern theory
No,
of
no, no.
evolution.
Some scientists believe in that theory, but they also agree that it's just a theory. It doesn't have scientific validation. It's just a theory. And there's a lot of
Yeah.
problems with it as well. And this is one of the main problems, right? This is the biggest problem for that theory. When we go out and test the surface of the Earth with using high powered laser beams, using infrared cameras, and all sorts of technology that we have now, right? We can't detect any curvature of the Earth over large distances.
But we cannot clearly determine that it's flat as well, right?
Right, but the surface of water is flat. Do you agree with me on that? Right? The surface of water is not
Oh, yeah.
curving.
But
Yeah?
that does not justify the Earth's surface. I mean, it's
Right,
not
but
perfectly round as well, but it is geoid. Like,
yeah, that's the
not
claim,
perfectly
right?
round, but yeah.
But when we test that claim, right, the surface
Hmm.
of water is flat. So do you know what percentage of the surface of the Earth is actually covered in water?
Yeah, it's actually a large amount.
Right, it's like over 70%.
Yeah.
Right. So if we're testing the surface of the water and it's not curving, then the Earth cannot possibly be a globe because that curvature would have to be there because of gravity, right? Gravity would be pulling everything towards the center of a globe, towards the center of mass. That means that we can calculate specifically how much curvature there should be over a certain distance. So let's say we have a body of water, like a lake, and it
Hmm.
is, let's say 30 kilometers across it. We can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over that distance. And then we can use our technology to go and test to see if the curvature is there. And when we go and test it, it's not there.
That I think that is because that is our point of view. It's not, it does not just like justify the fact, like it does not prove your point. If you ask me why, because we are very, very smaller in size comparable to the Earth. Like it's what it has the radius of 6,400 kilometers only, and we are very small compared to that. So like it's basically like an ant walking on a ball. I'd say a football or
Okay,
something.
Right.
so are you saying nobody can prove that Earth is a globe because of that?
Excuse me, wait. I did not hear you.
Yeah. Does that mean that nobody can prove that Earth is a globe?
I mean, it is provable from the satellite images. We have satellite images, and also that like during lunar eclipses, Earth casts a shadow on Moon, and it is circular. It is round,
Okay.
so we cannot say
All right.
that it's flat.
So did they prove that Earth is a globe with satellites, but before satellites they didn't?
Um, I'm not sure about that.
Okay. And are you how sure are you that the shadow on the moon is coming from the Earth during a lunar eclipse?
Because it's possible because Earth is nearest to the Moon now.
Well, what happens when that shadow comes in upside down from where it's supposed to be if Earth is a globe? Because that happens a lot. It's called a selenelian lunar eclipse. It's a type of lunar eclipse where the shadow just doesn't make any sense. Why? Because during this lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, and yet the moon is fully eclipsed. Can't be by the Earth.
Can you see the image is she still here? I think she bailed. You scared her away, Yoda.
Yeah.
Yes, she's gone.
Oh.
What?
She did the Homer Simpson into the fence, backing up into the fence, into the bush. Nice images, Yaga Bruno. I was just about to go over them with her. Oh, that's a good one. I hope you've got those posted in Pickled Minds, man, in the Eclipse section.
Right. You better do it. They're all out of ammo. It's like now finish this off. So I
You glitching real bad.
All right. Does anyone else have any evidence that the Earth's a globe? What about Sumon? Welcome, Sumon. Convince us that the Earth's a globe. TMMMMM. Convince us that the Earth's a globe. Please. We're desperate. It's a kind of unfair event, isn't it? You know, convince someone that knows way more about the globe that the Earth's a globe.
Yo, okay.
That's a good one.
God.
What, Ippo? You're going to convince us?
Maybe, period.
That's your latest word, isn't it? Period.
No shade, no tea, but yes.
Can you see in the side chat, Ippo? See the second last image with the moon with the shadow on it?
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah. Right. So the horizon should be curving like with the highest part in the center, like an arc, right? That's the horizon on a globe. It should be casting a shadow that's like the top of a basketball, right? It's called convex.
Wait,
But during
what?
so right, think about this, right? Right? So the sun, right? You got the sun, and then you've got the earth in the middle, and then you've got the moon, right? And you've got
Yeah.
someone standing on top of the earth looking at the moon. And then the earth moves in between the sun and the moon, and it causes a shadow on the moon. And that shadow should be
Sorry,
like the
but
top of a basketball, right? It should be a convex shadow. But during the Selenian eclipse, that shadow is upside down.
You sure it's not edited?
Yeah, yep. We actually know the guy that took this exact footage. There's tons of footage of it, and people don't deny that this happens. This is called the impossible eclipse. That's why they call it the impossible eclipse on a globe.
Mm-hmm.
So the shadow is upside down. Crazy, right? Cray.
What is wrong with you? My goodness gracious. Wait,
She got some like THC vape or something like that, I think.
Tickling my neck. Oh my god.
Hazel, Haziel,
yeah, what's up?
hey, what's going on, man?
Fine. Yo, where's
Welcome.
where's all these, bro? All these people. Where are you talking?
Yeah, we're talking to
I
some
don't
of the
know. I
people
just
that are in
joined.
here.
See dust. That's all. So
Huh? What's your question?
I mean, where's these? I use join on the room and I see these. Where's all these?
People? Where are the people?
Yeah, but why are you talking?
What? It's because we're in a voice chat, right? That's why I'm talking.
Oh yeah, I know, bro. Come on.
Came in the
But
middle of a conversation, bro.
I mean, where's this conversation? What are you talking about?
We're
We're
talking
just talking
about
about. Go
we're
ahead.
talking about inconsistencies of the globe.
Globe? Where's the globe,
Yeah,
bro? I don't
there
know
is no
where.
globe. Yeah, the globe Earth.
You know what? I use mute me. Sorry.
Bricked. All right. Olin. Hello. Olin, Ariel, Sanabria. Welcome.
Hello.
Howdy. Welcome to the channel. Let us know if you have any questions about the topic of flat Earth.
Are you defend this topic about do you think the air is plane?
That the Earth is a plane.
The air is flat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Earth is not a globe. Yep.
Why? Explain me the reason why.
Because when we test it using modern technology, we can't detect any curvature over distance.
But okay, I'm gonna suppose I suppose that you have a part of the reason because you believe the unique thing that you believe is the thing that you see every day. Okay.
No, if it was a globe, you would still experience the Earth as flat, right?
I don't know how what do I say because all my life I believe in this and I cannot change my opinion because the science, the things and the functional and the firm the the continents is organized. That makes me that made me need that made me know the Earth is a globe.
Yoda, you able to chat at all?
Yeah, I can step in.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we all believe that the Earth was a globe. Every single one of us in this room, especially the flat earthers, believe that the Earth was a globe. But we never saw it. We never experienced it. We heard about all the globe stories from other people, from people who claim to be astronauts or space scientists. Right? So we were surrounded with all the same influences. Why would we question that the Earth is a globe? Well, guess what happens when you start to look into it?
Tell me, all the science that have existence, and they tried to demonstrate it's a globe. Over here, that the thing that I wanna say, how can I say this? Oh, let me think. No, I don't have the idea. But why they can hide this this is they got there is a glove for us. Why they need hide it's tell me.
I think they believe that the Earth is a globe too, because they grew up just like you, just like me. They grew up being told that the Earth is a globe, and this is how we know. And they had no reason to challenge it, and they never bothered to challenge it. They never bothered to take the challenge. Say if Earth has a radius, then it has to be curving by this amount. So let's go find that measurement. Let's go figure out if we can tell. Instead, whenever people try to measure it, they come up with excuses, right? They say, well, Earth may be a globe, but it's so big it looks flat.
Sorry, what do you mean? I don't understand nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they believe that the Earth is a globe, and even if they go out and check, they may just think, well, Earth's just too big. Earth looks flat, but we know it's a globe, but it looks flat. And they carry on with their lives.
It's a globe, does not make sense.
Yeah, we're all told it's that. We're given the size and dimensions and all the particulars, but if we test it, we can't find the evidence.
Imagine there being a a flat. But what's happened with the sea? The sea doesn't deeply. Yes, it's deeply. The flat Earth doesn't make sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? Like you see how flat the Earth is and how much it doesn't move.
Okay, how you can explain me the sea? The sea. Can try explain the sea, the oceans. Explain me this. Oh, you're
The
gonna say me
oceans?
the flat Earth is a long, big, and how do you explain me this?
Dude, I
That
mean,
made me
if I
sense
go to the
because
beach,
okay, that made me sense because of Newton, we can know about the how can I say about the gravitation. I don't know how that's where is there, but imagine that we can know about is that when you grab something and let it fall because it's attracted by the ender of the cell on the ender of the world. Do, do you know? And so the water is attracted to the core, to the earth. So
yeah, well,
but
how do you
how
know
can
there's
I
a core
explain?
of the Earth? Right? If I drop something, how do I know it's going inward to the center of a core and not just downward on a flat surface?
You cannot explain me that because if I heard where a flat the sea the sea fill out to the other parts in a short part of time. The moon don't change position. The sun don't change position. You cannot explain and reference that because you don't have any idea. You say it's a flat,
That's not
but you
true.
can.
I can explain all these things. I can come up with as many explanations as you want.
Okay, give
But
me the
I'll tell
explication.
you what, explanations are cheap, right? Good liars have good explanations. So how do you know explanations are true?
Leo, I'm back in.
Right. And there are people who are not necessarily lying, but offer explanations. They're not trying to deceive you. It's because they believe something that's false. So good liars have good explanations, and good believers have good explanations.
Another
So
thing to keep in
explanations
mind.
don't do anything. Go ahead.
Sorry, Yoder. It just seemed like he thought like water was flying off into space, and I just wanted to let him know that flat Earth is not a disk in space. And you may have seen something like this, and we don't believe in that.
Okay, but you gonna explain me the gravity, the gravity? I don't know how to say. I know this word in Spanish, but can you explain me the things when things fall?
We observe stuff going down. We observe stuff going up.
Yeah, what explanation do you want? I can come up with any kind of story because I have a big imagination. So you sure you only want explanations? Does that mean you don't care about evidence?
Okay, explain me how there is flat. This is a flat. How there is a flat, but
Okay, it's
just
flat because of,
with the
how about
things
this?
with
How about this? I got an
let me
explanation.
end, please. Let me end, please.
Flat Earth
Explain me.
gravity.
Okay, explain me this. The gravity in the Earth. If if our Earth were a flat, the gravity were different than now because explain me this.
Oh, how would you know it's different? We have flat Earth gravity for the sake of discussion. Okay, I drop something and it falls down to a
What
flat Earth.
I
How would
don't
that be
think
any different than a globe?
I don't think you understand how the concept of gravity works here. The
No,
gravity pulls
I
everything in
may.
the center. Wait, listen to me. The
Okay.
gravity like the gravity pulls everything towards the center equally. Like if you drop a metal rod of 10 kg and a feather, they both will fall equally because gravity pulls them equally. So
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
know.
saying, it's
That's a
the
cool story. I've been told
gravity.
the same thing, but why can't
Yeah.
you have? Why can't you
But
have? Why can't you have a
how do
flat
you can
surface?
explain the gravity in the limit of the world? For example, the flat had horizon, the line end. How do you explain the gravity in that part?
Bro,
If
do
the
you have
existing
any flat
gravity is
spots
a
on your globe?
center,
Do you have
this
any flat
creates a
spots on the
globe.
globe or not?
When you see a thing in the space in the ice, you don't see a plate. Do you see a globe?
Yeah. The
You
thing is
see
that
the light in front of the moon, and that makes feel then that makes us know about the globe. The moon is a globe. Okay, the Earth is the same.
Well, that's an
With
assumption.
reality,
The Earth
I'm
has no.
explaining.
The Earth has nothing in common with the moon. So why would you think the Earth is anything like the moon?
Earth does have a lot
Can
of things.
have is the same. How can I explain the only with both planets that I can see is the moon and the sun, but the unique with what I could be dealing that I could be noticed is the moon. We we see the difference illumination around the moon. You know,
Oh,
it's
okay.
the
So
same because
guess what? Those are
imagine
objects
that
in the
have
sky, and guess what? The Earth that you're walking on is not in the sky.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, the Earth is the floor.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. And the sky is above.
Hmm.
There you go.
So you just mean that Earth is a plate and that plate has sky above it and nothing else.
I don't know if it's even a plate. I don't think there even is an object for the Earth itself that you're walking on. This is just reality. You've got a
So
floor that
what
you
do you
walk on
mean?
and a universe above the floor. You're walking on the floor of the universe.
So how do you explain the other planets, the solar system?
Well,
If
what's there to explain? They move in the sky. We've been tracking their motion for centuries.
okay, I get it, but like how do you explain this concept of floor below
Okay.
you?
Imagine you're in a gigantic warehouse.
Okay.
You've got the big floor and you've got a big ceiling with lights up there.
Okay.
All right, now make that way bigger. There you go.
So you basically mean that this whole universe is flat from like below, and then it's like a hemisphere. Are you saying that?
Earth is not. We can't show that Earth is a planet in outer space.
We do have proof that Earth is a planet.
That's what they say,
We have
but I don't know about that. I'm not sure. What's the best proof you've got?
we had astronauts go to the moon and take a picture. Like, it's
Okay.
real-time picture, if you ask me. The
Okay.
satellite orbit around the Earth, isn't that enough to prove that Earth is a planet?
Yeah, I used to think so until I measured it and found out it was flat. When I knew it was flat from measurements, I knew that these
What did
images
you
could
measure?
not be true, period.
Yeah, what did you measure exactly?
Locally here, I've measured a 6 mile stretch of water, a major body of water in the United States, from one side of the shore to the other using a rangefinder scope. And I've also been out there with my camera.
Mm-hmm.
I've been able to see from one dock to another. And I was able to do it with my head and my equipment just above the surface of the water, probably within a foot.
Does
You
that
know,
prove that Earth
seeing
is flat?
seeing the dock on the other side would not be possible.
Oh, it can be. It's
One
just how
observation of mine.
light reflects. You see, if the Earth was flat, as you say it, the gravity will pull everything to the center, so the water bodies especially would be concentrated to the center, and the
I know, but here's
edges
the
would be
problem,
the
Toots.
air.
Here's the problem, Toots. We measure the Earth flat, so maybe gravity doesn't work that way.
How do you think a gravity does work?
Well, like I mentioned before, like when I drop something, it falls to the ground. We can call that gravity. So if I drop something, it falls down. When you drop something way over there, it also falls down. These things we're dropping, they're not falling inward to a common center. They're just falling down from what we can tell. And how do we know
What if
this? Because we can measure the distance between the two and no drop that corresponds with the globe. So,
Okay, as I have also mentioned earlier before I left, think of it as a very small, very like negligible sized creature walking on a big ball. From
okay,
the
so you're
point
going
of
to
view of
tell me to
that,
imagine how much we can't prove that the Earth is a globe. Is that really where you want to go with this? You want to tell the audience that you can't prove the globe because it's so big?
no, you can prove it's a globe, and uh, it is already proved. But I want you to imagine it that way to explain more of your theory. See, if we make an ant walk on a football, let's say, or something bigger and round, the ant will not see that it's round. From its perspective, it is flat because it sees only a part of it. It does not see the
Right, I get that.
all of it at once.
Do you not think I took that into account?
Me, yeah, you just did not mention that when I said
Yeah, so
elaborate.
from one foot off the ground, the edge of the sphere should be 1.2 miles away. And after that it
Edge of
drops at 8 inches per and after that it drops at 8 inches per mile squared. That's the rate.
See, that's the point. It's a sphere. It's
Well,
round.
that's what we
So
tested.
it
And it's not
depends.
it's not happening. It's not happening. I'm sorry. We tested that with observations and measurements. We can't find those dimensions being true in reality, no matter what we do or anybody else has ever done. And we're
Can
asking the
you please?
world to provide their best evidence because we couldn't find it.
Okay, then can you explain the lunar eclipse? Like,
I really can't because they're not as consistent as they need to be for Earth to be a globe. But I can come up with a story if you want to call that an explanation. I can come up with really cool explanations, I guess, but nothing that is backed by evidence like the globe. And you got globe stories that don't even provide good explanations. You know why? Because for
hmm
lunar eclipses, the globe, the heliocentric globe model, fails to explain what's observed with lunar eclipses and even solar eclipses. I'll give you an example of each. For the lunar eclipse, there's something called the upside down eclipse. The upside down lunar eclipse
is upside down.
Hmm.
The shadow's location on the moon and its direction over time are both backwards from what you should expect if Earth is a planet and a heliocentric globe model. So that upside down lunar eclipse, also called a Selenelian lunar eclipse. Yeah, I mean, the globe doesn't offer good explanation. I could probably come up with a better one. And there's another, this with solar eclipses, especially those on the horizon, where you supposedly have the moon in between the Earth and the sun. Those alignments are impossible to diagram using the heliocentric solar system as a reference model for distances and sizes and angles over time. The sunrise and
But see,
sunset
I
solar
want.
eclipse would require the observer on the Earth to be drawing a line of sight through the center of the moon, which is perfectly eclipsing the sun. But due to the arrangements on the ecliptic, compared to their arrangement in a heliocentric model, the angles do not align. You don't have syzygy with the heliocentric model. They don't line up perfectly. We know that during solar eclipses, that from a timing perspective, they happen at what's called peak new moon. Peak new moon is when the moon is its darkest right before that sliver of light comes. Some places will say peak new moon is right when they see the first sliver of light. Point is to stick with one and go with it. But at peak new moon, you'll be hard pressed to diagram out an observer looking straight through, and this could be any solar eclipse, looking straight through the center of where the moon is supposed to be, right to the center of the sun. You can't diagram that out on using heliocentrism. The angles are going to be very slightly, however, enough off of what they should be for that observation to hold through. So, I mean, but people still think eclipses are a good explanation. If you or the solar system is a good explanation of eclipses. We got other problems with the luminaries. How about like if you were to watch the sun and mark its exact sunrise and sunset time and location in the sky over the course of a year? That you will count 365 sunrises and sunsets 4 times, or you'll count 364 sunrises and sunsets before the sun returns to its location for the 365th, or 365th for its first. Sorry, I'm not walking. I'm like winded and trying to think. So you will count 365 sunrises and sunsets before the sun returns to the same location that you cataloged it initially. The problem is this cycle will happen 3 times, but on the 4th cycle, you got to wait an extra day to do that, to mark the location. So under this observer-centric perspective, what you're witnessing is that the potential reason for a leap year is because there is actually an extra occurrence of a sunrise and sunset every 4 years. That extra occurrence being necessary to complete the cycle such that the beginning of your logging matches the end. You got to wait an extra day every 4 years for that cycle to complete. It's the weirdest freaking thing. Now, what they've done is they've kind of amortized that excess, that extra day, they've divided into 0.25 days. So every 4 years, they just say, oh, we're just adding a quarter of a day every year, and so after 4 years, we've already accounted for it. And then we'll account for it on the calendar by tacking it on to the end of February. That's what they do, but there are a couple funny quirks with that. I mean, first off,
nobody actually like observes a quarter of a day. That's just a calculation. The second thing is, um, I lost my train of thought. I had another point. Yeah, nobody notices the extra quarter of the day. Oh yeah, the second thing is that time of accounting that they do for the leap year is offset 2 years from when that day actually happens. It's happening like 2 years before. So if you were to pop open the calendar and say, "Yep, this is a leap year," I'm going to go look for that extra day. It's not going to happen. You got to wait 2 years, and then do the thing where you can drive a stick into the ground, pay attention to when it has its first shadow or whatever you want to do. The point is to track the number of times the sun rises and sunsets before the sun rises and sunsets back to where it started with the repeating cycle.
That's why they have
Really
extra
fascinating.
funky. That's why they have extra funky years too. Like every century, they don't have a leap year except for the 4th century.
Yeah, there's a bigger cycle than this with the sun that I didn't get into, but you're absolutely right there. You know, heliocentrism doesn't really adequately explain the observation. What it does, it is an explanation, but it's an explanation based off of a mathematical arrangement rather than going with directly what is observed. And we know this because nobody observes an extra quarter day every year. It's calculated in. Right. So, you know, heliocentrism seems to be very internally consistent in a lot of ways, but it breaks down. And people in our community keep noting these bugs, these glitches. We like to talk about them. The best explanations are built on reason and evidence. All right. So if you lock yourself into anything that's only mathematically reasonable without any evidence of it happening in the real world, then you're getting into model reification territory.
Yeah, the equation only works until they come out until they find a better equation to use it for, and it just remains a mathematical construct.
Hey guys, I gotta go. I'll be tuning in to listen later.
Wait, how did? Ooh, that's loud. My bad, folk. I turned my volume down. The hell? What I was saying? What? What was I saying? Hold up. I'm thinking. Dang it, I forgot.
that TikTok brain getting at you again, huh?
No, it's not actually.
That you have an answer not means that you know about the topic, but it's just you just creating just an answer, but not means that it's really or exposition that you say.
What?
Were you the guy that was talking to Yoder earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Yoder's gone now.
Oh, sad.
This is how
I
simple it
just
is. Hold on, Impo. This is how easy it is to debunk the globe, right? We can go out and test for the curvature of the Earth, right? We can predict exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance. And if it's not there consistently, right, after testing it over and over again, then the Earth can't be a globe. And if you guys don't have any measurements of Earth curvature, right, then the Earth also, right, can't be a globe. We can't just rely on looking at things up in the sky and making assumptions. We've done the testing.
They cannot explain it.
What's that? What did you say, sorry? All right, we have hundreds of these observations, but I'm going to put two of my favorite ones into the side chat. Any globe earthers, right? You're welcome to study these tests, okay, and see if you can debunk them, right? It's not possible, right? These observations and tests are not possible on a globe earth.
button nose.
So beauty hack. Cartilage holds memory. So like sometimes I just like do this throughout the day. Then I realize what it is. I'm not prescription. You could be here with me, but that's your
Yeah,
decision.
we can hear your video.
Sorry, do you listen to me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Okay, do you listen to me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Bro, you can say me the Earth is a flat. Okay. Imagine that the Earth has a center or a core. How could you explain the earthquakes, the volcanoes, the lava? You cannot explain this with the earthplane, with the flat Earth.
Why not?
Yeah, why
You don't
not?
think that we can? You don't think we can have something hot underneath the flat surface? Hello? You listen to me? Okay, I guess not.
Lats wins. Fatality.
Like the weirdest thing to say. Like all of our pots and pans are flat, we can have a fire underneath them. Like, why does it have to be curving? Weird. Well, we got a bunch of people jumping in and out. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. We're talking about how the Earth is flat, measurably so, and outer space is fake. Yo, Ipo, we can still hear your video.
Oh.
Damn. TikTok is so loud.
My bad. I was gonna say, I just realized that I have like a cat nose. Like, you know how cats get the little stub nose? I have a cat nose. And then I was like looking at Angelina Jolie, and then I realized she has a protruding chin, which makes me feel way more like better in my chin because like we kind of have like the same face shape. So like, period. Yay.
Well, you have a protruding chin?
Yes, bruh. My biggest insecurity.
Wait, is it like this dude in the side chat?
No, it's not like Crimson Chin. Funny, funny,
No, I
funny.
didn't even post the crimson chin.
Yes, you did. Don't irritate me, bruh. Let me show an example.
You know what? You know what they call this guy?
Who?
You should go look him up. I don't even think I'm allowed to say his name.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, hold up, y'all. And I got it like a straight, like I was saying, like a straight cat nose, like period. Like Angelina Jolie is so beautiful. But she
What,
has like a sharper jawline. Like her shit sharp, sharp. Like because
what about that one in the side chat Sheepdog posted? Is yours more like that?
no.
Shit. That's good.
Wait, I thought I posted it.
Oh, yo, Sachi, I see you posting up in the side chat. You don't want to talk on mic.
Now I gotta go sit into myself. Just y'all know who Angelina Jolie is, right?
Sachi. What? Oh,
Y'all
yo,
know
never
who
mind. Sachi's not
Angelina.
even in here anymore. Yeah, I know Angelina Jolie.
Oh, period. Plot this
She
in.
lives on a flat earth.
No, she lives on a globe Earth.
It's okay. Don't be sad about it. It's okay.
Shut up.
Don't be depressed over reality. It's okay.
You
Like
sound
the
more
earth
gay
is
today.
flat. You got a big chin. These are all just universal truths. It's okay.
Okay, I don't have a big chin. I have a protruding chin. All my pictures, my chin is not big. My chin is very small and narrow. I'm telling you, I have a protruding chin. That means the chin is protruding off so it matches with the nose more. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just saying some truths, you know? It's okay.
See? You see how like her like chin is like protruding? Like, and she's beautiful. Watch, I'm gonna mock everybody.
Okay, so these are just some basic truths, you know? Earth is flat. You got a protruding chin.
And I'm
You wear
beautiful.
you wear
Yeah,
Chinese double
definitely.
XL sizes, you know, it's all just universal truths. It's fine.
Excuse me? Excuse me. Everybody will be big in China.
Okay.
Lads, you will be freaking huge in China.
Yeah, because my back's big. What do you expect?
Exactly. So what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's a different kind of big than your big.
No, I have hella lats.
Okay. Let's see. We got some new peeps in here. If anybody wants to talk about the topic of flat Earth, you're more than welcome to bring it up. Say the
Or
Earth
how
is
lats
flat because
sounds
it's
gay.
measured flat, and outer space is faker than Ipo saying that she's skinny.
I never said I was skinny. I just said I wasn't fat.
What's the opposite of fat?
Skinny.
Mm,
And I
okay.
can't. Lads don't excuse my language. Lads, do not try me, bro. I said I am not skinny nor fat. So what does that mean? I'm in the middle. Duh. But wait,
In the middle.
once I get 6'7", feet, all the weight will come off. Period. I feel like a grandma with these square shaped glasses.
I mean, your body's like your grandma because your knees are all messed up.
My knees are not all messed up. Who the hell is you? I know you're not talking, bro. I could run a marathon and I could probably pick you up. Don't play. I picked somebody up that was twice my size. Do not play. I heavy lift over here, boy.
I can like
Yes.
hear your knees creaking all the way from here.
You do not hear my knees creaking. What do you hear is my bed springs creaking because I move around a lot. That's what you're hearing. And I have to tighten the screws. That's it. Okay?
No, okay.
You could even hear
Yeah.
knees creak. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I know it's okay. You know?
Stop getting so pressed about it. It's all right.
She's so insecure about her body. Like, she only posts half of her shit. Like, this should
Oh,
be
gross.
fine.
You're one to talk, bro.
Nah, I'm insecure
Anyway,
about mine, but I'm saying, like, she real insecure. Like, every picture she got, she just on the side of her camera looking a mess. Baby, it's okay to show your full face. Just take off them damn lashes. Damn mess.
you literally
Like
do the
caterpillars in your damn eye.
same thing. Holy.
You're not understanding. She
Oh
put like
my
she's literally on the side of her
gracious.
camera like she's picking at her phone. You are somebody
Ah,
mama though.
Earth is not a ball, anybody. Outer space is super fake. Anybody. Yeah.
And she got that fake Louis Vuitton on. A fucking mess. But Trina, you got this shit off of DH Gate. That's frying me.
Bro, stop squealing like that. Oh my god. Relax.
Hate people that buy fake designer.
Oh my god, you do the same thing.
I'd rather have no designer. Cause somebody calling you out for your stuff
It's
being
okay. It's
fake
okay.
is
Shh.
no. You shush.
It's okay. Relax. Just take a deep breath. It's okay. You don't gotta squeal after every word.
Can you stop talking to me like you're gay? Like, put some mask in your voice.
Just breathe. It'll be okay. Damn, we really don't have any other Globers that want to talk. I guess you're the only one. You don't have any new globe proof people?
Nah, but I'll introduce you to my friend Frills. He probably does. I'll ask him.
Yeah, invite him in here. Tell him you got a
I think
group
I
of
did.
flat earthers in here.
I think I invited him. Okay, he in a VC call. I'm about to join so he can call.
Okay.
Frills. Yes.
All right, so while she's doing that, hopefully we'll be able to get somebody in here. Thank you, by the way, Ipo, for getting your friend in here, or at least trying anyway.
Pretty awesome globe argument yesterday, and it was about Foucault's pendulum, and they were saying that it shows proof of gravity because it matches being able to show your latitude um, with the precession. And even though the precession could be caused by other things, they said it's most likely to be caused by Earth's gravity. So that turns the experiment into from evidence into validity and therefore proof.
What?
Yeah, super. I thought so too.
Where did you have this talk at?
Earth Awakenings.
Nice. I'll never go in there.
Wasn't a difficult time to be in there for the hour I was in there. Yesterday was the first time I'd ever gone in there, and it was crazy. It was like 26 people, and 20 of them were Globers, and 7 people were screaming over each other, and just Chris was there, and she was the one who was making any sense at all.
I don't think I have Earth Awakenings on this account, actually. Pickled Minds, Worldwide Debates,
I
Politics
love
of the
that
Show.
shitty book.
Yeah, I don't have it on this one. RIP.
I take it back. I didn't leave that one. I left WD.
I'm gonna ask this dude, see if he wants to come in here. Neil deGrasse Bison. It sounds like how people would say it. Hello, welcome. Okay, Sachi says, I actually can't at the moment. Oop. Yeah, I think you responded to the wrong message, bro. You tagged me. I mean, unless you meant to, then okay. Welcome in, welcome in. If anybody that just joined in wants to tell us why the Earth is flat, you're more than welcome to. Damn, okay. Scaring everybody away like usual. Yeah, welcome in everybody. talking about flat Earth. If anybody has any questions about it.
Well, they're all flat earthers.
Oh, are we? Oh, shoot. I just keep hearing the
Every
thing go
single
off.
one of them. Every single one of you out there, you are all flat earthers. You just don't want to admit it.
Earth is flat.
Yes, Earth is flat. Definitely not a globe. Do you want to know why?
Why it's not a globe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's the reason behind it?
Because there's no measured curvature on the surface of the Earth.
I mean, you cannot prove it geometrically using sine
Why?
and cos and stuff.
You know, they actually give us the size of the Earth. So we can actually calculate how much drop over distance or rate of change of slope that there would be on the surface of the Earth. So we
Yeah.
actually don't find any curvature when we go out and measure. I guess when anybody measures, they don't measure any drop over distance, showing that the Earth is not curving.
The Earth is so big you can't measure it, but trust us, bro.
I trust you all, man.
Well, is there a reason why you think that the Earth is a ball?
No,
Even though it doesn't measure to be a ball?
it's not completely circular like a globe.
Okay, yeah. We could
But
say
it
oblate,
can be.
spheroid. We could say
But
spheroid, geoid. Yeah, whichever one you want.
it
Might
can
be
be
potato.
of any shape.
It is
If you
99.97% sphere. It is so close to a sphere you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
What do you mean it could be any shape?
I mean, if it let's start from the zero, like ground zero. We don't know whether or not this Earth where we're living in it has a shape, but it certainly has a shape because we're living it. It's absolute truth object. So from here we can find out what kind of shape it has.
I mean,
From
what shape is a rock?
Yeah, it looks non-symmetric. Like a rock is irregular, can be of any shape.
What's the shape of the foundation of your home?
It looks square. It kind of looks square or something, but it
You live in a
depends
square
on the
home?
engineering. Yeah, it depends on the engineering, the way the environment the house is. So based on the environment, the engineering has to be, the calculation has to be like that.
Just because something has square footage doesn't mean it's a square.
What?
Just because something has square footage doesn't mean that it is a square.
That's right. Yeah, that's also true. I mean, the foundation and the upper side, they're not the same. Foundation is different.
What's the shape of a lake?
It also depends. Each and every. I mean, in general, the shape of a lake is it's not symmetric. Again, it can have many like banks, and it can be zigzag or circular or anything. But from the aerial view, like 2D view, if you look at that from outside, but from horizontally, like every single lake had it looks same horizontally, but vertically from the two-dimensional view, it has unique shape.
Yeah, so why would the Earth have a definite shape when you're all of a sudden explaining how things are indefinite?
Maybe it doesn't have a definite shape.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I'm not a geologist, but that's just what my brain says. But scientifically, that can be different because that's my opinion, but that's not a fact. To get the fact, we need to look for like research papers and talk with the experts. Yeah.
Would you agree that a sphere is curving in every direction, everywhere, all the time?
Yeah, I mean, oh wait, if the sphere, I mean, it has it's curved. Like yeah, it's curved from every direction. It's a curve if you look
Right.
from upside down, like vertically or horizontally, or from any angle. You will see the curvature of a sphere.
Right. So if there is no measurable curvature, can the Earth be a sphere?
Could maybe.
Yeah, and if it's not curving, then it basically can be any shape except a sphere.
Yeah, that's like one of many hypotheses we're exploring. Like one is a sphere hypothesis, another one can be like any kind of shape hypothesis, but
Well,
they're
how do
not
you
complete.
measure? Sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought.
But these hypotheses are not objectively proven like that.
Well, that's the point of a hypothesis. If you can't objectively prove it, then your hypothesis is infallible, and you should basically just put it on the shelf and not say it's true. Because if you say it's true, you have to prove that it's true by showing how the untrue how the untrue works also. So like I'll give you an example, right?
Yeah.
How would you measure the curvature over a surface of anything? What would you do to measure curvature?
I mean, if we're to there could be multiple methods. First one.
Let's say I told you that you built your house on your foundation, right? You poured the foundation. I said, hey man, that foundation doesn't look flat. It looks like it's curving with the hill. What would you do to determine whether or not the foundation was flat or curving?
I don't know. Maybe maybe measure stuff. I don't know what it is.
Well, curvature is typically measured with a separate tangent. And so what you do is you shoot a tangent across the surface of the thing that you're measuring curvature for. And if there's deviation, like as it goes further and further away, if it starts to bend down and away from that tangent, then you can say it's curving, right?
Yes, mathematically, yeah.
Well, mathematically and just in reality, measurably. You don't even have to make a math formula for it. You can just say, hey, deviating from the tangent at an exponential rate, therefore it's curving.
Yeah.
Likewise, if you shoot a tangent over the surface of your foundation and your foundation is parallel to that tangent, what can you conclude about your foundation?
Well, the foundation is not certainly round. It doesn't have curve. It's flat.
Right, because it's running parallel with the tangent.
Yeah.
And two parallel lines cannot intersect, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So blow that up even bigger, right? Now let's go to a lake and let's shoot a laser over the surface of that lake and let's look to see if we can find any deviation from the laser over that lake, right? Because when they show us pictures of Earth from outer space, all that blue stuff is curving around the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because gravity is pulling everything into the center of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if we're going to measure curvature of the Earth, it's going to be over water. Because water is level everywhere. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So water is either flat or it's conforming to the curvature of the Earth. And so over 10 miles, if I shoot a laser horizontally out over the water, over a lake for 10 miles, at the other end of the lake, that laser, the hitting the target, I should be able to put a target 66 feet in the air, and the laser should hit that target. Because that's how much curvature there is over 10 miles. 66 feet.
Okay. Yeah. So.
So what happens if I shoot a laser over the water, and then let's say the laser is like 3.5 feet tall, right? The platform that the laser's on, and it's level, and it shoots all the way across the water, and then on the other side of the water, it hits another target 3.5 feet tall. What would you say about the water? You say it's flat or curving?
No, the water, I would still say the water is flat because the water, the water doesn't goes up. Like the laser might hit the target, but it's from the. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit stupid, as you can see.
No, you're doing good, man. Your English is better than you're giving yourself credit for. So take your time.
No, I mean, I can say, I mean, from my point of view, the lake is flat from the point of view, but if the laser hits another target, and it goes straight, then it shows that it's the lake is flat.
Right. And how much of the surface of the Earth is made up of water?
According to science, they say 70%. I mean,
Yeah, it's like 70, 72. There's like a dispute on what percent, but it's roughly 70%, right?
yeah.
So if we shoot a laser out over the surface of water and that water measures flat, there's no curvature, and 70% of the surface of the Earth is made up of water, then 70% of the surface of the Earth is flat. Doesn't that seem odd to you?
That's the majority. Like, let's say we don't know beyond our worldview. So we can only see the 70% of that 70% of the portion of the whole world. Then that 70% is only flat. But other than 70% of that, we don't know if those are flat or not. Like
My
outside.
bad.
Well,
I got caught
I
up.
think we do.
hold on, Info. There's hills, there's mountains, there's valleys, there's canyons. We're not disputing that. What's going on is if the Earth is a ball, it's going to be over water because 70% of it is water, right? All the oceans, all the lakes, all the seas, all of these things are flat and level at rest.
Bro, have you seen the sea? It's not flat.
The sea is flat.
No, it's not. You've never seen the sea. It's fucking wavy over there.
I've never seen the sea. We've got video documentation supporting that the sea is
Can you
flat.
trust it?
Yeah, it's very well documented.
No, I'm not sure. You've not seen the sea. It's not flat. It's very
Okay,
wavy.
what sea have you seen?
I've seen the Atlantic Ocean and the
Okay, that's not a sea,
English
that's an
Channel
ocean,
and
right?
shit. Yeah, but like the English Channel, that'd be a sea. Like the North Sea. Yeah, there you go.
Right.
That's the sea.
Oh,
Yes.
North Sea.
How wide is?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jedi.
North Sea, I live
It's
there. Well, not
it's
in the North
wavy.
Sea, but in England. Yeah, it's
waves.
wavy. I mean, there are
It's not
different
flat.
terms to dude. There are different terms to classify how the water behaves at sea. For example, choppy. For example, flat. Have you ever heard of a term of marine flat tide? This is a
No,
description of the water being with hardly any waves or ripples upon it.
hardly.
You understand that what we're primarily talking about is a body of water at rest. That means no other forces applying to it, like wind, when contained, will, when measured and observed, lie horizontal upon the surface at any and all
Yeah, level.
distances that can be measured with tools. Like, for example, when they built the Channel Tunnel in the English Channel from England to Calais, they used lasers to measure across the English Channel.
Okay.
So this is how we know the Earth is flat, because the water's flat.
Right. Just say that, because like the water's not itself flat. Just say like a reference, imaginary plane on the water.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's what we're talking about.
Like be accurate.
Yeah, mean sea level.
The Earth is not flat, by the way.
It is. We've just gone through the measurement of mean sea level being horizontal and not curving. It would have to curve if the Earth was a sphere, but when we measure the water, it's horizontal, meaning the Earth can't be a sphere.
What does horizontal mean, though?
Having no side higher or lower than other, for example, a straight line from left to right.
Okay. Sounds fair. Just want to add my 2 cents really quickly. Right? We don't need to be pedantic. Like when we use the word flat, we're not talking about like perfectly flat. You know, it's the context in like which you're on using the average. word. Yeah, like no, specifically in this context, it would be it's not dropping over distance or curving over distance like it would if the Earth's a globe, right? Sure, you can have waves and things like that. But yeah, no, I get your point,
It's,
bro.
but
It's all
that,
good.
like saying it's perfectly flat. That's
Approximately
not
flat.
fair.
We should
Saying
probably
flat, sure, but perfectly
wording it
flat.
as approximately flat, you know,
Yeah.
to
Makes sense.
avoid that. But yeah. So it's not curving over distance like it would be if the Earth was a globe with this radius that they tell us.
So it's like a half a circle.
Hmm?
So
Sorry.
it's like half of a circle, like it's going up forward, but then it's leaning a little bit down. That's your point?
No, there's no circle involved. The surface of the Earth, for all intents and purposes, horizontal, not curving.
There is no end in at the end.
No, I don't know
There is
about
no
an end. Yeah, I don't know about an end.
Okay.
So, hello everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
So, if you are saying that the water, the oceans are flat, right? So, uh, clearly we can see if water is a liquid and if it is on a flat surface and there is no end to it, then it may fall down, right? So if earth would be a flat and air is also moving, so due to air water will also move, and
Yeah, but
if
there's a
water will
container.
move, then it may fall down after earth, and then we would be having no water around or no ocean around us.
You forgot about the possibility of the water being contained, sir, like a lake, or the shores
Like
around a sea.
there's ice, and because ice is like
When we're talking
permeable,
about
but
ice.
when saturated, and fuck, I forgot.
Okay.
But like, there's a
So
container essentially.
But
okay,
I understand what
you
you're
are
saying, but what we're telling you is the water is obviously still here. It's not going anywhere. So
Well, in the
logically, we could
skies.
say that maybe the water was contained somehow.
okay. So the only way it can be contained is that it's surrounded by some surface, right? Some hard object like ocean or sea and something else, right? And if
Wait,
it's
are you
surrounded, then
talking in
what?
favor of globe Earth or flat Earth?
No, I'm talking about the Earth is globe, not flat. I'm trying to contradict him that Earth is flat. So
No,
what I'm saying,
you're
what
talking in favor of globe Earth or flat Earth? Flat Earth, right?
no,
What do you believe?
I'm talking in favor of it's a
Globe Earth.
globe, it's a sphere, Earth is sphere.
I mean, it looks pretty flat to me. I
Measures
remember,
flat
like,
as well.
first time, like when I was being taught that the Earth is globe, I couldn't really digest it. I was like, how is it even possible? It looks so plain already. Wherever you go, wherever you look, it looks like it's fucking flat.
Oh,
It's
so the
flat.
thing is, anything, anything which is very vast, and we cannot, if we cannot say end to end, we cannot determine if its shape, whether it's flat or whether it's something like, even if
Well,
you
my
are
friend.
in a hill.
Flat's not a shape, though, is it? You
What?
said we wouldn't be able to. You said flat isn't a shape. You said we wouldn't be able to determine its shape. We're not talking about the shape when we're talking about the surface being flat. That's a surface description. I don't know the shape of the Earth, my friend.
Okay.
I just
But
know it's
It
measured
looks
flat.
flat to me. It looks flat to me now.
Measures flat too.
so, we are talking about whether I have to convince that Earth is a globe, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that is
if
an
you want.
event that we're running right now. Actually, it's convince us that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Go on then.
Okay.
I'm curious about something. Just sorry, I have a little question. Because I think the Earth is flat. It would make sense, but I've never made any measurements myself. Do you guys have like any recommendation of something I could measure?
Yeah.
That's like
Yeah, I'm gonna post my favorite too.
but
I'm gonna
something that
yeah.
I
So
can
if
measure
anyone's got any,
myself. No pictures
right?
from
So
someone else
these,
or anything.
how am I gonna?
I think
What
I
do you
have
mean?
something.
What do you mean?
No. What I mean is like no windmill farm or something. I want to measure it
Okay.
myself. You know, with
And you want
myself
me to
gathering
post
data.
you measuring it yourself in the side chat somehow?
No, it's not. It's not what I asked. I'm sorry, I misunderstood, or I misexplained. I don't know. But I've seen the windmill farms not curving and shit. But what I want is some experiment I can run at home myself.
At home, in
That
your
would
house?
no, not necessarily in my house, but like something that doesn't need me to look at someone else's pictures. If you know what I
Oh
mean.
yeah, you could go and repeat the methodologies shown in, for example, the windmills video by Dr. John D, or the any laser test video. I mean, you could watch the video, you could purchase the equipment, and then go and do the test. So yeah, you would just have to be close. Well, you can do it really cheap if you want to do it really cheap. So we can show you tests that you can watch the test, right? And then you can go and replicate that test yourself for a really cheap price, right? Just a couple of mirrors and a large body of water, and you could do a test, like a mirror flash test, instead of buying expensive equipment like a laser or a super zoom camera. But essentially, you could get a super zoom camera for about $400 off eBay. But if you weren't looking to spend that kind of money, you can probably get a really good laser for a couple of $100, or you could just use 2 mirrors.
Yeah, I have a spyglass thingy, so I can already see stuff. But
yeah, so what some people do is they'll find a body of water that's, say, 10 miles across or something like that, and they will get one person on one side with a camera, right? Or you don't need to film it, but one person on one side and another person on the other side with a mirror. Okay, and when you shine a reflect light off a mirror, I don't know if you ever used to do this, right? But at school we would the sun would come in through the window, and you would have the light reflecting off your watch, right? And you could shoot it at the teacher's eye. And it's not until
I did that,
you get a direct reflection right to that point, right? And the teacher will be like, "Hey, who the hell did that?" So you could do a mirror flash test where you're reflecting the light off the mirror, and then you're able to see the reflected light, right? The mirror flash on the other side of the body of water. And the only way that
so
mirror
you
flash
can measure the
What's
curvature
that?
then. Yeah, you can measure at
Yeah,
what
it's a good
point
way.
it stops. Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, it's a good one if someone wants to do it, on a budget.
I mean, they say Earth is so, as per the globe theory, they say Earth is so globe that at every mile you get to observe 8 inch of curve drop. So,
Right, but it's actually 8 inches per mile squared, right? So you would have to square it every mile. So actually over 10 miles, there's 66 feet of drop.
66 feet.
Yeah, yeah.
No way, that's so much.
Yeah, well, check this out. Over 20 miles, there's
It's like
266 feet. Over 100 miles, there's 6,666 feet of drop.
Yeah, I know why the number is 666.
There's lots of 666s involved in the mathematics around the globe, but I don't make any
Right.
claims about that. It's just kind of weird coincidence.
Weird coincidence for sure.
But this is the thing, right? Like if you go to a 20-mile lake and one person stands on one side of the lake and the other person stands on the other side of the lake, right? You shouldn't be able to zoom in on that person on the other side of the lake and see them because they should be hidden. Yeah, they should be hidden behind hundreds of feet of curvature. The horizon should be at about 3 miles away. And then everything beyond that horizon should be hidden by a certain amount behind the horizon or entirely hidden, right? Like all of the water should be hidden after 3 miles. That's where the horizon line should be. And then your friend on the other side of the lake should be hidden by about 220 feet. So if you can zoom in across a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, that's impossible if the Earth is a globe. And that's what happens when we go out and test it on a 20-mile lake, for example. We can zoom in, we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We can shoot a laser across the lake and hit a target on the other side of the lake. And we can repeat the test over and over again.
Bro, like I'm not reading this 20K cups because it looks very complicated. I don't want to confuse
20
myself
cups
with
is
all
always
these
coming in with
stupid
the
calculations.
high level maths.
I read through it. Like I'm not
Whatever
so good
feeds
at
to
math, but I
common
would
sense
expect to see pi
is the
somewhere.
truth for me.
Why is there no pi?
There's an easier way, right? Like, okay, 8 inches per mile squared. That's how you can calculate how much curvature there is over the surface. And if you want to calculate the distance to the, well, that formula works perfectly up to about 1,000 miles or something like that, right? Much more
Okay, so
distance
yeah,
than
it's an
because
approximation.
it's a parabolic.
Because
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
surprised not to see pi in the formula, because it's supposed to be a circle. Or something.
I'll post one with pi in the formula in the side chat.
No, I mean, if it's a approximation,
Yeah,
maybe it works.
there's plenty of different ways to, to work it out. But look, you're always going to be above the surface, right? When you're making an observation. So
probably
what you should have on a globe is a geometric horizon. So if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. And then all of the water beyond 3 miles would have to be physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So if a boat goes beyond 3 miles, as it keeps continuing off into the distance, you should be able to see less and less of the bottom of the boat until the boat completely disappears behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go out in reality and test for that curvature and test for that geometric horizon, right, it's nowhere to be found. In fact, we can see boats that are 10 miles out into the ocean, completely unobstructed, even further, right? Depending on the weather conditions, how far you can see on that particular day. We have observations of boats that are over 30 miles out into the ocean from the shoreline.
That's crazy.
Bottom line, Freemasons suck. Maritime law sucks.
What?
Maritime law?
YK. You gotta get to the shore. You gotta be able to utilize law of the land. YK.
Right. Okay. So yeah, look, when we go out and put the globe to the test, it doesn't pass the test. We all experience the Earth as flat as the primary reality, right? That we all experience. But some people claim that that's not true and that it's a really big globe and that you only experience it flat because it's so big and you're so small, like an ant on a beach ball, right? But when we actually test for the byproducts of the curvature, which would be the geometric horizon and things getting hidden behind it, it doesn't match up. Every single time. We've got hundreds, if not thousands, of tests that have been done, and we can show you the tests, and then you don't even have to trust the tests. You can actually go and repeat the tests yourself. That's the best thing, right?
Yeah, because I'm not just gonna say I don't trust what the globers say and then immediately trust what someone else says.
Of course.
Make no sense. I'd have to test it for myself.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I saw back in 2017, I started looking into this, and I saw a bunch of observations, and I thought, damn, this is crazy, right? What the hell? And so yeah, I went out and I didn't trust the tests, and I actually, luckily for me, I lived right next to a giant lake that was 15 kilometers across the lake, and yeah, I bought a camera, zoom camera. I had a little boat, and I went and did a stack of different tests where I would set the camera up on one side of the lake, and I would try it at different heights, different times of the day, daytime, nighttime. And I could always zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. It was very easy to see the shoreline because it had white sand beaches around the lake. It's a saltwater lake. And yeah, you could zoom in and see the white sand beaches.
Putain, mais
Why would they lie? Why would they like spread lies? If you're this flat, what's the point of like spreading lies? Like, what is it that they're keeping us away from?
Yeah,
I don't think that there's a big grand conspiracy. I think that most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. I think it's more of a tradition at this point, and something that's passed on as information.
But like, I think they were made to believe it instead. And like, if we take a look at like ancient civilizations, Inca, Maya, and stuff, there were like few of their like Earth models that were like going popular on the internet, and they like that suggested the Earth is rather flat. So why would like modern scientists and everything lie? Like, what is it that they're keeping us from? What is it they want to hide?
Yeah, I don't think it's just tradition, because we suddenly at some point started to think, yeah, the Earth is not flat, the Earth is a globe. So at some point, someone must have made that decision. It's not just collectively people decided, yeah, might be a sphere.
Yeah, but if you pay attention, like there are a few bunch of people who control everything, the information, media, and of course, like whatever is supposed to be taught in the schools and stuff.
All those billionaires that try to like force us to learn false things.
Right. Or should we say billionaires?
Huh?
Billionaires.
I don't understand. I'm not so good at English, I guess.
Baal. You don't know who Baal is?
Baal is in the god.
This
B-A-A-L.
is like an old god or something, like Mesopotamia.
Yeah. Billionaire. That's why we have so many share markets and we have bulls everywhere.
I think that's beyond my comprehension.
I think it's interconnected. I think like they say like if something is free, you're the product. So like most of the countries, they keep the education free and they feed them people with whatever they want to teach them and stuff, so they can like basically prepare them for whatever they want them for.
So like the US is like not like that because it's super expensive.
The US is not like that. I mean, it's kind of sad that in US everything is expensive, and like despite you pay a lot of like money for the education, yet you get indoctrinated instead of getting real stuff.
Right. So if you pay, you're still the product.
Yeah, in USA, yes.
Good stuff, man. Really going forward.
Has anyone tried to look into stuff related to maritime law?
It's too complicated.
Yeah, but it's not the subject of the room.
Like if you look into it, then you also realize that there happens to be something called law of the land, and that's what is somewhat connected to flat Earth.
If you're talking about
12 wildwood sizes. The Tartarian buildings that they destroyed that would operate on the same thing, same principles, the ethereal energy. That is the reason why a lot of tribes they're like left alone to do whatever they want. You know, they get visited by like ethereal stuff and spirits and whatnot, and they worship nature for a reason.
Good stuff.
Does anybody want to convince me that the Earth is a sphere?
No.
No?
There's no glober here. Like, I've tried in the past, but I failed to convince you. So I don't know if I have anything new.
That's okay. Thank you anyway.
But for those listening, my main way to convince people is to say that the globe Earth idea and globe Earth model is a better explanation for what we see in the sky than the flat Earth idea. So therefore, I think it's more likely to be true.
What do we see in the sky specifically?
Sunsets, the same angular size of the sun and the moon, the full moon, eclipses, seasons, moon phases, stuff like that.
Okay.
Marshall's DP. Interesting. He left. I have a question. I'm actually concerned about something. If somebody could help me out with it. The question is, some people claim that like getting corona shot
Is this
is
related to
like
like medical stuff and not flat Earth? Because we're only going to be talking about flat Earth and not unrelated medical stuff.
quiet. But some say even that has to do with the flat Earth because
Did you
You
hear the
can
words
connect
that came out
everything
of
to
his
the
mouth?
flat Earth
vaccinations and stuff,
somehow.
It's always like
they do
conspiracy
something
It's
to
what I
your
had for
DNA.
breakfast, connected to flat Earth as well.
Yeah. Because your
Because they
orange
say
juice
like
is flat. It's not curved.
That's true.
Does anyone know anything about Nephilims? Hello?
Oh, we heard you, but we don't.
Yeah. Maybe. injecting enough village zero and make you enough of them.
Hello.
Hey DJ, I thought about something. You put that event up and convince us that the Earth is a globe. Should we like just let somebody teach us the globe? Like let them come in. I mean, we record it like we normally would. We could make it a best of hits in somehow kind of way. But basically, let them teach us the globe, and then when we ask them for their evidence, they have to provide it. And then when they say, "Well, where's your evidence that it's flat?" No. You're teaching us that it's a globe. Remember? And just slowly put it on, like leave flat
We
Earth
could make
out.
it pretty funny. We could make it pretty funny. Like we could kind of play dumb, right? And act like we don't know anything about the globe. But then each thing that they bring, because they don't know anything about the globe, right? And each thing that they bring up will be like, well hold on a second. I thought I heard that, blah blah blah, and have them realize throughout the conversation that they don't know shit about the globe, and they can't teach the globe because they don't know it.
I think that's a fantastic idea. Like once in a while, just to have, like, we're not presenting flat Earth, you present the globe.
Yeah, need to work out like a good strategy for it, like a way to guide the conversation down a certain path that where they have to kind of explain it from scratch, right? Like bring it back to scratch.
Right.
By asking them questions about it. That's what they do with us, right? They need to convince us it's a globe, but we ask the questions.
Right. Like we're not going to give evidence of flatness. We're just going to question the globe.
Yeah.
Basically,
it could even asking simple questions. Sorry. Lag. Even asking simple questions, like, all right, so, how does the globe spin? Why does the globe spin? Just things like that will just stump them. And just asking them, so all right, so you think it spins, right? The globe spins. And which way does it spin? Act like we don't know, and then have them try to, you can gauge what they know about the globe by asking them basic questions. And it's funny because 99% of them don't know shit, right? We can ask them like, so all right, so how big is the globe? That could be really fun, actually.
I mean, it'll go everywhere too. Like, so we'll have to have rules, right? Like we need to make sure that we're not giving alternative explanations. Their job is solely to provide the answers that support their worldview through demonstration. But like when they say, you say, what they say, well, we know the distance to the planet. How do you know the distance to the planet? Who measured that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interestingly enough, we never do that. We never play it that way. It's always them asking us questions. It's always us having to show them questions.
Won't they just Google it though? Whatever we asked them, why is it spinning? How's the Earth? Also, the distance to the sun measured. They won't know, but they will Google it.
Right, and if we notice that they're Googling it, then we can call them out on that, and that's going to make them look terrible. And then we can highlight the fact that so you don't actually know. You have to Google it, right? Because you don't know. Because it's very obvious when they're Googling it, right? They can't naturally read out the responses and have it not sound like reading a script. This is going to be fun.
Yeah.
Think about it, how to approach it properly. But yeah, we should run events like this often. It could be good for the YouTube stream.
On top of that, it might make people feel a little more comfortable coming in here because everybody seems to think that we're attacking them when we interject, and that's not the case, man. We're just correcting the fallacy. not only that, but as they're teaching us the globe, right? At some point, you it's going to get difficult. Their words aren't going to make sense, and they're going to kind of notice that. They're going to be trying to find the words to say something to string something along, and yeah, it's going to be fun.
Oh yeah.
Are you excited, DJ? It's almost that time, man.
What time?
Aren't you moving here shortly?
Oh yeah, 19 more days, man.
Oh
It's
my
gonna go
God.
really fast because I got so much to do in that time. So
No, but I bet that's so exciting though. Like, the day that you leave a country to go to another country, I bet that's such a fun experience.
yeah, it's awesome. It's really good. One of the best feelings, I would say.
So many
And it's
unknowns, but you're just sure that
well,
you're
it's
going
good
to
for us
get
because
somewhere.
we lived in the same place in 2023 into early 2024 for 7 months. So we're going back to the exact same place. So we already know it really well, and we know it's awesome. So yeah, super excited.
Hey, let's give it a shot. Let's play that game. Let's let people come in and teach us the globe, and we'll pretend like we never went to school to learn it was a globe. We went to school, but we didn't learn that part. I changed the event title slightly, DJ and everybody.
Yeah, that's good. I was thinking of changing it to that as well.
Basically, the person that I'm going to pretend to be, I guess you could say, is the person that I wish I would have been when I was 7 years old being taught the globe. You know, if I would have known what questions to ask, what questions would I have asked? I got to step away for a moment. I'll be right back.
You.
I see the tower standing tall across the sea. They say, bro, it's hiding geometry. Then they panic, twist in reaction, and whisper softly, divine refraction. Camera zoomed in, still clear view. They close their eyes, optics, dude. No math, no measure, surf assumption, globe theory, Kanu function, refraction junction, divine refraction, science fiction attraction. When logic fails, they change their section and chant the mantra, divine refraction. Where's the curve, my friend? He says light bends, depends on the trend. Kitna bend karega yaar 90 degrees. He smiles, hard, possible, please. No shimmer, no haze, and no distortion seen. Yet they claim a bending beam. I say measure it, they say trust the nation and summon once more. Divine refraction. Bro, when the photo's clean, when the line is flat, they shout refraction. Imagine that. Main bola thoda logical la, wo bola are yaar naisa bata. The divine refraction. Bas ek hi reaction. No proof, no data. Pure abstraction. DJ Rakesh exposes divine refraction. Refraction, refraction, divine direction. Jab photo flat, they call it correction. DJ Rakesh bolta, san mere bhai. Refraction nahi hai, you just can't deny. DJ Rakesh signing out. Next time, Globe Gang, bring equations, not excuses.
I always wondered what that was. Like, is that like supposed to be an Indian pop song? Bollywood musical or something? Why is everyone muted in this channel?
Okay, anybody in here think they live on a spinning ball in the middle of literally nothing? Go ahead.
Some guy called Dave Hinkle.
Timbo, you're antipodal. Your opinion does not count.
My opinion is upside down.
It looks like all gloved and irons in here. Am I wrong?
I would say so. Let's have a look. Yeah.
We've been joined by Why Are You Purple? Let's see if they want to talk.
Oh.
Hello, Why Are You Purple?
Hi.
Say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome to the Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by?
I've been checking why I can connect to a specific channel, but I can't connect to all channels. I don't know what's going on.
Are you
But
new?
how are you guys? Huh?
Are you new to the server?
No.
No. Okay.
How are you?
Good. Must be a glitch in the matrix.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you realize
Got
what
a
channel
question.
you're in? Sorry, Timbo, go ahead.
No, you're all right, man.
Huh?
You go ahead, Dave.
I was just asking her, do you realize what channel you have joined? This is the Flat Earth channel.
Yeah, I joined the Flat Earthers.
Okay. Do you think the Earth is flat?
Does it matter what I think about it?
Yeah, we're
Flat
interested
or
in
not?
your opinion.
Yes, we'd like to
Hmm?
know.
I cannot tell if it's flat or it's round, but
Flat
because
though, right?
there are I haven't been like really in outer space and I cannot prove if it's flat or not. So
Yeah. It
I don't
looks
know.
flat though,
I don't know
right?
how to answer your question.
Does it look flat?
It's on the pictures by NASA. It's not flat.
No, I mean like every day, like when you go outside.
Uh-huh. I don't know because I'm a very infinitesimal being that I cannot fathom or measure or even
What kind?
discern if really the Earth is flat or not.
Well, if something was curved, would it look curved?
I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm just an ordinary person. I
What
cannot
country are
answer
you
your
from?
questions. I'm near the equator.
You're near the equator. Ecuador.
Hello, Timbo. Hello.
There are things that I like to like for example, I don't know why when you go to outer space and the so a rocket is like so forceful when it comes out of the Earth and when it lands in the outer space.
I know they show videos and pictures and things like that of those things, but the problem is when it comes to verifying what they're actually doing. Like, how do you know they're actually doing that? You know, that's very questionable. We just have to believe them, right? Because they don't give you any evidence. The only evidence they give you is the videos and the pictures. But we all know that videos and pictures can be manufactured and changed, right? Yeah, you agree with that?
Think we might have lost her. Like, she's back. Did you hear what Timbo just asked you?
Having connection problems there.
Back in here, but she's not lighting up. I don't know. Am I blaming on the globe spinning? Screwing up the satellite connection.
Yeah. Got to be it. Proof of globe.
Hey, so did y'all hear we have a special event that we're running? We might be doing future events similar to this as well.
What is it?
What's that?
So teach us the Earth is a globe. So we're going to pretend like we never learned it in school, and they have to teach us how everything works.
I don't know if I'll be able to keep my mouth shut for that.
They're going to show us practical examples of why the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah, we got to string them along for a little bit. We got to show them their own errors.
Yeah, man, I'm still thinking about different strategies, right? I think you could make it really good using the right strategy, right? Just like have them realize how little they know about the globe, and then we can still present our evidence. Yeah, like we would be asking them questions instead of them just coming in here and asking us question after question after question. We would be the ones, right? They would be teaching us about the globe, but we would be asking the questions, right? Starting off with like, the things that we already know they don't know, like the absolute basics, like the radius and which way does the Earth spin and why does the Earth spin at all? How does it spin?
How do you know it spins?
And yeah, all of these things, and how much curvature is there over 10 miles? And, we can still present all of the same evidence. We can still use all the same arguments, but they're the ones that are being questioned, and they'll realize, right, that they're gonna be they're not gonna be liking it at all because they don't have the
Kind of like
answers. And
like an extended version of Miggy's 3 points, right?
yeah, in like yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like that. Yep.
Like for me, I'm not going to allow them to ask me how does the flat Earth work. Like if they're explaining everything and then I'm showing them how dumb they look and they know they're looking dumb, they're going to eventually say, well, then how does it work on a flat Earth? I didn't say the Earth was flat. I just want to know how it works on the ball.
Or they're going to go, well, I know it's a globe because on a flat Earth, the sun would do this.
Well, yeah, let them strawman the flat Earth and then let them explain how they think physics should work in their imagination. It'll be hard to bite our lips, but if we can get really good at it, I think we can have some great clips on the bot.
Yeah, you don't need to bite your lip. Like you need to work out a way to, expose them with your response to their ignorance.
You got to ask questions like an Australian as well, like really condescending. I think when we ask questions, we're really condescending. You go, how do you know it's a globe?
It's funny, man.
When are you moving, DJ?
19 days, man.
19 days.
Yeah, it's gonna fly. Feels like it was like 30 something, 39 days when I booked the ticket, and it feels like that was just like a week ago.
At least you're going from summer to the tropics, right?
Yeah, it's beautiful weather in Poland here at the moment. But yeah, it's going to be stinking hot in Sri Lanka, for sure. But it's next to the beach as well, so it's a nice sea breeze.
Nice.
Yep. But yeah, last time we lived there for
Where
like
are you
7
going?
months at Sri Lanka.
No, but where?
Oh, it's on the south coast, about halfway, 3 hours down from Colombo. A place called
nice.
Hikkaduwa. Yeah, it's a really, really nice area.
Just a village, or is it
like
still a city?
it's like a town along the coastline. Yeah, it's there's supermarkets, there's fish markets and fresh food markets and train stations and bus stations all just next to the house. So
I like
it's not
Sri Lankan food too.
yeah, man, it's really good. And there's like a fresh like the trawlers come in and bring in all of the seafood and there's a
Wow.
market walking distance to our house and it's like $3 to $5 or $6 per kilo for the most beautiful like fresh reef fish like snapper and tuna and king prawns and stuff like that. So
Because
yeah,
all
we're
your
really
work's from home, right? You're online and stuff.
yeah, yeah. We just like my wife's an illustrator and she just needs an iPad and internet. And yeah, I run online businesses, so I just need internet and my laptop. So and we stayed in the same place, right? Or the same location for 7 months a couple of years ago. So we're really good friends with the landlord. He's kind of like adopted us in a sense. He says we're like his children. So last time we stayed in he's got a bunch of houses, but last time we stayed in a house, it was pretty old house, right? But it was super cheap, just near the beach. But this time he's just out of the kindness of his heart has blessed us with his proper Airbnb, which he usually charges like $50
Nice.
a night for. And yeah, he said we can stay there for the whole time we're there, like whether it be 9 months or whatever. So yeah, we get that for a couple of hundred, less than $200 a month, that's USD, including all the bills and everything. So it's freaking such a sweet deal. It's a
Including
beautiful house, including the like gas and electricity and stuff.
it's crazy.
Yeah,
You
man,
save.
it's
You're gonna
real.
be saving while you're there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's awesome. We're really stoked to be going there. Can't wait.
Sounds good, man.
It's a really nice beach. There's like a big giant reef right off the beach, right? You just take your snorkel and
And the water's nice
just
and clean.
yeah, really like crystal clear. It varies, but most days, in the good season, it's crystal clear, like proper crystal clear. You can see really far. And there's like giant turtles and all the fish you can imagine the beach. Like usually most places you have to get like a boat out to a reef or something, or the water's cloudy. But this place is like literally like 2 meters off the beach. There's like this giant reef. So every day we sort of go down there and do a bunch of snorkeling. So yeah,
Awesome,
it's a
man.
really cool place, man.
Wish I could just get up and leave.
Yeah, that's why we're taking advantage of not having kids.
Yeah.
It's trade
I'm not.
off.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm stuck here with, with the businesses. With the business and stuff. So
Yeah, it's like that for a lot of people, man.
yeah.
DJ, how can you snorkel on a spinning globe? Explain that.
It's not possible. All of the water would be gone. Can't have water in a vacuum.
You'd have to be at the equator, the bulge. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yep. You need air pressure to have water that doesn't boil and fuck off. And you wouldn't be able to have that on a globe in a vacuum.
It always reminds me of Jedi.
So yeah. Yeah. I literally quoted Jedi right then.
The air would just fuck off into space.
I used to love that meme with Yoda. If no pressure you have, off gas will fuck, or something like that.
Are the houses cheap there if you don't want to rent?
Yeah, really cheap, man. Really cheap. Like if you want to rent, yeah, it depends. Yeah, really cheap. Like like if you can pay $200 to $500 a month, you can get a beautiful place right near the beach with everything, you know, fully furnished. And yeah, there's stacks of them. You can get places even cheaper than that as well.
Maybe I could move my construction and plumbing business over there.
Yeah, they need it. They need it, bro. It's really
We've
cool
been.
because there's a train line.
You go.
There's a
Sorry,
train
mate.
line that travels all up and down the coast. And because it's not a big country, it's just filled with like beautiful beaches and towns and stuff all up and down the south coast. So you can jump on a train for like 50 cents or $1 and it'll take you, you know, to nice locations, and it's just really cheap to get around, and there's tons of different things to do. And then you go in if you go inland, you can escape the heat, and they've got all sorts of just like
Mountains
safari
and shit.
stuff as well. Crazy mountains and rainforests, and safaris where you can you know, they've got all the crazy animals and stuff. So yeah, lots of different things to do there.
When I'm thinking of trains, I'm thinking of those trains in India where it's people sitting on the roofs and shit. Not
It does
like
get
that,
pretty
right?
busy. It does, yeah, the trains get pretty packed. It's pretty crazy sometimes. But if you get them at certain times of the day, it's not like that. But it's not like India. It's not like that where you've got like the hectic trains with like, you know, people just stacked all over it. It's
Yeah.
the
Or
trains
like
get kind
Melbourne.
of busy. Yeah, but if it's peak hour or something like that, then it's pretty packed on the trains. But you can also get different like you can book tickets as well. Like you can get first class tickets and it'll cost you like $2
Cabin,
extra or
yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. You
I
just
don't
do
think
that
you can
every.
get cabin ones, but you can get like an air conditioned carriage where you get like comfier seats and stuff and a booked seat. We got the trains around in India as well. Like most of the trains in India aren't like that either. It's just in the big cities and stuff. You know, we went all around South India. It's freaking awesome there. It's tropical, really tropical.
Is
People are
that where
nice.
Goa
It's
is?
not. Well, Goa's Goa's a little bit higher. It's about like 8 hours up from
Yeah.
where we were,
That's up.
north of where we
Yeah.
were. But South India, like Kerala, Kochi, all these places down the south, it's like nice palm trees everywhere. People are friendly. It's much safer, you know. And they'll tell you. We got told so many times, don't go to the north. It's
Yeah.
not safe. The people aren't as nice as. But South India, yeah, it's like tropical paradise. It's very good, and the food's freaking amazing. And you know, it's nice and cheap and that kind of thing as well.
Must admit, it's
But
not
yeah,
one
people
place
are
that I've
so
wanted to
friendly, man.
visit.
Yeah, I heard you say that the other week. Yeah, it wasn't a place that I ever wanted to visit, but once I decided to go to South India, you know, I'd go back there again any day. It's freaking awesome, and it's huge, like
It's good to
huge place.
know
Yeah, yeah, you'd love it, man. It's freaking
because I
awesome, and
love
the
the
people are
food.
so friendly. The food's so good, like Indian food that you get in
I love it.
Australia and places like that. It's awesome, but it's not the same. It's way better when you actually go there.
Yeah.
And it's diverse as
A
well.
lot
It's
of
not
them
like
are very vegetarians, yeah.
yeah, there's a lot
A
of
lot of them.
vegetarians, but most yeah, no, it depends which place you go to, but yeah, like most places sell like beautiful meat dishes.
But no beef? Don't they worship cows?
Yeah, yeah, you won't find beef. Lots of chicken and pork and stuff like that. Fish, lots of fish and
Not sure I'd want to eat the pork there.
dude, the food's so good there, man. Much better than Sri Lankan food.
You wouldn't get much fresh fish in Poland, though, yeah?
Nah, like you just get it in the supermarket. It comes from the Baltic Sea. And it
Or like
you can get
whiting and
decent.
stuff like that, or
No, it's like mackerel, and there's some.
okay, yeah, I like mackerel.
I don't know what all the fish are here because they got Polish names, right? So,
Mm.
but yeah,
Yeah,
they can get some
Google
decent fish
Translate.
here, but it's not. Yeah, well, I can just ask my wife, I guess. But like trout, and salmon and stuff like that.
You get salmon, yeah, sweet, yeah.
But in Sri Lanka, it's really cheap. Here, it's not so cheap here for fish because it's got to travel a distance and that kind of thing.
Do you reckon the food's better in India than Sri Lanka? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, way better. But Sri Lanka is way better than India. Don't get me wrong. But the food's better
Yeah.
in India.
Well, I'll have to keep that in mind. Maybe it's
Mm-hmm.
not striked off my list then.
Yeah.
We're thinking of buying an apartment in Colombia for us to retire.
Wow. Awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if I'll ever retire though. That's the problem is, right?
Right.
There's so many statistics with because I'm still on the tools. I don't get off the tools. I love it, and some of the guys hate it, but I love it. It keeps me lean, right? Because, but I must admit I have to go to the gym more because of my age, so I can keep
Oh
my
yeah.
core strong. But yeah, I think if the statistics are when tradespeople retire, that the zone of having a heart attack's like 5 years after retirement.
What? That's
Mm,
crazy. What the hell?
yeah,
Wonder
because
why that is.
they're used to doing physical work, and then I think it's a mental thing as well. You become like you're worthless because you're not achieving anything. So there'd
If
be a
you ever
mental state.
retire, just start doing jujitsu, dude. I promise you, it'll replace everything you thought you were missing, and just go like 2 or 3 times a day.
Not with my knees, mate.
No, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, bro. It's not like
Yeah,
boxing where you're up
my
by
knee's
the
screwed because of jujitsu.
You didn't tap fast enough.
Hey
That's
guys,
'cause I
just
was wrong.
interrupt real quick. If we tried to talk to Hermit or Philomax, hello.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. Let's check it out, Dave. Let's see if anyone's keen to
Anybody want to
teach
teach
us
us the globe? We
that
don't
the
know
Earth is a
anything about
globe.
the globe. Please teach us the globe model. Thank you.
Yeah, we're dumb flat earthers. We never learned the globe.
Yeah, tell us it from the start. How do we know the Earth is a globe from the start?
Step one, look at the sky. Right, Timbo?
That's right. Because you see different stars, that means the Earth is a globe.
That would be funny if you asked them to explain it from the start. Like how was the globe created?
Oh, the Big Bang. We all know that. It's a scientific.
Oh, shadows, man. Different shadow lengths.
Yeah, but it was a
Right,
globe
but
before that.
yeah, how did it become a globe, sheepdog?
That's all you need, sticks and shadows. You got a globe right there, guys. Come on, man.
Oh yeah, gravity. Gravity.
All right, but
No,
how did gravity form the Earth into a globe?
Well, gravity was always there, wasn't it?
Where?
Well, it
There.
can't have always been there because it had to.
Whoa.
At the
Where did
start
it
of the
come
timeline.
from?
It's from wherever you need it to be, wherever you need it to do to make the globe work. Earth and gravity.
Yeah. It's the big G, man.
What?
It's like God. It just is.
I love it when they come in with straw man's, right? You guys think this. Oh, that guy yesterday was your leader, Dave Weiss.
Yeah, that's not loaded at all.
You have to believe the same thing that he says because he's your leader. Who is that guy? 23, right? He keeps on repeating, but I'm a
Oh,
scientist.
he's funny.
I'm a scientist. I'm smart. I'm really smart. I'm a scientist.
I think it's
You let it-
hilarious how people that actually believe the most ridiculous thing, the globe story, come in here telling us that what we believe. That's hilarious.
Yeah. And
He
how
let it
dumb a
slip the
flat.
other day.
What?
I was talking to him. He let it slip. He runs a flower shop that his parents own.
Huh. Well, there's science in that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Biology. Is that a science?
I wonder if he knows
Is
the
it a?
difference between botany and biology.
He knows. He knows a bit of stuff.
Well, he's a pseudo intellect. He because he knows some things and he knows his way around those things. He then thinks he can just figure his way out through everything else. Which I agree. Like if you can figure your way around some things, you can learn how to figure your way around other things. But if you're not willing to take the steps, then how do you know?
I think parts of biology can be considered science if they can be run through the scientific method. You know what I mean?
Like you can't live without your liver. That's why it has live in the word.
But as far as scientists figuring out how the body was actually created and how it actually works, that's a whole different ballgame, right?
I listened to somebody in a video one time explain something that was really, really, really nice to hear. Things do not build themselves up from the base level. So an atom doesn't build up to a molecule by itself. A molecule doesn't build up to an object. Object doesn't become sentient by itself. Something higher above that has to put that into it. So the lower level can't build itself up. The higher level has to build the lower level up. And I thought that was pretty amazing to hear.
It looks like we scared off any new people right now. That's a good point, though, Sheepdog. Spark of life, consciousness, all wild concepts that I'll never comprehend.
Here, I'll read it from this right here. Matter never gives birth to a conscious organism. It's impossible. It is consciousness that operates and manifests matter, not the other way around. Anyone who tells you otherwise doesn't know what he's talking about. If you want to ignore the mountains of evidence, then go ahead. That's free will.
That sounds pretty legit. We've been joined by Dory. Let's see if they want to say hello. Hello, Dory. You do have the right to remain silent. Do you have the ability? And they're gone. Back to you, Sheepdog.
Yeah, for me, this globe idea, right? That's news to me, man. Like nobody ever taught me that when I was in school. Like when I was in school, like I did math and I did science, I did history, but nobody ever taught me that the Earth was a ball. And I'm just now finding out today that somehow the Earth is a ball, but nobody's explained it to me. And so I need someone to like walk me through how everything works.
Well, we do have a new person. Maybe they'll explain it to you. Hello, Deba. Goodbye, Deba. I give up. Yet the large majority of our human population apparently is under the impression they live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. So we've never heard about that. We come in. How does that work? I mean, come on.
I must have been living under a rock.
No, I mean we were all born flat earthers, right? I'm being very sarcastic.
I don't even know if the Earth is flat. I just want to know, like, it looks flat. Like that's my only experience. It looks flat. I just need to know how it works.
All you need is like gravity and relativity and refraction and just different excuses, then you can make this whole story seem like it's sort of coherent, but no one investigates below the surface. I mean, we can't even get measurements of curvature. Come on, man.
There's
How about
measurements for
Hermit?
curvature.
We talked to Hermit Sheepdog. They talk. Hello, Hermit.
I couldn't tell you.
Oh, hello, guys. Yeah,
Thanks for
thought I'd
speaking
pop in
up.
and
What's
say.
up?
Oh, well, yeah,
There you go.
I found y'all's the 24/7 server. I haven't been in a long time, so I thought I'd show up. But y'all are over here now, so thought I'd
Yeah,
swing by
we're in
and say
different
hi.
places, different times. You got to try to keep up with us sometimes.
Oh, okay,
Thanks
y'all like a moving target.
So you're under the impression that we don't live on a spinning ball, or we do?
Oh, yeah, I'm Team Globe. Yeah.
Okay. Teach us how we live on a spinning ball. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you teach us? Like, I didn't get taught that in school.
Oh, I mean, it's more. I guess you could say it's more like just educated belief that I have. I don't have like all kinds of proof or anything. I mean, the main one I go with is uh, the the South Celestial Pole and like the star trails. For me, that's like the main one. But
My first
I mean,
reaction to that is, doesn't it bother you at least a little bit that to prove what you're standing on, you went to something in the sky? Isn't that a red flag for you, man?
no, I mean, because it doesn't match the flat Earth model.
What
Of
flat Earth
course,
model?
flat
Oh,
Earth
There's a
model.
yeah,
model.
we don't claim that though.
Well,
Even though lots
actually,
of flat
I
earthers
mean,
do,
yeah,
we
I
don't
mean,
claim that. That's a
well,
globe map though.
there's no other flat Earth model that includes two poles that work. So for me, like that's just the one that I mean,
Right, but the
I can't
globe
see a
model
flat
doesn't.
Earth.
Look, there are dual pole models, but yeah, like you said, there's probably a bunch of problems with them. And, there's also a huge amount of problems with the globe model, right? So that's a broken model straight off the bat. So,
Well, I mean,
but
not
yeah,
compared to
like
flat
just
Earth.
say the earth is flat and then there's 2 points in the sky. two apparent points of rotation, right? And it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Okay, there's just two apparent points in the sky that rotate, right? The northern and southern celestial poles.
Well, what do you mean by
Right
apparent?
now, apparent.
I mean, like
What do you
meaning
mean?
it's not actual, or it's just you know,
It
it
appears.
appears to be
It
that way.
appears. It appears. Yeah, it appears to be that way. Yep.
So how do you know for sure if it is or not, though?
What?
Hello,
That there's two celestial poles in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, but there's a way to
Yeah, we
test it.
can
Like,
observe them. We can observe them.
yeah,
Yeah, so right, there appears to be two points of rotation in the sky above us. That's
yeah,
factual.
but I
Right.
mean, how I understand, if there is one pole which is Polaris, and then all the stars rotate around Polaris, like I would be a flat earther. But like
Right, but all
that's
the stars don't rotate around Polaris, and why
yeah,
would they all have to rotate around Polaris? There's also stars that rotate around uh, uh, like Sigma Octantis area.
yeah. I mean
Right.
that's why
And
it makes sense to me.
and right, but that could just happen above a flat surface, right? I mean, look, what about this logic? If most of the known surface area of the Earth is covered in water, and if we could test that hundreds, if not thousands of times for curvature, and 100% of the time we can validate that curvature that would have to be there isn't there, right? That would mean that whatever's happening above that flat surface would be happening above a flat surface without question. And that's something we all have access to, right? We can't go up and check the exact mechanics of how the sky works or what stars are or how the celestial poles work,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
Empirically.
well, yeah, I mean the water argument. I mean, at first glance, it makes sense, but like then you get into in the weeds about like refraction and all that. So it's like for me that's not
Yeah,
very
but it doesn't
empirical.
go into the weeds though. It can go into the weeds if people don't know what they're talking about when it comes to refraction. But once you learn a bit about that, you'll realize that refraction isn't able to explain the observations.
Yeah, but like I mean, Earth is huge. So like trying to make an argument that water looks flat, therefore Earth is flat,
No,
that
that's
doesn't
not the
follow.
argument. Yeah, that doesn't follow, right? Because even if it was a globe, it would look that way, right? But that's not the argument, fortunately, right? So it looks flat, but then when we go and test for the byproducts of the curvature that would have to be there, they're not there, right? At all. That curvature that should be there, it's not there when we actually test it using high-tech equipment.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what you say. It's just not a convincing argument to me. I mean,
Well, it's
you
not what
can't
I
test it.
say, it's what
You,
the
yeah, can you
okay,
test?
go ahead,
Can you
why?
test that? Can you test that over hundreds or thousands of miles,
You
or is
don't
it
need to.
only like?
You can test it
Well,
over
that's
hundreds of
not what I
miles.
asked though. I asked, can
Yeah,
you?
you can, yes, you can test it over hundreds of miles. There's even observations over 1,000 miles. Yep.
You can't do a mirror test over thousands of miles or a laser test.
No, but you don't need to, right? Because over 10 miles, for example, or over 20 miles, that curvature would have to be there. A certain amount of curvature. And if it's not there over that distance, right, that debunks the entire heliocentric model. You can't have
Yeah,
a flat 10-mile body of water anywhere on the globe under any circumstances. Has
yeah.
to
I mean,
have
I've heard the
approximately
debates,
66.
and like neither
The
side
debates have
over like
evolved.
no, neither side over like 10 or 20 miles is convincing to me. So that's why the star trails and the the poles, that to me is a lot more convincing than like trying to eyeball 10 or 20 miles.
We're not trying to eyeball it. Okay, we're using high-tech equipment. right, and going to extreme measures to test for the curvature and then repeating the tests over and over again to validate that that huge amount of curvature is not there. What's
It's a
not
physical
convincing?
test, right? And the stars aren't.
Yeah, we
That's
don't
not a
have to
test.
we don't have to assume what things are that we can never test, right? Maybe the sky works in such a way that we can't even comprehend, way beyond our comprehension. There's unlimited possibilities of how the sky could work in order for us to see it the way we see it. But we know the way water works, right? We know that if we
Well,
test things over and over again here on the earth, right, and it gets repeated all over the earth everywhere we test it, right? Maybe you should look into the technical, right? Get technical, go deep into the laser tests and long distance observations and refraction.
I mean, yeah. I mean, but I've heard it, and that's not, to me, none of that's convincing. Like, I don't think the Earth is a globe because, all right, so there's refraction and all this over 10 miles, and I don't think I don't think it's flat. I mean, the thing, y'all pivot away from the sky, but it's like, well, I would think the sky would also be evidence of flat Earth because, isn't there a container, a physical container? So, like, that would be like the most airtight flat Earth proof, pun intended. I
Yeah,
mean,
right.
so
But
like,
you know what a necessary antecedent is?
yeah, I mean, that's Joe's main argument, but like, to me,
No,
that
it's not the main argument. The main argument is that it's a fact that over 10 miles distance, right? Just as an example, 10 miles over any body of water, there must be 66 foot of curvature. It has to be there. That means things should get physically obstructed behind a geometric horizon. And we can set up tests, right, where we account for the atmospheric conditions, where we account for all of the variables that would be an excuse for why we can never detect any curvature over these distances. We can set up rigorous tests where we shoot the laser across the water from, say, 6 inches above the surface of the water and hit a target 10 miles away on the other side, where we have perfect uniform water, air, and humidity levels, right? Where refraction cannot possibly be an excuse, because if the laser were to bend down, it would hit the surface. If the laser were to bend up, it would go way above the target. It's not possible to explain a lot of these tests that, mind you, were even done by optics experts, PhDs, scientists, engineers, etc., going out using high-tech, expensive equipment and documenting and live streaming every single step of the process, right? These tests aren't able to be rebutted. So whatever's happening with the stars that we can't confirm anything about is happening above a surface that we can validate. It's absolutely not a globe.
I mean,
We even have side views of a lot of these laser tests now, right?
And you
People have
don't have
gone out
any
and bought.
tests on the globe side either, right?
I mean,
Showing
yeah, I get y'all like the argument. It's not convincing to me. I
Why?
mean,
what? It's not convincing that there's no curve detected on a sphere.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, there is curve detected. You just can't see it
Where?
at 10 miles out. You're not going to see a
66
noticeable
feet? You
curve.
can't
Like,
measure 66 feet?
I think, I mean, 66 feet's not the true number though.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
like
the true
a
number.
I mean,
it's a six-story building,
yeah.
right?
It is the true
Big.
number at 66.67. That's the true number.
Well, as I said, like, I've heard these debates, and like, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
look,
not convincing either way.
it is convincing, right? And this is the thing. You wouldn't see the curvature. We're not saying you would see like the water curving. We're saying that you would see the byproducts of the curvature that would have to be there, right? Like basically, say you're 6 foot tall, you're standing at a lake, and it's a perfect clear day. The lake's so flat it's like a mirror. Now we're looking out across the lake. The geometric physical curvature of the Earth horizon should start at 3 miles. All of the water beyond 3 miles would be physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. right? Physically hidden. Yet 100% of the time when we go out and do an observation over a 10-mile lake in these conditions, we can see across the entire 10-mile distance. We can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. There's absolutely no sign of that physical geometric horizon that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. And there's no evidence that it exists.
I mean, well, what about like that Lake Michigan sighting? Uh,
Uh-huh.
so I mean, see, it always comes down to quibbling. It's like, well, like Globers will say, well, uh, you know, there's the bottom part that's obscured. You can't see the bottom part. Um, and flat earthers are like, well, the fact that you can see anything means the Earth is flat.
That's not the best rebuttal to that, right? There's much better rebuttals to that. Okay, so firstly, usually you can't see the buildings over there from that distance because the average visibility over Lake Michigan is 3 miles to 20 miles throughout the year. Very occasionally, you'll get a really clear day where you can see further, right? And you can see them. Now, we can see them even though they should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, if the bottom's missing, right, there's a super common condition that takes place, and it's called sinking refraction. And if you Google it, right, it by definition, by the exact definition of sinking refraction, it's when the bottom of things look like they're hidden behind the horizon, right? And you can look up how that works, and it's super common, and you can replicate that exact thing on a small scale just by adjusting the temperature gradient.
Hi
So
guys,
it's easy to explain that. So I wouldn't use that one as in particular
hi
as like
guys. Do you support communism? Do you support
David,
justice?
David, right? We don't just come in and jump into conversations randomly
Do
like
you,
that.
do you support
It's
communism,
not, that
brother?
doesn't work out well. You get a reward for doing that though. There you go. You win the prize. So Hermit, like if someone wanted to claim that it's a mirage, right, on a globe, and those buildings aren't really there, okay, they would maybe have to substantiate that claim in some way. I don't personally use that observation because we don't know what was going on with the atmospheric conditions on that day, but it does perfectly match sinking refraction, right? And the conditions match what would be necessary if you had sinking refraction. So that's something to take into consideration. There's much better observations than that one, where like Dr. John Dee's observations, where he actually measures the temperature humidity gradients along the path, to validate that the refraction isn't able to be used as an excuse. Because that's all the globers have, right? When it comes to the observations, is just saying the word refraction and hoping it sticks. Usually they don't know that much about refraction. They don't understand what refraction really does. And they don't know that there's no examples of refraction doing what they claim it's able to do, which is to completely mask and hide a geometric horizon that has to still be there. And for everything that we can see beyond that horizon to just be an optical illusion and not even really be there. It's just a mirage, right? It's not really there. It's all refracted up, and it's all lifting up at just the right rate all along the path just to make it look like it's flat all the time, right? It's kind of crazy claim.
But so is that like why pretty much most flat earthers become flat earthers is because of, you know, the water argument saying that, it measures flat, so you don't need to look at anything
I
else?
No, I think that there's a lot more arguments than that, but you can destroy the entire heliocentric model, right, by using the water, right, by testing the water. That's something that anyone has direct access to. And for, a small amount of money, you can actually test very easily for that curvature. It doesn't require any assumptions. It's direct physical testing. And that curvature has to be there, right, because of gravity. They say gravity is pulling everything towards the center of mass on the globe, and they tell us the exact size and shape of the Earth. So that means that any body of water that's 20 miles long, anywhere on the Earth, has to have approximately 266 feet of curvature. Now, while you might not see the actual horizon curving, if the Earth was a globe, when you're looking over a 20-mile distance, the byproducts of the curvature would be massive, right? To the point where if I was standing at a 20-mile lake and the Titanic was right next to me, and the Titanic sailed over to the other side of the lake, by the time the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, it would be gone, completely hidden behind the horizon. But we can go to a 20-mile lake and we can test it over and over and over again. And we can zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We can shoot lasers across the lake and they hit the target over and over again. We can test it during the daytime and then during the nighttime and during like opposite atmospheric conditions. And every time we're not finding any evidence of that curvature. So I think
So what's the
yeah, go
farthest
ahead.
you should be able to see over
Well,
a body of water?
technically 300 miles is the technical maximum distance that you can see through the medium of air. But most often the maximum distance, like 30 miles, 40 miles, 50 miles, that kind of thing on a nice clear day, because obviously the atmosphere is opaque over distance. So if you check the weather report anywhere in the world, what is the visibility rating of the air? And usually, like here, it says the visibility rating is really good today. I checked it yesterday, actually. It said the visibility is really good today. It's 15 kilometers, which is like less than 10 miles. And I'm in the country in Europe.
So have you taken like
Oh, what
binoculars
is this
or
chair?
like you know one of those
You
zoom
guys.
cameras, and have you been able to like see ships from like 20 or 30 miles away?
Um, well, what I did was I lived on a giant lake, a saltwater lake, one of the biggest saltwater lakes in all of Australia, called Lake Macquarie. And I had a boat, right? Because I lived right next to the lake, and there was a 15-kilometer stretch across the lake, and I went and tested the shit out of it for curvature, right? Because I could go out anytime I wanted. I bought a P900, and it's good because I would go and set my camera up on one side of the lake, and then on the other side of the lake there was like a white sand beach, so it was really easy to spot. So you could zoom in, right, in any weather conditions. Well, not any weather conditions. Some days it was too foggy, or there was like crazy wind which made big waves. But on a clear day, right, you could zoom in and you could see the shoreline on the beach. You could see the lights along the shoreline at nighttime, which all of this should have been hidden way behind the curvature of the Earth. So yeah, I repeated the tests over and over again. So that's one that I've done for myself just to confirm it for myself. Um, so yeah, India,
Okay.
right? Indio, the owner of 24/7, who unfortunately passed away a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, he's got tons of good observations as well. I mean, he's got footage of a ship that he tracked, and he showed you the tracking and exactly where he was, and he watched the ship for 3 hours go out, and he could see the ship at 30 something miles out, and that ship
Oh
should have been
wow.
hidden behind like 700 feet of curvature or something like that. Dr. John Dee's got a good observation where he tracked a ship, and you can see the whole ship, and it's like 22 kilometers out into the ocean, and his camera height is only 1 meter, 3 foot. So yeah, there's tons of observations of this. They keep stacking up, and there's a lot of bad flat Earth arguments out there, but that's what happens, right? In these sort of communities, there's a lot of shitty arguments, and they slowly get weeded out over time. It's like there's a lot of arguments that got made just a couple of years ago that have been like, thrown in the bin now and updated, and I think that there's a lot more solid ways to handle a lot of these arguments anymore. So yeah, there are debates where the flat earther hasn't done so well, and they're making claims that might not seem to you like there was a conclusion reached by the end of the debate and that kind of thing. That does happen a lot. So
Yeah. Well, I uh I used to hang out in 24/7 like back in the day. Um man, like during the whole, pandemic thing, man, the server was amazing back then. I miss those times hanging out.
yeah, it was really cool back then. Yeah.
Yeah. I just haven't been in these circles in a while, so I thought I'd drop in and I don't know, I just I mean, cuz for me, like probably the most convincing thing for me when I was like at one point I was more on the flat earth side and it was the biblical cosmology that was like convincing for me, a lot of it. And um I mean and also like well I was new to it, so I hearing hearing a lot of you know the big flat earthers in there talking about it. I mean, like it sounded very convincing and a lot of them are good arguments. Um so like
A lot of arguments that are like really convincing and good, did unfortunately turn out to be technically flawed arguments, which is unfortunate, right? Like a lot of the arguments might seem like a really good convincing point, but unfortunately, even though they are that way, they're incorrect, and some of them had to be, tossed.
yeah, yeah, that a lot
Right,
of
like
that's
like the
true.
AE map, like yeah, like all of the stars, right? Like if you watch Eric DeBay videos, for example, he'll show you animations and he'll show Polaris in the center of the AE map, and then all of the stars are like rotating around Polaris, and there's no south point of rotation. And that's just not what we observe in the sky, right? So those arguments are
Right.
old arguments, and I would yeah, I can understand why some people left flat earth, over things like that, for sure. But
Right.
the AE map is literally just another coordinate system projection based off the celestial sphere, which was what the globe was created off of. So all of those maps that we use now, like the Mercator map, like the AE map, these are all just coordinate system projections based off the sky. And the sky like the celestial sphere, if you look at a map or a diagram of the celestial sphere, and then you look at a diagram of the globe, it's the exact same thing. And all they did was
Mhm.
invert the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere.
Well, see, this is
And
another
that's how
thing that gets me, man, is like flat earthers say all maps are flat earth maps. And
nah, that's not
like
something we would say in here. Yeah, that's a bad
well,
argument as well.
that's one thing they used to say anyway is
Yeah, man. I've heard
like
it.
it's like, well, which is it? Is the earth is like, there's the Gleason's map um and the AE map. And if those are not flat maps, if those are actually globe that's like flattened out. I mean, it just seems
Yeah,
like you can't
it's
have it
it's
both
like
ways.
a latitude longitude coordinate system that's been flattened out. Yeah, they are. They're ba- they're based off the celestial sphere, and the celestial sphere is entirely imaginary. It's a conceptual, convenient way of thinking about of making a coordinate system out of the sky. Right. Even if you go to Google and you type in right, I'll do it right now. Is the celestial sphere imaginary? And let's see what it says. Yes, the celestial sphere is an imaginary abstract and geometric tool used in astronomy and navigation, right? And that's what the globe came from. They took these celestial poles and they turned them into terrestrial poles. The equator, right? The equator came from the sky. The equator is the celestial equator, and they inverted that onto the ground itself. So basically, the globe came from And this might have not have even been a malicious thing, right? This might have just been a coordinate system mistaken for reality over time.
Right. Yeah.
So while the celestial sphere might be a useful tool, right? And even the inverted coordinate system that we use to make all the maps, right? That's also a convenient tool. Coordinate systems are convenient tools and maps are convenient tools, but the map is not the territory. The coordinate system is not the territory. That's why when we go out and we actually measure for the curvature, it's not there because the Earth's not actually a globe, right? It's like a coordinate system mistaken for reality, an inverted coordinate system. If you look into the history of the globe, you'll see how it kind of came along to become that. But that's another rabbit hole.
Common thing I'll say is, well, I mean, gravity's not real. It's not a thing, and is the Earth, is it really spinning? And so it's like, well, like what I do is I look at whatever Earth is supposedly doing, and then like what's going on with, if there's other planets, what are they doing? Are they?
Here's the thing. I don't even think that gravity is not real. I think gravity is very real. I just think the definition is wrong. We can all pick something up that's heavy and let go of it, and it'll fall down. We agree with that.
Well, I mean, see, the issue with gravity is like when a planet's large enough, like when a planet's large enough, the gravity holds an atmosphere to its surface and also holds water to its surface if there's water.
That's the problem, though. And then if it's holding water to the surface, the only place you're going to measure curvature is over the surface of water.
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
If gravity is holding water to the surface, then the only place you're going to measure curvature is over the surface of water.
Is there any way you're able to fix your mic up, Sheepdog?
Give me a second.
So it makes sense to measure. Can you hear me now? Curvature over the water.
Yeah, I think you're a little better now.
It's a little better, yeah.
Yeah, so as I was saying,
way better, yeah.
If we're talking about planets, let's just forget Earth for a second, just planets in general, right? If planets are holding, because a planet's massiveness is holding water to the surface, then water would be, the surface of the water would be equidistant to the center everywhere on that planet. Do you agree? Do I need to restate it?
I guess. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Like we have
But,
level, right? All elevation on Earth is taken from sea level, right?
Yeah.
When we talk about the Marianas Trench and how deep it is, we're talking about how deep below sea level it is. Because the surface of water is the gold standard for level.
Yeah, certain places on land are below sea level and others are above it.
Right, but water everywhere on the surface is either A, flat, or B, conforming to conforming to the circle of the Earth, the sphere of the Earth.
Yeah.
right? So that's why we take our measurements over water. When you invoke, and I want to kind of tie this in with something else you said. When you invoke other planets, you're already presuming that the Earth is a planet, right? We know things fall down on Earth. We don't know things fall down on the moon. We don't know things fall down on Jupiter. We don't know things fall down on Mars. These are crazy claims to assume that everything that's happening on Earth would happen on other planets.
Well, things also fall up.
Regardless, you're saying that because those things in the sky are spherical, and because of gravity on Earth, and because of the moons around Jupiter, therefore those things in the sky must also have gravity.
Well, no, actually, I was saying, I mean, if you look at other planets, there's some of them don't spin very much. Some of them don't have gravity.
Name one planet that doesn't have gravity in your model.
Well, there's been probes that have gone to various planets, and
Yeah, they
they
claim to
found that
have
the
less
gravity,
mass, which is
the
less gravity.
they don't like the gravity that Earth has. The pressure at ground level, it's not the same on all planets. It's not
I
the same.
know,
So it's like,
because they're saying like Jupiter is really massive. So if you went to Jupiter, you would be crushed by
yeah.
the
So they've been to
gravity.
Mars, they've been to Venus, and like,
When did they go to Venus?
I think the Russians sent a probe like in the 60s, and it got cooked pretty
Wow.
quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I can't verify any of those things, right? So, like, when I look up in the sky, I don't look at Mars and say, oh, the Earth looks like Mars. There's nothing up on, when I look at Mars, there's nothing on Mars that resembles Earth. There's nothing on the moon that resembles Earth.
Because like the arguments y'all say was like, well, how do you know the Earth is spinning? How do you know there's gravity? I mean, so it's like,
Well, no. Follow me. You're referencing the things in the sky and saying because they look spherical, the Earth also must be spherical as well. But when I look at those things in the sky, I don't see any similarities from the Earth to the things in the sky. There's nothing.
that's not my argument. I'm not saying that. I didn't say anything
Well,
about the shape. I was talking
then how
about
do you
like,
know the other planets have gravity?
I mean, the size of the planet
How do you know how big
determines.
they are?
Yeah, there's this thing called astronomy where uh they can tell the size of the planet, how far away it is.
How do they do
And
that?
I mean, we can get into that if you want. I mean, I don't know all the particulars, but
Well, I'm going to
I
want
mean,
to know the particulars because when you get down to the devil in the detail, right? You're going to find out that there's just a lot of assumptions that are made in order for them to advance their explanation.
I think it's less assumptions than with flat Earth. But I mean,
What do you mean there's less assumptions? I don't assume anything in the sky. I see Mars just like you do. I just don't have a story attached.
well, you do have a story. It's just different than mine.
What story do I have?
Well, I mean, if you're a biblical flat earther, you have that story, and then
No.
if you're not one, then you have another one.
Oh, okay. Well, what's the other story then? Because I'm not a biblical flat earther.
Well, they're just lights in the sky.
Okay, so how is that a story? Do they look like lights in the sky to you?
Yes.
So how's that a story? We share the same understanding.
Well, that's where your story stops. Mine doesn't stop there.
Well, it's not a story. It's
It's an objective
observable
fact.
reality.
Yeah, it's an
Well,
objective fact that even you agree with.
right, but that's where you stop. That's where I'm like, well, you can do stuff to tell more about it than just say it's a light in the sky. You can pick up a
Like what?
device. There's these things called telescopes where you can observe it, and you can.
Yep.
We do have technology where you can
I've
send
taken
out.
pictures. I've taken pictures of Jupiter and the moons, and the moons around Jupiter. So what does that prove?
Did you do it with a telescope?
I did it with my P1000.
Yeah, that's more for like terrestrial
No, it's
viewing.
not. I literally here. I'll post it in the side chat. I've literally taken pictures of Jupiter and its moons.
Well, yeah, you can take pictures, but like
It's the same thing you're doing with a
that
telescope.
the P1000 is not an astronomy tool. Like no serious person would say it is.
A lens is a lens, brother.
Hey, brother, you ever try measuring curvature using a laser over a lake or ocean?
Have I ever personally done it? No.
Oh, well, there you go.
But there's plenty of well documented observations to support it. Would I like to do it someday? Absolutely. I would love to go out and do it someday. Right now, I just don't have time.
Yeah, I bet the cope would be gravity curves the light.
You know, Sheepdog's a
Gravity
flat
does
earther,
what?
right, Swiggy? Do you think? I think Swiggy thinks you're a glober.
Oh, okay. I'll pretend to be a glober.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's the way you measure it usually, right?
That's a way to measure it, correct?
Swiggy, are you saying that people have measured a globe using these things, or you can make sure it's not a globe using these things?
That's just like what I've heard people say they use to measure curvature or to prove that it doesn't curve.
Oh,
It's
that it does
0.1.
curve, right? So if anyone can find us any laser test that Globe Earth has used that validates a globe, right, that would be a first. So if anyone has that, post it in the side chat. It doesn't exist. But good luck finding one.
That's the point I'm making is like uh, I don't see how a laser could curve like gravity affecting it.
Oh yeah. Well, they don't claim that. They say it's refraction, this thing, right? Like divine refraction, like a deity that somehow perfectly bends the laser hundreds and hundreds of feet, hugging the curvature of the earth and hits the target every single time. That's what they claim. The Globers claim it's their only cope.
I thought it was sooner than that. I'm looking for my picture of Jupiter and its moons. I was really shocked by it when I took the picture. Elijah had to tell me that it was moons. I was like, what the heck is that? He's like, oh, it's Jupiter's moons. It's like, no way. Super cool. I didn't know that was how powerful a P1000 was. Here we go. Found it. Check that one out, DJ. And whoever else I was talking to. I think it was Hermit. I apologize for the sharp edges. I was trying to push the button on my camera because I didn't have a remote to take a still shot.
Yeah, nice.
Caught 3 moons.
They look weird.
Yeah, when I pushed the button, it shook the camera a little bit. And of course, I'm zoomed in at 4,000 millimeters. So
And mine came with a little remote that push a button to take a picture with. You don't have to risk that happening.
yeah, I was stupid. I went the other route and got the filters. I was going to do something
So,
with
yeah.
solar filters, but the solar filter wasn't even that great. So
Anyway, back to what Hermit was saying. Yeah, sure, you can look up in the sky, okay, and you can make a whole bunch of assumptions about the things that you're seeing in the sky based off a mathematical concept. And then you can use that framework of that mathematical concept, and you can make all sorts of predictions and calculations, and all of it is based off a bunch of assumptions that there's no empirical evidence for whatsoever. That's the problem with that. One of the main variables is going to be the R value. It's the base of the cosmic distance ladder, the radius of the Earth. And gravity, right? If Earth's a ball and gravity's pulling everything to the center of mass, that water would have to be curving at a certain rate, and it's not doing that. Doesn't mean we completely deny gravity in this, just in the sense that, like, little g, right? Things fall. Things fall in a vacuum at a approximate rate of 9.81 meters per second squared. Okay, we can all agree on that, but that's just an observation. That's just right. If you want to claim the cause of that effect, right, that's when you start to get into the territory of setting yourself up for failure, because we're going to say, okay, show us the scientific experiment that validates that claim, that proves that the cause of the effect is mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time fabric.
Well, I mean, so another thing with flat Earth that annoyed me is it's like, well, yeah, it's debunking the globe model, but it's not really replacing it with anything. It's like, well, we don't really know how far the planet, the bodies, like, the planets or the stars are.
you
But
can
I
call them
mean,
planets. You can call them, just so you know, you can call them planets. Just the Earth is not a planet. That's the only comparison, right? We all see the same planets in the sky.
yeah,
Right, but he's being fed a story. We were all fed a big story that they're X distance away and they're in a space vacuum and all of these things, and they tell us what they're made out of, and they even tell us crazy shit that if flat earthers said it, they would get laughed at and mocked and ridiculed. But because the globe earthers say it, right, it's fine to say that it rains diamonds on Uranus and diamonds on Neptune, and it rains sideways glass on exoplanets, and there's planets made of diamond, and there's Uranus smells like farts and all sorts of just crazy wacky shit, and we got black holes and hairy black holes. It's almost like they're taking the piss at some point, like and then most of the universe is filled of with just a completely made up place filler called dark matter and dark energy that no one even knows what it is or anything. Like it's just chaos, man. And when they tell you that
Oh,
stars are a certain distance away, right? That's pseudoscience. That's textbook definition pseudoscience. You can't ever validate any of that, right? So we don't want to bullshit, right? And
well, how do you know it?
falsification.
Yeah, but that's my thing is how do you know it's pseudoscience if you don't make a claim either way? If you don't
Okay,
know how
so
far it is.
this is how we know it's pseudoscience, right? So pseudoscience is science when people claim that it's science and it hasn't been put through the scientific method, it hasn't been validated, but it's still claimed to be science. That's textbook definition pseudoscience. So if you say a star is a burning ball of plasma gas X distance away in a giant space vacuum, right? I would say, where is your scientific evidence to back up your claim? And then you're not going to be able to provide it. And then we're going to say, well, that's pseudoscience. Okay, we don't need to replace a bunch of bullshit, right, with some other bullshit that has a whole bunch of assumptions. Like, you can never empirically test these things. Okay, you just have to believe their stories about it and believe that their assumptions are true. But you're not able to validate that you can have gas pressure without a container. You're not able to validate that you can have a ball, right, that's covered in gas inside a space vacuum. You can't scientifically validate any of that, or that there's a ball at all that we're standing on, right? All of those are assumptions, and they don't have any empirical evidence to back the claims
So
up.
do you
So
know the sun isn't 93 million miles away?
do I know the sun isn't 93 million miles away? I don't know what the sun is. I didn't make a claim about the distance to the sun, right?
But you're
If you do,
trashing the view that it's that far away.
okay, so can you prove that it's that far away? And can you prove that you can have a burning ball of gas in a vacuum to begin with? Do you know how they worked out the distance to the sun? Or do you just believe it? Because I didn't make any claims about the sun, right? I don't have to prove a negative. If you want to say it's 93 million miles away, I'm just going to ask you to back up, right? Firstly, if you want to talk about the sun, what is the sun? And how can you validate that the sun is what you think it is?
I mean, because unless flat Earth has changed, flat Earth is saying everything's a lot closer with what's in the sky. Like it's all local. I mean, is that
Well,
still
what's that
the?
mean though? What's that mean though? Like, what's local imply?
Well, if you're a biblical flat earther, it's within the firmament.
We don't. What none of us are using biblical arguments ever in 24/7. That's not anything that you're going to find us using. We're empiricists, right? We
Okay.
don't want to use religious books to make. That's faith-based stuff. So
Well, I
yeah,
mean, Eric.
just forget it. Forget
So what
Eric.
about like
Forget
Eric
about
Dubay?
Eric Debate. Hates the Bible. He's anti-Christian.
Right. So
And a lot of his arguments are based off old books from the 1900s, right? Where he thinks that it's an AE map and that kind of thing, right? Sure, he has a lot of good arguments, but it's all outdated stuff. He has a lot of very flawed arguments, in my personal opinion. So yeah, I wouldn't, if someone comes in here and we have a great conversation with them and they say, oh, I want to look into it more, I'm not going to give them Eric Debay videos. Not a chance.
well, so what? I don't. Cause that was my thing. Like while I was in 24/7 all that time ago, it seemed like there was really nothing to hang my hat on as far as what flat Earth is. Because it's like, well, we know the the model is wrong, but we're not making any claims about what flat Earth is or what the cosmology is. So like, well,
Right,
if you know it's
because
wrong,
yeah, but
then
you wouldn't want to. You
logically
wouldn't
you would
want
know
to.
it's right.
No, well, falsification is independent of replacement. So you would agree that if we can validate the water isn't curving, that would debunk the entire heliocentric model. We don't then have to replace every single wacky claim that they make, right? We have debunked the model, right? We've falsified it, and falsification is independent of replacement. And then we can focus on what we do know. And then with funding, which we don't get, right? With funding, hopefully one day in the future, we can start to try to learn more about this amazing place that we live. at the
I mean, I
moment,
don't agree with
we're
that
at
premise though,
okay. Why not?
because if you make the claim that something is incorrect, like then you're making the claim that what you believe is correct.
Okay,
So
so do
that
you
is
agree? Do you
replacing it.
agree? Do you agree that if we can debunk that the Earth is a globe, right? That debunks the entire heliocentric model, like the way they say space works and all of that kind of thing, right? It's all based around the Earth being a sphere. So when there's other things that go along with that model, like it raining diamonds on Uranus, for example, do we have to make a replacement for diamonds on Uranus? Just because we measured the surface and we've proved that the globe is wrong, so we can debunk the entire model, right? It's kind of like this, right? I got this thing I called the on my unicorn fallacy, right? Let's say that you told me that you have a unicorn in your garage, and then you do all of these crazy things on the unicorn, right? You and your unicorn go out and you do all of this crazy shit, right? And you show me a bunch of math about what the unicorn does, and you guys can do this and that, right? And I can falsify, right? I go into your garage. You tell me the unicorn's in your garage. I go in there. There's no unicorn there, right? Do I then have to replace all of the other wacky shit that you said that you did on that unicorn? Of course not, right? Of course not, right? So if they say
I
that
don't
the
see how
Earth's a
that's the
globe,
same though.
it's the same thing.
No, because if you're telling me that the sun
The globe's the
is
unicorn, by the way. The
Hey, what's
globe is
up?
the unicorn, the sky.
I don't mind to replace your unicorn either.
Hey, interrupters
I
get
just
muted. Just a heads up. Thank you. Yeah, so look, man, we don't have to replace everything they claim in the globe model just because we can debunk the globe model at its core. Because just say you have a math equation, right? And it's a complex equation, and it's based on something in reality. And the core variables relate to something in reality. Let's say it's the radius value of the Earth, for example. Okay, 3959 miles. Now, based off that radius value, you can then make an entire model about all sorts of different things, and they all include that R value. Now, if all of the math is based off that core variable, primary variable, right, and you verify that that variable is incorrect, it doesn't match reality, that means that all of the math that are based off of that primary variable, right, it's all wrong. You can throw all of that math in the bin. It's all completely incorrect because it's based off something that doesn't match reality. So if you have one wrong number in a math equation, right, you can throw the whole thing in the bin. If it's based off, if it's supposed to match reality. And the R value, right? It's
how have you
the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder, right? The distance to the planets, the distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, distance to the sun. It's all based off that radius value.
But how have you proved the sun is not a million
I didn't
times the
make
size of the
I
Earth and
I didn't
93 million miles away?
I didn't make a claim that it is or isn't that. You made a claim that it is that, or the Globe Earth made a claim, right? The Globe Earthers, they made a claim that it is that distance away.
But you just
Right?
said
Just
you
because
disproved it.
how did yeah, because the Earth's not a globe. Right? That sun being that distance away, okay, is based on the Earth being a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, and it's based on the space vacuum. Okay, and it's based on
But I thought it doesn't matter what's going on in the sky. Earth is still flat.
yeah, it doesn't matter what's going on in the sky, right? That doesn't mean that the sun, right, that we have to tell you exactly what the sun is, because we can't validate what the sun is. We can't test it. So we're not going to make claims about things that we can't back up. We
so it
like to
could
have
be that far
receipts.
away, but
Can I play with this for a second, DJ?
Yeah.
Kermit, the Earth is flat. How far away is the sun?
I mean, I have no reason to argue with 93 million miles away, given that it's a million times the size of Earth.
Okay, how do you know it's a million times the size of the Earth? The Earth is flat. How do you know it's a million times the size of the Earth?
It's been measured. They've I mean, I could look up all the details on it, but I mean, it's not really in question anymore.
You see how you have no evidence for it. You're hoping somebody else has the evidence out there for it. But if we press you on this hard enough, you're just going to be like, I don't know, because you can't know.
Yeah, but that's what you say about it as well. You don't know.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with saying I don't know.
So you say you
of
do
course you
know.
would say that.
You say you do know, bro. You're saying that you do know. We're not making that
Yeah.
claim that we do
I mean,
know. So
I
we
would
don't.
agree with Matthew Learns, because he says the given the evidence, like, you know, what the globe has fewer assumptions you make, and it lines up
Really,
with what we see.
it's all based off assumptions. We don't have any assumptions, right? Everything about the globe is
Well,
based
no,
off
Flat Earth
assumptions.
has their assumptions.
Name one. Name one.
Everything's small and local.
No. What does that mean? What does that
I mean,
mean?
that's the entire Flat Earth model as far
No,
as
from
in the sky. You know,
incorrect.
the sun and the moon are the exact same size,
Cool straw
same
man.
distance.
No, they appear as such. Nobody's making actual absolute claims. That's the issue. You keep thinking
Well,
we
then
are.
you can't debunk the globe if you don't have anything that like
That's
proves
not
it
true.
incorrect.
If I measure the Earth as flat and this collapses the entire cosmological framework, that doesn't mean that I have to be ready to go with an alternate explanation. I can figure that part out later.
Right, but you can't tell me the sun's not 93 million miles away if you refuse to tell me how far away it is. Like,
I
you
don't
just say
need to
you don't
tell,
know.
I don't know how far away it is. And 93 million miles has not been substantiated. In fact, that collapses under the measurement of the Earth too. The reason why it collapses is because of how we know what method was used to come up with 93 million miles distance.
Is it the speed of light?
No, it's based off an assumption that Earth is a globe, and that
So it's not based on
Venus
how long light
is an
takes.
object like Earth, and that both of these are in orbit around the sun. These are all assumptions that go into that distance.
So you reject the speed of light as well.
I don't know that I do. I mean, seems to hold fairly constant and, dependent on a medium.
Yeah. I mean, it's just not much for me to chew on. Like, I mean, flat Earth, it just comes down to Earth is flat. We don't know anything else.
Well, we know what it
Like,
isn't with
I don't know. It's just
absolute
not.
confidence, okay? And in detail. And there is enough meat on that table to keep us going for years.
I mean, what are you going to say that because the sunlight takes 8 minutes to get to the Earth, therefore we know the distance to the sun? That's circular reasoning.
Yeah, if you take the sun in isolation, but we have lots to measure in the sky. So like one place may have 8 minutes, another is 5 hours. So it's like you can sort of get an idea of the distance of various stellar bodies.
Do we measure the two-way speed of light or the one-way speed of light?
One way.
No.
But how would that change?
Wrong. Nobody knows the one way.
Would it be different than the 2A?
No, you have to measure it back to the source because you would have to know what time it left the source to measure it getting to the other source. The only way to do that is to measure the return speed of light and then divide it by 2. And you're assuming that we can measure the distance to the sun only via one way when you would have to measure the light going to the sun and then returning from the sun and then divide it by 2.
There's also a stack of there's also a stack of assumptions being made. Okay, like the distance, the medium, right? That's between us and whatever the sun is, right? You're assuming that it's a space vacuum. Okay, you don't have any empirical evidence that you can have a space vacuum and then have a ball Earth with a gas pressure system around it inside a space vacuum. Right, that doesn't hold up to natural law. That doesn't
Well,
hold up
yeah.
to
I mean,
gas
because your entire
laws.
but y'all's entire argument about the container depends on a space vacuum.
I didn't make any claims about a container. It doesn't depend on a
Well,
space vacuum. You claim a space
yeah, it does.
vacuum. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. We don't think that there's a space vacuum. You think that there's a space vacuum, but you can't prove it. Okay, you just
No, that's
believe in
your
what you
entire
get told.
argument for a container is that the
Don't tell
container
me what my
keeps
argument is. Don't tell me what my
So
argument
y'all
is. You don't
don't.
know what my argument is, bro.
So y'all don't believe in a
Okay?
container anymore.
I didn't
So
say
you
that,
do or
right? This is what
don't.
I look. I'll tell you my argument. Okay, we have natural laws. We have gas laws that are very consistent. Okay, and we can do tests and experiments on a smaller scale here on the Earth. 100% of the time, on anything that we can test empirically, gas pressure requires a container. You cannot have a gas pressure system adjacent to a vacuum inside a vacuum chamber, right? You can't have what you're claiming exists, right? There's no empirical evidence for it, right? What we claim checks out, right? We can just back that up with experiments all day long. Anyone can test it anytime. We can show you
But
demonstrations of it. It's obvious common sense as well, and it also goes along with the ideal gas law, right? A whole list of gas laws and natural laws, right? Your assumption, right, breaks all of those, right? It violates all of these natural laws. Okay, so what we're claiming is that, right, the definition of gas pressure is correct because when we test it, that's what happens, right? If we have gas pressure, okay, there needs to be some kind of container. Now, I'm not claiming there's some big glass dome up in the sky or something like that. I have no idea. Okay, all we know is that we have gas pressure, and we know that when we do a test, right, a scientific experiment, right, that you can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum without a physical container stopping entropy from taking place and the gas filling the available space. If you want to claim that gravity, right, is acting as a container, then you would have to be able to prove that. But even your side says that no, we can't prove that because we would need to do a test with something the size of the globe, and that's not possible, right? So you just kind of have to believe the conceptual mathematical concept, which is the heliocentric model, right? You can't back up your claims, but we can back up all our claims. We're not making any assumptions, right? We're just saying that based off what we can test, water needs a container. You can't have a large body of water without a container. And water conforms to the shape of that container and the surface is flat. And then gas pressure needs to have a container. It's the necessary antecedent, just like if you have a steak, right? If you have a beef steak, right? You don't need to prove what cow it came from and what color it was and how far away it was and blah, 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 right? You have a steak, you know it came from a cow, or you have a person, you know that that person came from two parents at some stage, right? You don't need to know their names, what color their hair was. You have the necessary antecedent. Now, if you wanted to make claims that go against natural laws, that go against empirical tests, then you would have to be able to back them up. Otherwise, it's pseudoscience, fake science. So you've got a bunch of assumptions in all of your space claims, unfortunately. But look, man, hey, I gotta go on mute for a bit, and I do appreciate you. Like, you seem like a very cool guy, and I'm glad that you found us. Right, we're in here a lot. We're either in this server or the politics server, so you're obviously welcome anytime to come and hang out with us. And the old 24/7 is still alive, man. I mean, it's just rarely at 24/7 anymore because these big servers asked us to come and have channels, and we get a good flow of like globe earthers to talk to in these channels more than our server. So I appreciate the convo, and I'll go on mute for a bit and
Oh
just go
yeah,
on listen mode. But
I
just
remember
think
you
about it.
back in the day. I just don't remember talking to you.
Yeah, I
You're
didn't. I didn't. I used to be more of a chat skank.
Oh yeah.
I was in
Well,
the
yeah, there was.
chats, probably sharing Eric Debay videos to you or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Like back in the day when I was in there was like a lot of let's see, Elijah, Witsit,
Yeah,
Huey, Miggy. Yeah, those were the main
yep.
guys that were in there a lot.
Yeah, Elijah was in here today, most of the day. Helio, you probably remember Helio Skeptic.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, Helio, he
Yeah,
runs the
he's
live streams.
yep, he still comes in now and then. He's not in the VCs as much as he used to be, but he's started coming in a bit more often, which is awesome. We got Flat Lloyd as well, Flat Lloyd Wright. I don't know if you remember him. He's awesome, the architect guy. But yeah, it's good, man. It's a bit more chill, in fact, that it used to be without the likes of certain people who I won't mention. But yeah, it's good to have you back.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll start hanging out. Y'all have been cool. Um, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
I've
these are
been
the
hanging
kind of
out and
fun
like,
conversations I enjoy. So don't take any
yeah,
offense, if it gets a little bit heated at times or something like that. Can still shake in at the end of the conversation.
right. Yeah, I decided to show up because like I've been in like Glober servers the last couple of years, so I wanted to like come back and hang out with flat earthers. So
Awesome,
yeah.
awesome. All right, man. I'll
All
catch
right.
you next time. I'll mute up because I got a shitload of work to do that I should have been doing all this time.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good one.
Wait, owning the limbs.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, that's kind of a cringe name I made when I made the account.
Oh, uh, are you still trying to own the limbs though, brother?
Well, I don't really get into politics anymore. Um, so
Uh,
not so much anymore. I just try to
well,
get to
that's
know
good.
people.
Yeah, fuck the whole left versus right, red versus blue, black versus white, man versus woman, divisive shit the elites want us on.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the whole point of the internet is to keep everybody arguing. So, I mean, it's fine sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, if like the arguments involve actual factual claims, not just like whatever stupid opinion someone has.
I wanted to add something though, or were you going to add something, Yoder? Oh no, Wiggy. So I just want to add.
Nothing.
Yeah, I thought I saw
What is
you
it
light
about
up.
that Ralph? Owning the libs if he
Hold on
believes.
just a second, Swiggy. I wanted to add something to you, Hermit. So, like, as you can see, like, as we point out how, like, when we ask questions, how do they do that? How do they get that? and we get when you finally get down to the crux of this stuff, there's assumptions made, right? And that's what we're trying to get away from. We don't mind making an assumption, so that because you got to ask the question so that way you can build a test for it, right? We don't mind the assumption being made so we can test to demonstrate the assumption to be true. But that's what we're going to ask sorry about the burp bill. That's what we're going to ask from flat earthers as well when they make an assumption. We're going to say, how did you come to that conclusion, right? Can you demonstrate that for us? Can you walk us through that? Can you show us how this works? And models, explaining models is just not going to go well, right? What is it called? A toy model is not going to go well to explain a mathematical model. You're going to have to use the real world and show us how it works. Unfortunately, a lot of assumptions about other planets, right, means that you have to go to those planets and give us those observations from that Newton's bucket, that reference frame. So we're just not going to make any claims about that, right? We have no problem saying, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? We don't know either. Exactly. We don't know. But what we can test for is for the curvature on the Earth, because that's step one, right? Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that does make sense. I mean, I guess my main contention is it's like you want your cake and you want to eat it too. It's like, well, we know the sun's not X distance away, but we don't know how far it is. And
No.
like,
It's like a large math equation. Have you ever done, when you were in high school, you ever do like a really large math equation that just took you a long time to do because there were so many steps to it?
yeah,
Right. It doesn't matter. So like if you screw up step one, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if step 2 through step 10 are correct and give you the correct answer, assuming that step 1 was also correct. But we know step 1 is not correct. So steps 2 through 10 cannot be correct either. Right? See what I'm saying?
but see, that's where I disagree. I don't
We have to
I
throw
don't
the
see
baby out
how
with
the
the bathwater.
sun. Yeah.
They say don't throw
Well,
the baby out with the bathwater, but you have to on that one because step 1 was wrong.
what was step 1 though?
The baby's wrong.
I mean, you mean the Earth being a globe?
Yeah. There's no baby in the bathtub.
I mean, I don't agree, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm interested to hear what y'all have to say. I mean, that's why I'm in here. I'm just listening in. I'll
No
engage in
worries.
discussions when I can.
I'm just trying to help you see that the entire story of heliocentrism, the distance to the planets, the distance to the moon, the distance to the sun, the distance to the stars, the distance to everything in the sky is reliant on the Earth being a ball based on the story that we were all brought up with. Now I know that story cannot be true. None of it can be true. The things are still in the sky. The distance could be the same. It could be.
Then,
but you have to go measure that and prove it to me now, because I'm not
yeah,
going to
but
believe it anymore.
then y'all need to stop saying it doesn't matter what's in the sky. Earth is still flat, because like it really does matter what's in the sky.
Well, I'll put it to you this way: if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Definitely is curving.
Well,
But
see,
you're right. Like if it's
that's
not,
indoctrination. If you can't answer a hypothetical, your indoctrination is preventing you from giving an honest answer. But to complete the statement, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. Inversely, if the surface of the Earth is not flat, then it must be curving. So, if the surface of the Earth measures flat, right? Because we've already determined that it's not curving. If it measures flat, then whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth, because we measured the Earth to be flat. That's the problem that a lot of people have problem letting go. They're like, what do you mean the whole story is wrong? The whole story is wrong. And all we're left is what we're able to observe here in reality and figure out. Could it be more than that? Yeah, but
see, that's your premise though, is that it's wrong. Like that's where you start.
It can't be right.
Well, why do you say that?
Because the whole story requires orbits.
But
Look, let me
I thought it
let me
didn't
let me put
matter.
this in one other way really quickly, right? Like if you have a surface area, that of a body of water, or any surface area, right? Or like the surface of a table or a floor, right? That's not curving. Would that be defined as a flat surface?
Yes.
Okay, so if the surface of water isn't curving, right, the Earth would therefore be flat, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right, cool. All right, back to you, sheepdog.
But the problem with that is, how can you tell a microscopic curve from a flat surface?
You measure it, you shoot a straight edge over it, and then you measure for the deviation. Because curvature, as we all know, is measurable through an exponential function called x squared.
Well, we could
So can
also
you
ask
measure
him,
it
like,
over like?
listen, are you asking us how in the world has anybody ever measured the globe before? It seems impossible.
Oh, like so. Well, you can see that you can't measure over like say 10 feet of water if it's curving or not. Like that's too small.
What about 10 miles?
I would say that's still too small.
Based
Really?
on what?
I mean, so the main argument is that it looks flat, and so you take
That's not the
a
main
laser.
argument. That is,
It's a starting
dude, that
point.
is not the main argument. Do you think a 7-story building is nothing? 7-story
Well,
building. It's a
but
pretty
see,
big
that's the
building,
thing
right?
that's the main thing that gets you into flat Earth is that Earth looks flat. Like I can see it
No.
does.
No.
It
If it
definitely
was a
does look
globe,
flat.
it would still look flat if it's a globe, right? So obviously
We
that's
talk to
not the
globers all
argument.
the time who tell us the Earth looks flat. That's why they usually bring up refraction.
Yeah, it looks flatter.
I just don't. I don't agree that a mirror test or a laser test is a proper measurement for even for 10
Okay.
miles. It's more
Okay.
like
Well, let's talk
maybe a
about that. Why
mile.
why do you think that that isn't a good proper test?
I mean, because like I mean the whole globe calculator thing with its uh you know I mean I've heard that argument. That was one of the main ones they were using back in the day, and like uh the black swan. Like I mean, at first blush, it is pretty convincing, but once you get into all the details of it, that's why I tapped out, because it's like it's a never-ending debate between refraction
All right.
and the angle, and I just
All right.
like whatever. I mean, it's not convincing to me, but it's
Great.
like
So
y'all's
if
go-to
these didn't
argument.
convince you, then what proper test convinced you that it's a globe?
Well, I mean, the sun is an obvious one because um, so if the sun is what you say it is, or I mean, I guess you're not making a claim about the sun,
Well, I
then
mean, who
like
can at this point, right? Because you're still trying to determine what the ground is. And so now you're looking at something that's even less attainable than ascertaining what the ground is. You're talking about the sun and attaining what that is before you can ascertain what the ground is. That seems a bit ridiculous.
no, not really. I mean, so if you're on a flat Earth, it's level. Logically,
Okay, so
uh,
what's the sun?
the what?
Yeah, what is the sun and how does it reveal Earth's nature to us?
Oh, I'm not making a claim about exactly what the sun is. I'm just making a claim about on a flat Earth, like the sun would behave differently than it does on a globe. So like,
Really? How's that? How's that?
well, I mean, an obvious one is someone, if you're on a globe, someone on one side of the Earth would not see the sun, while somebody else on the other side would see it. But on a flat Earth, everyone would see it.
That sounds ridiculous. I mean, you ever see an airplane rise and ascend as it descended onto the horizon? You know that can happen, right? Like a plane can go up, but in your field of view, it seems to be going down.
That puts the whole thing. Is the sun local or is it far away?
I don't
And how
know.
big is
I
the
don't know.
sun?
I don't think the sun can reveal anything to us about the nature of the ground that we're standing on. We really do have to get to the bottom of this first, right? I
Can't
mean,
say you don't
I
know,
can
but
listen, I can come
also,
up with a great explanation about a sun over a flat cosmology. I can come up with explanations for days, and some of them might even sound better than the current prevailing cosmology. Maybe so, maybe not. But I mean, if that's all we have to go on instead of evidence, then okay, stories it is, just for you, not for me.
well, yeah, you start with an assumption and then you can test it. So if you test it and it turns out to be
Excellent.
false,
The assumption
then
was the
you
Earth
know.
is curving. We've tested it. There's no curvature, so it's been proven false. Next.
Right. So
So no curvature. So your cool stories that have all been attributed to curvature, or vice versa, the curvature that's been attributed to your cool stories, have now been nulled. There is no
well,
curvature. So
well, the
all of your
problem with
cool
that is,
stories that have a requirement of curvature, you can just pick them up and put them to the side and start again.
yeah. Well, the problem with that is, why
There's no
can
problem with it.
some?
You're making problems. You are so hung up on having to have a ball tard that you are now making excuses on why there's a problem. There's no problem. If we measure a surface and the results come back as a particular answer, full stop. You then get another test. You do it the same way, get someone else to do it. Get someone else to do it again. They are all confirming the results are the same. So now that we know what the results are, if your results or the results go against what you're claiming, your stories are now useless. So any of your stories that involve curvature are now fail. So you might as well stop using them.
Is that supposed to like convince me?
No, it's not supposed to convince you of anything because you're here not to listen. I've been listening on YouTube. You've made that abundantly clear to everyone. You are just a globe zealot who will do anything to keep his happy little stories. We're not interested in the stories. We're interested in the facts, the measurements that back up the stories, that confirm the stories, that make the stories true. At the moment, you just keep backing up with more stories. We've got these guys doing laser
No,
tests
I
and have
actually
absolutely crushed your
presented.
curvature, and you
I,
keep telling us, but we've got to look at the sun because that proves curvature. It's like, seriously, dude? Come on.
okay, I mean, I'll go on mute. I'm sorry.
I didn't say you had to go on mute. I just want you to think about it. You haven't been in the game for a long while. All the stuff you were talking about is stuff that I was listening to when we first come in, when I first started. When I first joined 24/7. It sounds like you've been stuck in a time capsule for the last 3 or 4 years. Probably the best way to describe, probably the politest way to describe it, actually.
You know, the saying goes, right? Like, Globers come here to present old ideas, flat earthers come here to present new ideas. If he's been in the Globe Earth echo chamber the past few years, well, he's not up to date on the flat earth debate.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be a dichotomy, and I think that that's what our friend here is failing to understand. You can internally critique the heliocentric model, or modern cosmology and cosmogony. You don't have to have an alternative stance. You can do it from within that stance and pick it apart. And if it falls apart, you don't have to lean towards anything else one way or the other. It's just that, okay, measure the surface. It doesn't display the curvature, which is, the conditional, which is required in order for what we live on to be a sphere. Period. End of story. Walk away. It's not a globe. There is no globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's the end of it right there. What is it now? I don't know. I don't care. I can walk away. I can say, I don't know. I don't care. I don't have to say it's flat. It's a rhombus. It's a fucking whatever. Like, I don't have to deliver you anything else. That's it. It's for that thing that you said it was before. It's not that. Game over. I don't have to give you stories about the sun and the moon and galaxies and gravity and seasons. Nothing. If the fundamental requirement for all your explanations isn't true, then you have to throw out all your explanations as well. And I don't have to give you squat in return.
Those are very clear,
Falsification
sharp
is
points.
independent replacement. Sorry, Yoda.
Just emphasizing T-Dub's very sharp and clear points there. Absolutely. The power of the internal critique. You don't need anything else. Unless you desire for something more, but then that's just on you.
Like saying, how do you debunk the globe if you can't give me an alternative distance to the sun? That's like saying, well, if missing Jimmy wasn't at his grandparents' place and he wasn't at school and he wasn't at the local hangout joint, where is he then? You must know then. No, I don't freaking know. It's stupid to think that I would, just because he's not at those places, that I suddenly know where he actually is.
Yeah. I've heard more people come in to our servers the past month or two doing this, demanding as if we are required to produce alternate explanations for
Hey,
their
the
premise
problem is
being
that goes both ways.
their premise being
Like,
ineffective at carrying truth to its conclusion.
if falsification is independent of replacement, both Globers and flat earthers say that. So like, it doesn't mean
Excellent.
anything.
So what have you falsified?
I mean, mainly that's
that's great. You've just made a statement that it goes both ways. The question now to you is, what have you falsified?
I just told you.
Yeah, no. You've told
I've
us that
falsified
falsification is independent of replacement.
Earth
I
because
agree with
if you
you 100%. I do not disagree with you. Now I'm asking you, what have you falsified? And the reason I'm asking you that is so I can beg the replacement.
Yeah.
So the question stands:
what
what have you falsified?
I falsified that the Earth is flat.
How?
Yeah, that's what I was saying with the sun argument.
The sun has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Yeah, it does.
Excellent. Put it in a logical syllogism for us, please. How the sun has something to do with the curvature of the Earth.
So if the Earth is flat, everyone on Earth should be able to see the sun, and not half the people on the Earth.
So that's according to you, because you haven't looked
that's a
into much how light works.
Yep, we're going to challenge that premise later. Why don't you continue?
Yeah, that's what convinced me, in part, and also it was the star trails and the South Celestial Pole.
All right, so we don't have a conclusion.
Yeah, you didn't quite put it into a logical syllogism. I mean, you'd have to add in some
Well, I'm a little rusty.
some nuance to you'd have to have premise, blah blah blah, like, and lead to that conclusion. I mean, you'd have to say if the sun is a gigantic nuclear fusion ball that's thousands of times bigger than the Earth and millions of kilometers away, then you can add in your premise that you detailed. Right.
Yeah,
And then
so
absolutely, it'd be pretty hard to say that only half of the Earth's surface at a time would be lit up. Right. But you've got to throw in those extras. And then on top of that, you've got to back those premises. You've got to show that they are actually true, which you're not going to be able to do, bro.
So, Hermit,
yeah,
if the
I mean,
Earth
you're
was
right. I
flat,
probably can't prove them.
that's what the problem is. It's backing up your claims. That's the hard bit, bro. So if the Earth was flat, would the sun be able to set?
No, it wouldn't.
Excellent. The interesting thing about that is there was a group of people that went down to Antarctica and they watched the sun not set for 3 days. So, A, the sun can't set if the Earth's flat via the globers. B, globers and flat earthers went down to witness the sun not setting. C, the Earth must be flat.
Well, the issue is it was not setting in a place that didn't exist on flat Earth.
You
And
just said the
so,
sun wouldn't set if the Earth was flat. They went down and witnessed the sun not setting. You've just shot yourself in the foot, bro. You're a little bit rusty at this, aren't you?
oh yeah, that's some pretty good wordplay. You got me.
It wasn't wordplay. You said that the sun can't set, so I'm going off the information that you gave me. We know
No, I
that
mean,
these guys
flat
went down
earthers
to
have said for
Antarctica.
a long time that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So, like, I mean, why would flat earthers say that if the sun never sets?
Yeah, that's where you're coming unstuck. Is because only 1 or 2 flat earthers said that. If you'd have come in here and been listening, the majority of people in here went, "We don't give a shit."
Yeah, many of us have
Well,
timestamps in the lobby chat of 24/7. We have timestamps before the final experiment, stating our position on this. And our position never was there would be no 24-hour sun observed.
I've been at it over 10 years. I never said that that cannot happen over a flat surface. Never once.
yeah, well, I'm not just talking about Antarctica. I'm talking about.
And you know something, Hermit? Antarctica is one of the flattest regions of the world, just to let you know.
Well, yeah, because it's got a huge ice sheet over it.
It's super flat. So whatever is happening above Antarctica is happening over a flat surface, like Chipto like saying. So how are you gonna be standing on a flat surface, look at the sun phenomena, and say, "Oh, the sun is doing so and so, therefore this surface that I'm standing on is not flat anymore"? How does that
Agree,
logic
it's
follow?
flat, as you say.
Yeah, so the
I mean, I agree
Antarctica
it looks
argument is
flat.
dead. The Antarctica argument is dead on arrival, isn't it? I mean, for the globe side. We went to Antarctica, saw the sun, therefore the air is globe. There's no logic behind that. No, it doesn't follow. So all the globers have been saying that seeing the sun in Antarctica is evidence of the globe that they're all wrong. Can you admit to that?
Because I mean, I guess y'all have updated y'all's argument, but like back when I was in 24/7, I mean,
He's not listening. You're
they
not
were
listening, Hermit. You're not listening.
they were
You're
telling
not
me that
listening. You're talking about other
Antarctica
people that
was
are
this
not in here,
ice
that not
ring
in here,
around the
not
earth.
us. You're talking about other people, not in here, not us. Talk to us. Are you talking to us or other people? Hello,
Yeah,
Hermit?
y'all have
Who are you
updated y'all's
talking to?
argument, I guess.
Yep, I've heard the same thing, Hermit. I've heard people say the same about the Antarctic ice wall, and I don't know if I agree with it. I don't think I do.
Because it's like, I mean, if Earth is the container that's holding in the water, logically you'd have to have something to hold the water in. So either Antarctica is an ice ring or it's not.
Why does it have to be an ice ring? The shoreline is enough to hold the water in. As long as the land level is above the water level, then the water will stay there. So sea level is 0, land level only has to be plus anything, and the water will stay. 1 inch, ta-da! You don't have to have 900 foot of ice walls or rings or whatever you want to claim. It only has to be 1 inch higher than the water. Not even that. It just has to be above the water. 1 millimeter will do. So you having the necessity for some crazy ice ring, that was easily broken. Sorry.
Well,
Sounds
one
like
thing I could
grabbing.
say is like the one that flat earthers think exists as an ice ring doesn't appear on their map of the globe. I mean, the so-called flat Earth map is a globe. And this gets extra funny when globe earthers say that they've debunked that map.
This point, Hermit, you sounds like you're just reaching for straws. But to make it a little more closer to this, you're reaching for strawmans to make your arguments.
He said earlier,
know better.
Jamesy, that he spent a lot of time in Globetard servers, so it's only natural that the same droll 2016 arguments are going round and round and round in
Oh, come
circles.
on, man! Like, I was just being honest. I was in
Yeah, I know.
I was in
We've got no problem
24/7
with
for
that.
like 2 or 3 years before that. So it's
I
not like I'm
remember you.
brand
I'll
new to
vouch
the
for that.
arguments.
No, it's just that when you're in those Globe servers, what is funny about it is they always tell us that we're in an echo chamber, but yet they're echoing the same shit that we had 5 years ago, if not longer.
Longer than that. You sound like you were like in 2015, bro. What's going on, Hermit?
Oh no. I was 2019 to
2026, bro.
2019 to 2022 ish, something like that.
Yeah, in 2019 you were arguing the 2015, 2016 arguments, and now you're doing the same thing. So you took the 2016 to 2019 arguing that, and now you're arguing the same thing in 2026. Like, what's going on?
Well, I mean, I was never a good debater. Like, I mean, so I'm not gonna
You
wipe the
don't
floor
have to
with
be.
anybody.
You don't have to be, Hermit.
I mean,
All you've got to do is provide measurements and let the measurements speak for themselves. If you've got measured drop over distance, you strut in, you drop that shit down, you sit back, you light your cube and put your feet up on the table and smile. It's that simple. You don't have to be any A-class debater or any crap like that, mate. That's not a debate. If you've got the measurements, there ain't no debate to back up measurements. We could probably argue about what your favourite tape measure is, whether it's a Stanley or a Lufkin or whatever. We could probably debate about that. But the facts still stand. If you've got the measurements, there's no debate.
Standing facts.
Well,
Bullshit.
you've got a Fat Max.
Fat Max are much better than Lufkins. Lufkins fall apart, mate. I've had a Fat Max for 10 years and it's still going.
Well, Hermie, why are you pretending that you haven't updated yourself? You've been in other servers talking about this for a while. Like you've heard this information that we're talking about right now. It's not like you haven't heard it before. Like, this is not the first time.
well,
You keep
I mean,
like looping. You keep like looping in the old data and denying yourself from upgrading into more data. You're just hand waving the information and just repeating
well,
yourself like a scratch disk.
hey, that's why I'm over here. Like, you gotta give me props for that. Like, so I know y'all are gonna cringe, but I've been in Gym Pandas for a while, and they're not on the latest stuff anymore. They're mainly talking politics these days, and they got Kikuchi. He's like the flat earther in there, and yeah, it's really painful to listen to. So
But
yeah,
you're
I guess that's why
basically
I'm
in
back here.
Japan. You've been brain rotting your brain for this long. That's why you cannot, like, I don't know, upgrade the information in your head or something. What's happening? Because if you're just listening to Gen Panda, bro, like that must have some certain consequences to your psyche or something.
Change the scenery because I was in 24/7 for 2 or 3 years. Then I went to Gym Pandas for 2 or 3 years, and now I'm coming back over. I mean, so yeah.
Yeah, so basically you went off to go huff gasoline.
So let's get this straight. You started off in 24/7, so you're getting your ass whooped in there. You didn't like the arguments, so you went somewhere where they've got pillows and cookies and warm glasses of milk, and you've decided that that was a little too soft because you probably gagged because they probably started feeding you soy milk. That's what's happened. You've copped a dose of soy milk and you went, "This is nasty. I've got to get out of here," and you've come back to harden up.
It
I
should
like
say a
my
lot
story
that,
better.
you know, even though I'm a Glober, I got tired of Gym Pandas, and I'd rather hang out with you guys again. So yeah,
Why don't you
I
just say
needed.
you're a closet flat earther and you just need your dose?
Well, I'm not a flat earther, but I like the flat Earth. I like the flat Earth cosmology a lot better. I
What
mean,
cosmology?
well, I guess all the biblical cosmology of, uh, you know, the stars, sun, and everything in uh, the firmament, and then but it's not specifically flat Earth. But I don't know. I like what
Yourself used to claim that
the more local
you
model. I like that more.
you used to claim you were a flat earther. You used to say that. Were
Yeah.
you just LARPing?
No. I mean, it was because Miggy and Quantum Eraser and I mean a lot of those moderators, like they were very convincing, and like I really enjoyed listening to them. And I wasn't LARPing. I was serious about it. But at some point I got disillusioned with it, and so I started
Yeah, you're not
listening to
the
more
only one.
debate.
Yeah, guess
Yeah,
who's like permabanned?
right. So I mean, I don't know, and there's just a lot of toxic drama going on, and then I just I left. But I don't know. I just thought I'd come back around and get it, just be part of the community if nothing else. Um, so
Yep, but
yeah,
over on this side, we have no heroes, so that's a great starting point. You know, unless you want to be one, it's on you.
I don't know. I mean, I used to hang out with Logie a whole lot. Always do like those movie nights. Kind of
Yeah, he's
miss
still
that.
around.
Yeah, he's one of the good ones. But I don't know. I mean, I do like this because I kind of got lazy. Like at Jim Panda's, like nobody there. They just kind of stay there. They don't really um debate Globers. I mean, debate flat earthers anymore. Um, and it's just really stale. So I just had to get out of there.
Yeah, you got out of that place.
Aren't you SC Montreal?
No, are you like related to ET? Are you like ET's twin brother?
Okay, because you sound like him.
You sound like
Maybe that's
ET.
somebody else.
Are you ET?
Oh, you're Jimsy. You're Jimsy. Okay, all right, all right. I remember you. I'm sorry.
Uh, yeah, I've heard. I used to confuse you with ET, but I know you're not the same person. Are you? Are you?
It's Empty Panda.
Are you ET?
Well,
Yes or no?
I basically am. I'm kind of an alien.
But you used to wear the ET logo, right? ET?
I don't know. I don't think I ever did. I forgot what logo I had.
You used to make
Uh,
notes of people. You say, I got a notes from you, notes from the other guy. You have some certain notes about each individual that you used to talk to.
I don't usually make notes on people.
Well, you did for a while, didn't you?
No.
Alright. I probably did confuse both of you because you used to be around the same time in there. But sounds similar, but I'm almost certain you're not the same person. Almost. Just wanted to double check. Anyways.
Yeah.
Hey, Jemsy, for what it's worth, I hear what you're hearing, but I also agree he's not the same guy.
Yeah, yeah.
It's that creamy alien audio that you're looking for.
Is Alpha Veritas still around, or is he inactive?
I
He's
heard
doing
he's active
something
doing
else.
other things.
Yeah, he's doing other stuff of
Okay.
his own.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, many people like to branch out into other topics, which is fine. I mean, I get it. This doesn't
Yeah.
have to be your only interest, you know.
Not at all.
Yeah, it was kind of cool to go back to 24/7 and see a lot of the same people. You know, I just wanted to see more people active, and I came back mainly because I heard Indio died, and I was like, man, because I don't know, I liked Indio. He was fun to talk with, and I remember back in the day, like he just would. It was just funny hearing him, debate Globers. So I don't know. I felt like I needed to stop by.
Yeah, good memories.
He influenced this community to hold a rational and technical foundation. And he provided tons of resources and thought leadership to keep everyone who is new focused on the right things.
Yeah, it's true. I remember like when I joined, there was like this resource list that I would get, and it like linked to like his Wikipedia, where he had a lot of long distance observations, and he had like a bunch of stuff that like he would show new members. So the guy really put a lot of work into it.
It's still there, but the website's gone. It's in the Wayback Machine. I'll drop the link for you.
Okay, yeah, cool. So I was wondering, do y'all get along with Earth Awakening, or y'all kind of like weird cousins, or I don't even know how that works anymore.
I get along. Because
Okay.
when you say y'all, you're asking like a lot of people, right?
Right.
It's just not my scene. Like I have no ill will towards anyone over there. It's just I'd rather talk about the things that we talk about here.
Okay, so it is a distinct difference from 24/7. I didn't really know with all the changes and everything. Okay.
Yeah, like we get accused of being so strict that people say that we're boring. It's because what they're used to hearing is this discussion wandering into all kinds of other topics, many of them speculative. And for me, I mean, this just kind of weakens and cheapens what we're bringing here because the kind of information we have and who we want to bring it to are going to be very serious people.
Okay.
Yeah, imagine saying, like, having a discussion with me. I'm like, your heliocentric model is wrong. Mine's better. And you're like, oh, yeah, what's yours? And I say, oh, well, we have this firmament dome over us, and above that, there's water. And you're like, how the hell do you prove that? And then circular back and forth we go, and nobody proves anything. And all we're really trying to do is we're just looking for that curvature over distance. That's the main thing. We'll start there.
Dude, could you imagine Indio saying half the things, not even half, saying a tenth of the things that people in Earth Awakenings speculate about?
Copy cut
Oh yeah. Yeah, last time I was in there, I couldn't even figure out what they were talking about. Some of them really get into like the weeds with stuff. Well, I mean, I'll be hanging out, so yeah, I'll if you want to talk with me, just let me know.
Yo, Hermit, glad to hear you again, sir. So you have a good one if you're leaving.
Oh, thanks, Jimsy. Yeah, good to hear you too. Yeah, you're one of the OGs I remember.
Thanks, man. Have a good one. I mean, it hears like you're gonna do something else. So I just got here. Say sounds.
Well, I'm just gonna put myself on mute, so y'all can talk about whatever.
All right, man. Take care. What's going on, guys? How's everybody?
Little busy with my hands, so I'm here. I'm present.
W. Let's see what's going on in here. I see a bunch of people in here. Is not sure who's new and who's not, but is boy? Boy, haven't seen you before. Firearm?
Yeah, what's up?
Hi, welcome. Have you been here before? Talking about the topic?
Yeah. I haven't really spoken about that.
Okay. I mean, probably don't recognize your user, but have you come to any conclusions about the topics at hand on this VC? Do you have any
Sorry,
com-
repeat what you just said there. Perfect.
yeah, have you come to any conclusions about the topic of the VC? Do you have any comments about the whole thing, so I can maybe know what your position is by any chance, if you like to say?
I mean, my position personally is I think the Earth is a globe, but I like hearing both sides and I like listening. I don't really like getting into heated debates myself.
Oh, I don't get in heated debates too often. Sometimes I could, but
But
just saying,
I
yeah.
respect both sides. So if you think the Earth is flat, I have no issue with that.
Have you heard any of the arguments? I mean, how long have you been listening to this topic?
If you're talking about like specifically this VC, not long at all, like yesterday. But the topic, I've been interested in it for a few months now.
I see, I see. So you've concluded, based on information that you gathered in the past, probably school, imageries on the TV, that the Earth is a globe, right? That's your conclusion, basically, based on the information that you got at the
Yeah,
moment.
my personal conclusion is that the globe, yes.
Yeah. Have you looked at other sets of data, like laser tests, for example? Have you looked at any of that?
Yeah, I have. I personally cannot afford lasers myself to do the tests, so I'll have to wait years before doing it myself. But I'm open to the topic.
Well, convenient enough, there's probably, if not dozens, more than that. You could probably find, my guesstimate, over 100 laser tests across the world that it shows a different conclusion that the Earth is curving. They actually show that it's not. So that's why I'm asking if you have checked any of those laser tests, because we have many examples in here. And if you haven't looked into that, maybe you wanna look through that data and probably get some, extra information that might help you study the topic a little more.
Oh, sorry. Say that again. I'm multitasking right now.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just saying that there's a lot of laser tests available for you to look at that have been conducted. These laser tests have been conducted by many people across the world, and you can find that their conclusions are that there's no curvature across the surface of the Earth anywhere to be found. Some people are posting for you in the VC, in the text chat, just for you
Yeah.
to have extra information.
I'm talking to different people right now. I'll take a look at it in a minute.
Yeah. Just saying. It's all good. Sounds like you're busy at the moment, but There's some links in the VC for you. I'm gonna post a few more. I'm gonna tag you. You could look at that stuff at your own leisure.
Okay, now I can look at it.
Yeah, Platter posted something for you. You know,
Okay. A video I'll watch similar time.
yeah, at your own leisure, it's okay. It's just extra information. If since you're in here listening about the topic, it will be, I would say, essential for you to look at the extra data, the tests that have been conducted with tools like lasers that will show you the state of the matter, right?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah. See if I can find some other. If you at any time have any questions, or even friends of yours, have you spoken? I mean, if you have any questions, you're welcome to open your mic and ask.
All right, I will. I'm gonna go ahead and go back on mute.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah.
If any new people got any questions, you're welcome to open your mic and ask about the topic. I posted some laser tests for Phoenix Floyd, or boy.
What was that?
No, I was asking if anybody else have any questions about the topic, and I also mentioned that I posted some links for you in the text chat, so that's for you. Enjoy for now. Some examples. Someone tagged me in the text. Let me see.
You know, I always find it odd that people find this conversation the most interesting conversation on the internet. And it truly is.
Hello, fellow flat earthers.
Hi, Simon, my brother. Welcome back.
Brother.
Home,
Okay,
my
yeah.
son.
Okay, sure, why not? Why are you a flat earther?
Oh, that's because I can acknowledge the surface of the Earth as it is, and I can describe it for what it is. It's flat, level, and horizontal. It's an orientation of the surface of the world, and we use it, measure it, and navigate across it as a flat, horizontal, level plane. So when we describe it and say flat Earth, it's just an acknowledgement of the state of the matter, the surface of the Earth.
So what you're saying is you are describing something which is observable, and to say that the earth is round would be a lie.
No, what I'm saying is that I'm using words that are descriptors of the non-curving surface. So if it was curving, I will say it's a curving surface, right? But since it's not curving, I use the term flat, non-curving.
I think a better term would be like, if you're using your senses like vision to describe the surface of the Earth and you see it as flat, but then you say it's a ball, that would be nonsense because you're not using your senses anymore.
I like that. So it's not just that it's just observed as not curving, is measurably measured as non-curving, because we can test things, we can check stuff, and when we check, it's not curving. So you gotta use the accurate descriptors, which flat goes accordingly. It's an acknowledgement of the surface. It's not an opinion-based thing. Simon, he dropped out. Damn, Sheepdog, you were too harsh, I guess.
Why, to say
Hello.
somebody's crazy for not using their senses?
Yeah. Let me see Simon. Yeah, Simon dropped out. Whoa. Wow. Amazing. That's it. Good
Yeah.
job.
Too many truth bombs, Jimsy.
There's not too many truth bombs. It's just, I mean.
Hello, guys.
Oh, hi, Conman.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Doing all right as well. So,
Oh,
do you guys literally believe that the Earth is flat?
more than a belief, it's more an acknowledgement of a measurement of the surface. Because when we test the Earth and measure it, we describe it as for what it is. It's not curving, so it's described as flat. If it was curving, we'll describe it as curving. It will have a change rate of slope that will show you a specific rate of curvature. But when we test the surface of the Earth with different tools, we can say lasers and many other ways, since it's not curving, we describe it accordingly, flat and level.
I see. But what if when scientists send satellites and then those satellites send images to us?
Oh, satellites
They go-
technology. That's technology, right? And we do send technology across the
Mm.
Earth, above the Earth, and we do certain things with that technology, and that functions over the measurable flat surface of the Earth. Yeah, we have technology above the Earth. Yes.
And don't you think that technology is photographing the Earth right now.
Oh, you could have photographs, but you could either have photographs that give you a representation of the thing. Like I could photograph a dog, right? Like a dog or a cat, let's say, or a fruit, and I can show you the photograph of the thing, and that photograph will be not the thing, but a representation of the thing, right?
Okay.
So then I can also do misrepresentations of that thing. So I could make I could give you an image of the dog driving a truck and doing deliveries, right? That will be a misrepresentation of what a dog does, a dog does or can do, right?
Yes,
Or a
yes.
talking dog, or a dog that speaks Spanish, English, Chinese, depending on the country that you're watching the video at, right? If you're in Mexico, the dog speaks Spanish. If you're in the United States, the dog speaks English. If you're in China, the dog speaks Chinese. If you're in Japan, it speaks Japanese. But we all know that dogs don't do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a misrepresentation of what a dog is. It still looks like a dog, sounds like a dog, but it's not a dog, right?
It
So the
seems like
Earth.
every.
So listen, gunman. The Earth. When I take a photograph across the surface of the Earth, and I can, there's many examples that you can find yourself. I can show you myself as an example. I can show you a non-curving surface of the Earth, right? I can show you that in a photograph or even an image or a graphic that represents the state of the matter, that the Earth is horizontal, or what we say flat, right? I can show you that in many pictures, many representations of it. Then, if I show you an image of the Earth curving, that will be a misrepresentation of the Earth, because the Earth is not curving. Because when we check the Earth directly, right? We don't go away from it, we go towards it. We go to the Earth, we check it, we measure it, right? And then it shows that it's not curving. So if I pull an image that the Earth is curving, that's a misrepresentation of it. Get it?
I see. I see.
Just like the dancing dog that speaks Spanish.
But when you measure, how you're certain that you have measured enough to measure the converse?
Oh yeah,
How
because
do I say? Yeah.
we devise devices, for example, lasers, right, that are designed to do a transit across a surface to be able to target something, right? The military does it, and people use lasers for many purposes, right? So we have the numbers, right? The globe Earth. You probably learn it in school, right? In a book. When you open the book, you saw the Earth in this picture, and it looked like a circle or a sphere, right? Have you ever seen that in school?
Yes, yes, yes. Many
Yeah,
times.
and that's a geometry, right? It has a geometry. It has certain variables like the radius, the circumference, and that geometry will give you those numbers will give you a geometry that you can test for. So if the book says this is the Earth right here in an image, and it's curving to a certain rate that will give you a radius of 3,959 miles, right? So when we close the book and we go to the Earth itself, and we check the Earth itself, we can test if what the book says is true or not. So when we use lasers, we can shoot a transit of the laser across a body of water, like a frozen lake or even any lake. We can go 10 miles. We can shoot this laser, let's say 5-foot observer height, right? And at 10 miles, there should be a drop over the distance, and the target at the other side, 10 miles, should be 66 feet under or behind the curvature, because there will be a change rate of slope. There will be a drop over the distance. And with the lasers, we can check that. But come to find out, when we shoot lasers across 1 mile, 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, 40 miles, everywhere across the world, anywhere we go to, there is no change rate of slope under that laser that will go accordingly if the Earth was curving to the information on the book. Remember the information on the book? It will have a certain geometry. That geometry on the book has been falsified everywhere we go across the world, and any test we do, the curvature is nowhere to be found, so it's not curving. Get it?
Yeah, I see. But don't you know that due to atmospheric refraction, the light bends a bit. That's why
That has
it
been
might seem
tested as
that.
well. The lasers are designed for that. The lasers are designed to cut through that. We can shoot different light waves, wavelengths, laser, different colors, and it will show you that the lasers are basically designed to cut through that uh, uh, atmospheric how do you call it, atmospheric conditions to hit the
Refraction.
laser. Yeah. So the lasers are designed to basically cut through most of that. Obviously, they're not. I mean, depending if you have a military budget, your laser will be more powerful than than the one I can make myself. But
Jamesy, I'm going to say this too. We know a lot about refraction as well. We understand that refraction needs a change in medium. And when you're shooting a laser over the surface of water and certain conditions are present, which are most of the time, where the water temperature is even and the air temperature is even, and there's not much disturbance in that, there's no turbulence going on, we then understand that there is no refraction going on because of the way the air layers itself over water. So we take all these things into consideration when we're doing these tests.
yeah, the question that you asked about refraction, yeah, it has been taken into account, and still there is no curvature to be measured across the surface of the Earth. So that's why it's described as non-curving, because it's not curving. If it was curving, we will see that. We will measure that. So the claim has been falsified. The claim that the surface of the Earth is curving to that rate is not. Go ahead. Hey TB, it sounds like you've been eating some, I don't know, weird stuff that is making you burp a lot. Just mute yourself while you burping and doing all those body sounds. Just mute yourself, buddy.
I got you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Next question.
And I just want to say too, the way that we know how refraction works is because we can simulate this over a flat surface, a small flat surface, and we can demonstrate how refraction can occur. And what we see in these instances is we never see light bending downward. We only ever see light either going straight or bending upward over this flat surface. So that's how we understand a little bit more about what is going on when it comes to refraction.
Okay. But who have done these tests? Like
We have a PhD in optics and spectrophotometry who's done long distance observations and shows you the math of what's going on by showing you the different layers of temperature that's going on, the ambient weather, and things like that. The other thing, we've got another YouTube channel, Sky Free. They do at-home tests over the surface of their floor and over small observations of water. And in those observations, you can see the same effects that they're showing you on over a floor as what's going on over these short distances of water, where we eliminate the curvature because it's such a short distance that you can't even measure for the curvature over that. But somehow things are disappearing bottom up over the surface of the water. We're testing for these things. We want to know these things.
Yeah. What name of the channel did you set? What's the name of the channel?
Skyfree01.
Sky Free 01. Okay, okay. I'll search it up.
In the topic that we have at hand of the lasers, in the text chat, if you go right now to the text chat, you're gonna find I posted a few examples earlier, not too long ago, and you can scroll up and find probably many other examples of lasers tests that have been done across the earth. And this is just one topic. There's many other topics that will basically demonstrate to you and show you that the earth is not curving, and all the claims of the book. Remember that book that we learned in school, the storytelling book that we had to at some point check if it was true or not? We went and checked, and we came to find out that the stories in the book are not true. The stories don't add up to reality.
Let me ask you this: what do you know about refraction?
Uh, when light goes from one medium to another, it bends towards the normal.
Yeah. So, what atmospheric conditions must be present in order for light to bend downward in air?
Maybe change in temperature or something like that. Yeah.
Well, we would just need air to be more dense, lower, right?
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Well, one of the things that we have a problem with is over water, humid air, right? Humid, where there's water molecules in the air, that air is less dense than dry air. So you don't have really much air density below. So that becomes a problem, right? We also know that cold air is more dense than warm air. So what we observe is as temperature heat rises, right, it dissipates, and so it becomes cool again. So typically, what you'll have is you'll have a layer of warm air at the surface if the surface of the Earth is warm, and then as you go up, it'll then become cooler, and then that air will condense and be more dense. And so what you'll find is light will actually bend upward, not downward. It'll either go straight or it'll bend up.
I see.
But see, you were probably shown like a laser shooting through sugar water in a fish tank, and then you saw the laser bending down, and because you saw that, you assume that light is bending around the surface of the Earth, just because of that one example. But we're not looking through sugar water when we look out over the air, right? If you actually Google, does sugar water have special refractive properties? It'll tell you yes. Sugar water has exemplary refraction properties. I'm probably using the word wrong a little bit, but I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Like, it's extremely special when it comes to refraction.
I see. Oh, okay, guys. I'll check those video out and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay? Because
Well, we didn't. I don't know. What did Jimsy say? Can you repeat anything that Jimsy said about like why the Earth is flat?
yeah, it has to do with the experiments. With experiment, you have proven that the Earth to be flat, isn't it? With laser light experiments.
It will be testing the surface, like measuring it, testing for the curvature or the lack of it.
Yeah. So that would be an experiment, isn't it?
Some people might call it experiment. I will mostly call it a test or a
Okay.
measurement.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. Is there any other YouTube video that you want me to check out?
Did you find them? Did you find them? The YouTube stuff?
Yeah, yeah. I found the Sky Free channel.
Are you asking me a question?
No, I'm asking if is
Hold on, let me
do you
find you
know
Dr.
which
John
channel that
D's
you can-
YouTube channel. I
Listen,
think that's
Sheepdog is gonna
important
be
for you to
kind
have.
enough to give you one of the best ones that have been conducted by a PhD and in this subject, so you're gonna be able to see a really well methodically done test with the question mark. Is it curving or is it not curving? And then this test will give you at the end a conclusion that is objective, and then you can just look at that. Sheepdog is gonna find it for you because there's many tests, many different ones across. I mean, from many people, many groups, many places across the world. He's gonna give you one at the moment once he finds it.
Yeah. Give me a second. Sorry for the hot micing, guys. There you go. If you look in the side chat, I posted the video for you.
Hmm.
It's the one right above Rayleigh Criterion. Rayleigh Criterion posted the YouTube channel for you to go and search.
Okay, okay.
Hi guys.
Hi, Chris.
Next one up.
I've been hearing, and to me, it's very interesting that you know these things about refraction and physics stuff that explain that the Earth is flat and stuff. And I'm wondering that, like, do you have the physics to, or how do you integrate everything as how the world works, how the planet's movement, the universe. I mean, for you, for you?
Go
How does
ahead.
that work? Everything.
So Chris, you have to make a separation from the objective things, objective stuff that we can check and test, measure and verify, repeat again and again, so we can come to a conclusion for what it is, right? And then there is a separation of that from the beliefs of men that observe things and tell stories about that stuff that they cannot check, verify, test, right? So what we talk about in here is about the things that we can test and check, which is the Earth, and we can conclude what it is based on the results and the acknowledgement of that thing that we tested for. Right? So when you ask about the universe and what is it, that's an ambiguous question because what is that question? How does the universe works? I mean, there's a lot of unknowns that no man can tell you in the globe side, in the concave side, in the flat side. How does the universe works? There's no man that can tell you how the universe works completely, though.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of physics that we don't know, or maybe there is, but doesn't explain everything on the universe. But I think I can narrow the questions to just regarding the Earth, for example, gravity, right? Or not just gravity, but for example, how do you explain day and night? How do you explain the seasons,
So
winter,
keep it to
summer?
one question first, right? So you're asking about
Okay, let's just talk about gravity. I like to understand how do you see gravity, because to me,
anybody want to touch gravity with him? I wouldn't be the best.
I would just ask him to start with the very basics. Chris, you understand we don't claim flat Earth is a disk in space, like the only flat planet in a heliocentric model, right?
okay,
What we claim that the Earth is flat because that's how we measure it.
yeah, I get it. That's my
Okay,
question.
so
How do you
all the
integrate
rest of
with the
this
Earth being flat,
follows
and how do
that
you
yeah,
how do
but
you integrate that with, for example, Newton's law
well,
that explains movement,
well,
which
you're
plus
kind of
gravity and
what
dynamical
movement? You'd have
answers?
to prove movement to me, but that's irrelevant, because if the Earth
Well,
measures
classical
flat,
mechanics.
all the rest of these things that you're claiming either don't exist or exist on a flat Earth.
Well, for example, so for gravity to make sense, the way I understand it is that objects need to fall into the center of mass. And if everything is
Okay.
going to the
How do
center
you
of
know
mass,
that?
Okay,
then
but
you have,
that's the claim, but if the Earth measures flat, couldn't there be like an even distribution of mass or some other there would have to be some other way of understanding it or explaining it because there's no scientific experiment that proves that has isolated gravity as an independent variable. So it's just an idea. We can all agree on that. But regardless, if we measure the surface of the Earth and it's flat, why does it matter what the claims are about gravity?
because you can measure, maybe you can say, okay, your measurements of the Earth is flat are
Yes.
correct, but
Okay. Yeah, they are. Uh-huh.
okay, but you can also measure, like, you can write like first Newton Newton's law, and you can describe an equation that describes the acceleration, velocity, and position of objects, and you can
Oh,
predict
No, no,
the
no, no, no,
movement.
no, no. Hold on. I got to ask you a question, man. We all observe things falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. We'll just go with that one for now, okay? How do you get a radius value from that number?
A what? Sorry.
How do you get a radius value from 9.81 meters per second squared? Where do
He's
you
asking
get that
Chris.
number from?
He's asking you, how do you get that the Earth is curving when you observe that something is falling at a certain rate? You see an object falling, right? Oh, you pick up a pen, you let it go of your hand, it falls to the floor. How does that takes you that the Earth is curving into a sphere? How do you reach that?
Well, for example, I think the idea of the laws of gravitation that come from Newton come from explaining the elliptical movements of the planets. And
okay, no
all of
one
that,
has ever seen an orbit. Just because we see planets move in a predictable pattern doesn't prove orbital motion, right? And if the surface of the Earth measures flat, then that completely destroys the cosmic distance ladder, doesn't it? And puts all of that into question. So uh, you just keep going off into these other things when you should really be asking us, what is our evidence that the Earth is not curving? Or you should be questioning and saying, how did anyone prove that the surface of the Earth is curving? Like, how did they create this radius value? Do you know?
the 9.81 body.
No, 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 the radius of the Earth. If the Earth is claimed to be a sphere, right? We're told it's a sphere of a specific
Okay,
size.
the value of
How
the
is that
radius.
determined?
Okay, I think that, well, I know that people have started to believe that the Earth is a globe like thousands of years ago. I
Well,
remember the
no,
first
that's
thing
actually not correct, but okay, but so what if they did? Uh-huh.
I remember that first I read about this. I think it was the Greeks, or I don't know
Okay.
where.
Well, can people be wrong? Did they test the surface of the Earth to see if it was a sphere?
I think I'm mixing stories, but for example, when they were in Siena, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it.
Cyrene. No, we know the story. Okay, so you're talking about Aristophanes?
Yeah,
That's the
so I think that's
claim?
a
Okay, yeah,
different
this is
story.
somebody who is not even
But
mentioned.
I know that
Yeah, yeah. So he didn't measure the
I don't know if you
surface
have the
curvature of the
story
Earth.
of. Oops.
Okay, yeah. Well, the claim is that some guy a long time ago that no one can prove existed and has no primary, secondary sources for works, that he put two sticks in the ground and assumed the Earth was a ball, assumed the sun was infinitely distant, assumed a whole bunch of other things that are not correct, and then determined because that there were diverging shadows from two locations that therefore the Earth must be a sphere. But That's not a surface curvature measurement, and we can measure diverging shadows on a flat surface if the sun is local and not the distance claimed. Well, local relatively, right? Not 93 million miles away. And the Chinese did the same experiment, well, not experiment, same observation at the same time, and decided the Earth was flat. So it's not proof for or against a globe or a flat Earth, because, like I said, we can get diverging shadows in both cases. So, do you know of anyone who actually measured surface curvature in order to get the radius value that we're given?
No, I don't know about. I don't know about people like trying to measure. Maybe they have. That's why I'm asking about like questions about gravity, because all of that stuff only works when
Well, that's your
planets are
claim.
very.
Yeah, that's your claim, but if the Earth measures flat, then it's working. If what you're claiming is working, then that's working on a flat Earth, right?
Well, then for
Cre-
example, how do you and the flat Earth, how do you get like that value? How do you predict the value of 9.81 of the
Why
acceleration?
would we need to predict it? It's just an observation and not all things fall.
Because things, I mean,
Okay, but
out
how
of
will this
all
prove
we
that the
can
Earth
do,
is a sphere? Seeing things fall at this rate, how does that prove that the surface of the Earth is curving?
because the model is written, it was formulated
Okay,
with
so there's some math that claims that this can only happen on a globe, but when we go and we measure, it's not a globe. So what now?
So Chris, you're looking at the claims, the thing on the table. You're sitting on the table looking at the book, and the book is telling you a story. And the story says Earth is a sphere, right? And it has a certain radius, certain circumference, and then you attach all the other stories to that ball, right? Now you close the book, you close it, stand up from the table, and then you go to the Earth and you check for the claim. She's asking you, now let's go to the Earth and show me that what says in the book is true.
Okay. I mean, but the thing that you can see in the book, like all the physical experiments that
The Earth
describe
curve. So let's
all
specifically,
of that stuff,
like she
well,
asked you already, and Chipdo asked you already. The curvature itself. You have to look at the test that this has been tested for already with lasers, right? All across the surface of the Earth. The lasers will show you that there is no such a thing as a drop over the distance that will conform to the claim on the book. So the claim on the book has been falsified. When you close the book and test for the claims on the book with lasers and many other devices, the claim on the book is not in reality on the Earth. The thing in question is not
yeah,
there. It's nowhere
but
to
the
be found.
physics explains everything, and with your
Does
So
an
you
observation,
listen. So
explanation,
no,
yeah.
Chris, 1 second. Chris, do you think that the explanation on the book supersedes the actual measurements? You think the explanation
only
goes?
only if those measurements that you have, you can have something that you can prove it like mathematically, for example. So if
But
you
if the
model
math has
physics,
to comport to reality, Chris.
yes, exactly.
Okay, so tell me where we can see Earth curvature in reality.
Okay, tell me how you can see the flat is Earth in reality, because it
Well,
doesn't go
Yes, good
along with the
question.
rest of the physics.
what do you, I mean, you've only ever seen flat Earth. No one has ever seen
Yeah.
Earth curvature. What do you mean how we see it in reality? That is reality.
I mean, I don't want to
Water
go
is
into
flat
I'll
at
theoretical.
Chris.
rest.
I'll show
The
you.
Earth is
Chris,
72% water.
yeah. Look at
Yeah, but I
look
don't
at the
want to go
texture.
into
Chris, no,
yes.
Chris. Look at the texture. There's many examples for you already posted. I'm gonna tag you, and since you asked this question, you're gonna have to look at the information and take the time to look through the tests that have been conducted, because at this point you're just looking at the story that you were given, and you haven't looked at the
I understand
data.
what you say about the story about the books, but the story
Yeah, but
is not just
now we went away
like
from the
meat and
story into
fishes.
the test phase. We are already in the testing phase. Are you gonna look at the test and the measurements of the surface of the Earth? Now we're moving on towards that.
Yeah, the thing with the experiments is that, I mean, there are a lot of experiments about absolutely everything. There are experiments from
No,
listen to,
specifically about this, not about everything, not about the universe and black holes and dark matter, not that. The thing, the elephant in the room, the thing in the question, the specifics of it, the subject matter that we're talking about, the surface of the Earth, testing that. You have to, if you want the answer, you have to look at the tests that have been performed for it and either determine is it curving or is it not curving. And then after you get the answer for that, then you can move on to the next questions. Because if you haven't figured this one out, you won't be able to figure anything else about these topics. You walk in blind at the moment.
well, so, okay, so you know how the experiment worked and all of that, but if you're
What experiment are you talking about, Chris?
the experiment that he's talking about measuring the,
The measurement isn't a scientific experiment.
okay, so how do you have science to like connect everything of
The
the
scientific
flat
method, you take a naturally observed phenomenon and then you test, see if it's repeatable and testable. Like there's actual steps in the process. A measurement is just a measurement. There's no science involved, right? There's no science involved in taking your height, right?
Yo, I have a question. The link
Hold on,
was the
Bozo. We're
NASDAQ.
talking to somebody else first.
It was no somebody posted it in
Yeah.
French.
Hey, Bozo, you're being rude.
I
Can
just
you
saw
can you
it.
put yourself on mute? Yeah, thanks. Okay. So Chris, you're claiming that there's support for these things, but all you've shown us so far is that you read them in a book and you haven't validated any of them to be true.
I
Because
mean,
they had good explanations, quote unquote. I can give you good explanations for something, but if it's not true, it's not true. It needs to be proven empirically to be true.
yeah, but the thing with like just going into the subject of gravity, you can prove both in experimental, empirical, and
Okay,
No,
okay.
no, that's not
I'll take your
true.
gravity.
But
I'll take your gravity.
yeah.
Now, show me you drop show me a video of somebody dropping something on Mars, and show me what the rate of speed was for that dropping on Mars. Since we're on the subject of gravity.
Well, I gave him gravity and said it's not going to
I
change the
know.
surface of the Earth. If the Earth measures flat, it doesn't really matter what the claims about gravity are.
Right,
it
but he's
does
going to
because, for
complain about
example,
gravity on other
just 10 minutes.
planets. He's going to
Well,
complain about
it's
gravity on other
irrelevant.
planets.
Yeah, it's
Because, for
And
example, there are different places on Earth where the value of the gravity is different just
well, you're
because the
calling it
height is different.
gravity, but that
yeah, you're
and
calling it
whatever,
gravity.
call
Well,
whatever you want. I don't really
the
care.
constant of the gravity.
No, listen, you're just stuck. You're just stuck on this thing because you don't want to discuss the surface of the Earth.
He doesn't
We're
want
not
to
a
look
That's
at
what we're
disagreement.
talking
the
about.
extra data.
You're
He doesn't want to
running
take new
away from the
information
most
in.
basic question here, which is, does the Earth exhibit curvature in accordance with a radius of 3,959 miles, or does it not?
Is this what you
Earth
do
is
all
not a
day?
planet.
Just argue if the Earth is flat
Oh
or not?
gosh, shush, you
Earth
people.
is not a planet, just so you know.
Okay, so saying it's a planet is a claim, but so Chris, where can we observe? Where can we test? Where can we measure surface curvature so that then we can believe all your other things you're claiming?
I don't think you okay, because that's what I was trying to understand from the moment that I got here. Like, what's the thing that makes you believe that? Because I really don't care exactly if you believe the Earth is a globe or not.
It's
I
not a
just like
belief.
wanted
I know
to
it's true.
understand.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
we
yeah, it's
measure it
okay.
as flat.
Yeah, it's okay. As I said, I don't care what you believe. So what I say is that I just wanted to understand
But
in.
you're not understanding because you haven't yet asked me how we know the Earth is flat. I've said multiple times that it measures that way, and not once have you wanted the details on that or known anything about the the geometry of the Earth and what kind of curvature we should expect. You just jump into other things, gravity, which
Yeah, because
cannot be
everything is
proven. No,
connected.
because you don't really want to address the thing in the room, which is the flat Earth. This isn't 24/7 gravity. I mean, we can talk about it later, but I'm asking you to stay on topic because you're deflecting from it because you don't
Yes,
have
I'm
any
deflecting
evidence that the
because
Earth is
because
curving, and
obviously
that's
you
the
have.
elephant in the room.
Yes, obviously I'm deflecting because I mean you're talking about some experiments and you have
Not
this confirmation
experiments,
bias.
measurements. Yeah.
There are
So
there
have
are a
you
lot
what?
of
But why aren't you
there are
asking
a
me
lot of
about that?
measurements about that has
Okay,
been
so
disproven
let's.
in all history about
Okay,
all
no, no,
fields of
no.
physics.
Listen, you don't have any evidence for surface curvature, and that's fine. Most people who come in here don't. But instead of saying to me, how do I know the surface of the Earth isn't curving at a rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared, you're just talking about other things. So you don't really want to know, do you?
No, because I know the Earth is
No, you
round.
don't know it because you haven't proved.
That's
No,
what
you don't
I'm.
know it.
That's what I
That's the
wanted to
point.
explain to
You
you.
don't
Just
know
when
it. You
you say
believe
like,
it. You
why
have
are
a
you believing
religious
the Earth
belief
is flat?
that is not based in anything empirical. Because you
Well,
can't even tell me how we know the Earth is a sphere. How do we know it? Beliefs aren't knowing. So how do we test it and prove that it's a sphere like you claim? Where can we
I
see
claim
the
it's
8 inches per mile squared drop over distance that the globe demands? How can we test for that and measure it?
well just from the same experiments that you're using. Maybe you can just take. I mean,
Maybe?
I'm pretty sure that you can take a lot of videos on the
Okay, you're
internet.
pretty sure that maybe. Okay, so you don't know.
Yeah,
Chris,
because
have you
I
looked?
don't
Have
look.
you do?
I don't
Chris,
stand out there.
there's a lot
Hold
of
on.
unknown in here. Chris,
Yeah, I mean, Chris, you're making
we
assumptions that the measurements have been done that support the sphere. The the reason we are here is because we grew up with the same beliefs you did, that someone else had measured the curvature, that this had been validated empirically, and then one day we decided to actually look for evidence of that, and there is none. And instead, all the evidence shows us that the Earth is indeed not curving at that rate. In fact, there's zero slope. So what now, Chris? Because you have beliefs that it's been done. You said you know it's a globe, so you don't even want to talk about it, but you can't
n-
provide evidence
so
and you don't want to hear our evidence either.
so
So,
now
yeah,
the best step, then the next step, Chris, is for you to you already have the story, you know the story. Now you have to look to the extra information, the extra data, set of datas that are already available for you conveniently. And now you look at that so you can formulate a conclusive conclusion about the state of the matter. Because right now all you're doing is stating your beliefs and of the story. You haven't checked
Well, physics is
yet.
not beliefs, and physics can't
Yeah, the physics
be
of the earth
connected
show
to
you
the
that
flat.
the physics
yeah,
show
the
you that the
physics
earth
of
is not
water,
curving.
the
Yeah, the
physics of
physics of
water.
water. Yeah, yeah, we have the physics. You have the issue
Yeah,
that you're
like one
having
percent.
is
Yeah, but you have only the
You
1% of
don't
the surface.
you don't know what we have. You haven't asked us for anything. You
you
just
haven't
made
looked
the
at it.
claim that we don't have this, right? You
I
haven't
don't need
asked
to
us for
see it
anything. You're not interested.
because what you're giving me is only measurements. You
What
don't
have
have.
I
You
haven't
can't
even given
explain
you a measurement
everything.
yet, have I?
Well, the videos
I
that you
tagged
say
him
that
Oh, you
with the
tagged
are
laser
him?
not
Did
testing.
he
are
look
not
at
He's
it?
just
Did
no,
he
he
measurements.
look
hasn't
at
looked
it?
at it. No, he
Chris,
hasn't.
why didn't you look at the information Jemsy gave you?
Because I know what the experiment is. It's just
No,
like
it's not an
taking
experiment, it's a
lasers.
measurement. I really want you to get
Yeah,
precise with
sorry,
your
I don't know
language.
about definitions.
Okay, well, I'm helping you. So, yeah, it's not an experiment, right?
It's
It's a measurement. It's an observation. So you looked at the one he posted. Which one was it, Jemsy?
there's multiple.
Yeah,
The
but you
John
just
D is
keep
there.
going on this,
Okay.
and
The
you
John
just
D
can't
is
go
there.
out of
Yeah.
that because you
So
can't
Chris, he gave
explain
you a
all of the rest of the
hold up,
physics.
Chris. Hold on. So he gave you a really
How
comprehensive
to
list
say
of
night
some of
work?
we have, that's just a sampling of the tests we have. We have many, many more. So you haven't looked at any of them though. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, you have looked at one or no, you haven't
No,
looked at
yes.
them.
No, yes, I don't have.
Okay, so you have not actually looked at any of the evidence we've provided you, but you know it's a globe.
Yeah, because all of the
No, no, no,
evidence,
no,
all of
no.
the
I
evidence
want you just to
that
hear what you're saying right now. You have a strong religious belief in the globe, People present you with evidence that contradicts that. You won't look at it.
It will be a
You
belief
won't even
if I
entertain it,
only
but you quote unquote know we're wrong.
yes,
That's
because
not
it
very
does not make
intellectually
sense.
honest of you now, is it? You're not a very open-minded person. You're not really here to learn anything, are you, Chris?
No, because I know what
No,
experiment
you
the
don't know. That's the
measurement
point
is.
we're elucidating for the audience.
Okay, so you
Is that
have
you
any?
don't know.
Do you
You've
have
made it
experiment?
evident. You've made it evident that you don't know.
Okay, but do you have any other way to claim what you're claiming other than light and
Lights, I'm
laser?
sorry, lasers are great for measuring. People use them all the time in building, in surveying. Yeah. So anyway, are you telling me that we can't use lasers over flat bodies of water to measure for Earth curvature?
I mean, you can, but it can be a slap experiment that does not guarantee anything.
Okay, so you have no experiment. You have sorry. You now I'm saying it. So you have no evidence that the Earth is curving at the rate we're told. You can't point to any
Well, I have the evidence that
observations
the
or
physics
measurement. No, no,
that
no. You
makes
have.
works
You've made
everything
it
that
clear that
involves
you are
just
unable to present anything,
planetary
Chris.
movement
We've
day
already
and
been through
night,
this.
winter
We've already been through
seasons,
this. You don't have any evidence. You just
elliptical
have
planets,
beliefs. Chris,
gravity.
Chris, we're talking about the surface of the Earth. Try to come back. You
Yes,
have
but
no
you're going like.
measurements of Earth curvature, and you won't look at
But the
ours.
thing that physics is that
So why are you
explains
here,
everything.
Chris? Why are you here, Chris?
Well,
To
at first,
talk.
I just
Yeah, I
wanted to
mean, did you
understand.
just exactly, Chris? You're
Let,
not. I mean, we should talk to someone else
let,
because
let me
we're
chime first.
wasting our we're wasting our time with you because you don't actually want to learn anything here.
Let me
You just
chime
want
for
to
a
hear
second.
yourself
Yeah,
talk.
Let me
yeah. I
chime for a
mean,
second. Chris,
yeah. I
Chris.
just want to say that. Okay,
Okay,
first you just came to
gravity is a cause or an effect?
you say what?
Is gravity a cause or an effect?
I don't think that's. I don't know. I mean, gravity is
Well, when
just.
we're doing science, we
Okay,
have
he
to
said, I don't
determine the
know. Just leave
cause
it at that.
or the effect, right?
I mean, gravity is just. I mean, Newton described it as a force of body
Is it
objects, two
so? It's
body
an effect
objects.
then. So then it's an effect.
I mean, it's just. I don't think that matters because it's just how the
It
universe
does
works.
because science
The,
is based on observable natural phenomenon and determining the cause and effect relationship. That's the whole
okay,
point of science.
okay. So
Sorry, I
Yeah, I
got
think
silenced. Give
he's
me just
getting
a
his.
second.
I think he'll
Okay.
spiral off on the gravity thing.
Well, I'm gonna put a nip in his butt. So if we got a cause and effect relationship, right, going on, is gravity the cause or is gravity the effect?
I don't
When
know.
we observe something falling at 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum, average, right? It's not even a constant. It's just an average. Is this the cause or is this the effect?
I mean, I don't know about the semantics of what does that mean. I just know how it works, which is two objects pulling
Right.
each
So what
other
I'm trying to
at
get
the
you to
same mass.
understand, I'm trying to understand how 9.81 meters per second squared translates to a radius value for a circle.
Well, for example, if the Earth was flat and we're all standing on different
No,
places of
no,
the.
no. You need a radius value in your gravitational equation. How
Yes,
does 9.81 meters per second squared translate to a radius value?
because the law is written as a constant times the mass of the object, the mass of the second object,
Not a
and over
constant,
the
it's an
square distance.
average. It's an average. Sometimes it falls at 9.76 meters per second squared.
Because
Sometimes it falls at
that depends on the
9.83
distance of
meters
the
per
two
second squared.
objects.
Or we can just talk all the way through you while you respond to him. Oh my God.
Yeah, but I mean it's an average because the Earth is not perfect.
Yeah, so it's not a constant.
No, but
So
obviously
how does that
physics.
translate to a circumference and a radius?
Again, sorry.
How does that translate to a circumference and radius?
Because you get that value, you get the 9.81 because you plug in you input the radius of the Earth and any surface of the planet.
So you input the radius. So where did you measure for the radius to confirm that the radius is the reason 9.81 meters per second squared exists?
Again, I don't understand your question.
Right. So in order for 9.81 meters, we know 9.81 meters per second squared exists. How do you correlate that with the radius value? How did you determine that the radius value was the cause for the effect of 9.81 meters per second squared?
Because that's how, I mean, it is written as like that because that's how it fits to reality. If that's your question. I mean,
No, that's not how it
Newton
fits the
lies.
reality. Because if the surface of the Earth measures flat and things are still falling at an average of 9.81 meters per second squared, we don't need your radius value.
Yes, because everything is falling to the center, and with the
How do
flat
you
Earth,
know that? How do
there's
you
no.
know that?
Okay.
Where's your radius? How did you measure for your radius? If you have an equation, C equals 2 pi r, you know what that equation is?
It's that the circumference of a circle, right?
Yeah, it equals 2 times pi times the radius.
Yeah.
So can you solve for C and if you don't know what r is?
I can't listen to you very well. Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, hold on. Can you solve for the circumference if you don't know the radius?
Yeah, the radius is the center of the circumference.
Yeah, can you solve for that? Are you able to solve the equation C equals 2 pi r if you do not know what r is?
If you know the 2 pi r equals if you have the
You know 2, you
circumference,
know
then
pi, but you don't know r, and you need to solve for C. Can you solve for C?
I mean, if you have two variables that you need, I mean, it's in one equation variable, you need obviously all of the rest of the data to know the value of them.
Right, so now I'm asking you for how you know there's a radius value. How did you measure that? We know things fall at an average of 9.81 meters per second squared. We agree on that. I don't disagree on that. But if there's no radius, then that fall rate, that the rate of fall for that is only happening over a flat surface because it measures flat.
I literally don't understand your points. I mean, you're saying that 9.81.
I don't know how I can be more clear. I'm sorry. I have to get back to work. I appreciate you over fences for letting me jump in on that. Like
Yeah,
that.
no problem.
Wow. I can't believe
Yeah.
you don't understand that.
Yeah, I'm Chris, hold up a second. I just want to say hi to the rest of the people in the room because we have a few new people in here, and you know, some of them are being very bold in chat, but so in the text chat. So, TB, if you want to open your mic, or you can continue to hide. It's up to you. Yeah, if anybody else has any questions or any empirical proof that the Earth is curving at approximately 9.8 inches per mile squared, we'd love to hear that. Claiming that the Earth is curved because of math doesn't work. It's not going to fly. We need to see actual empirical evidence of that. So, Chris, you know, I would ask you, aren't you concerned that there are no measurements of surface curvature?
I don't know if there are. I guess there are, but it's not
Okay,
necessary.
well, don't you think
we
that
all
in order to
work.
determine that the Earth is a ball, that would have to exist?
Well, for example, if you go to the horizon and see
That's
I mean, even
okay.
this,
But
even that
people still
That's
thousands
a
of
believe the
years
claim.
Earth is
We
flat.
can get into that. We can. Who's interrupting? Who is that?
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm really sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I just, just a second. Mirage.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris,
Yeah.
actually, you know what, Chris? I'm going to talk to someone else for a minute. What I'd like you to do is actually go try to find a measurement of surface curvature. What What I want to see is a laser shot over the surface of water showing drop over distance in accordance with the globe geometry. Because
Okay.
we have hundreds of those that show there is none. So I would like to see one that shows that it exists.
Yes, and I would like to see like a physics
Oh,
that
no,
makes
I'm not
sense
asking for
everything.
physics. I'm just asking for a laser
Yeah,
shot
I
over
know.
water. So can you
I
go find
know you.
something like that? Chris, I don't want to deflect because I'm kind of getting tired of the deflection. So can you please go find evidence for your claim that the earth is a ball? Actual direct empirical evidence, not more claims, not more math.
Okay, so we just
All right, cool.
absolutely ignore all of the physics
Go
that
find that.
describes the
Yeah,
universe.
go
Okay.
find that and we can talk. Okay.
Okay.
Chris, you're the one ignoring
Good
the
afternoon.
physics. You're the one
Yeah.
denying water physics. You're denying the state of the matter of the surface of the earth. You're the one in denial. You're just chanting your religious belief, promoting your own biases, and you don't want to look at new information, and you're just hand waving everything that is being said, which is
Yeah. So
very
Chris,
dishonest.
yeah. So when you come back with a measurement of surface curvature, I'd love to talk about it. Until then, I'm just going to accept that you aren't here to learn and you're just wasting time. So we can talk to
Obviously.
someone else. Maybe there's somebody else here who it can actually have a conversation instead of
Chris,
just
from
a
all the
religious
content
chant.
that yeah, from all the content that we provided, you probably have maybe a couple hours of research that you can do. After you've done that, maybe come back and talk to us about it.
Yeah, I will do that, but
I
sadly
have
that
my doubts.
wouldn't.
I don't think you will, Chris.
Yeah,
Prove
because
me
sorry,
wrong.
but that wouldn't make sense with the rest of everything, like how day and night works. We just
You don't make sense, Chris. You're nonsense. You complete everything you've been speaking is complete nonsense. So what we can show you makes a lot of sense. So you don't even know what your senses are. You're denying all this information that is being provided for you at your
you're
own
also denying all
convenience.
my information and just going
You
into measurements.
you just talk. You just yapping in the mic. You're not providing any information that is valid that we can check and verify and repeat. You're just yapping in the mic, Chris. That's what you're doing.
Did you just say we're just going off of measurements? Are those measurements not important, Chris? Are we not measuring for curvature or flatness, Chris?
It's important, yes, if the measurements
But
are
you
He's
just
gonna
complete.
said they
hand
aren't
wave it
important
anyways.
at all.
I mean, yes, measurements are important because that's how you describe reality and that how you can create equations that like Newton's law, like everything. But that doesn't make any sense with all of
Well, hold
that.
on. We're not going to compare surface curvature to Newton's law. We can which well, if your claim is gravity, that's not something we can go out and measure. We can't prove that gravity is an independent. We can't isolate gravity as an independent variable to show that it's a cause. So we're going to dismiss that because you keep going back to it. You're really stuck.
Yes, you're
So once
ignoring
again,
the
Chris. Well, Chris,
information.
once again,
When you
I'm
look to
going to tell
different
you,
places on
go
Earth,
away and find.
you
Stop
can
talking.
measure
Stop
you can
talking,
measure
Chris.
gravity.
Okay,
He has
Chris.
You can
diarrhea of the
measure
mouth
gravity
at the
at
moment.
different
Okay,
places.
so anyway, I'm just gonna have to shush you because your mom didn't teach you not to talk over people.
Manners.
Oh, he left. So
Of
anyway,
course he did.
yeah, yeah. So I don't think he's gonna come back with a measurement of surface curvature. I mean, I could be wrong, right? There's
I
always
I
a
don't think
first
he's
time.
gonna
sincerely
even
doubt
look
it.
at the
I
information that was
sincerely doubt it.
provided.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen for the first time ever, but I don't think so. But yeah, TB is still hanging out behind his mute. But we have a few new people in the room, so yeah,
Yeah,
if
because
anyone
you're
wants to
so
speak up.
sad, guys. Why'd you mute me?
Okay, TB, we're not going to discuss your feelings, right? We're not going to discuss our jobs or your
But
opinions or your feelings.
you were
So
starting
TB,
to
if you
talk
have,
about
hey
me.
TB, we're going to put you on mute if you can't address the server topic, the room topic. So TB,
No, but you
do you have
started
no
talking
TB? I
about
don't know.
me.
Blah 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 blah. Do you have any evidence of surface curvature?
Why'd you start talking about me? That's what I'm
Because you're
more
mouthing
interested
off
in.
in the text chat. So I've brought you in to put your money where your mouth is because people are
No.
often very
Talk about the
brave
topic. Talk
and
about the topic.
insulting in the text chat, and then
No.
when you bring them in,
Get
they
back to
usually
the
don't know what
topic.
they're talking about. Okay, so TB, do you have any evidence of surface curvature?
No, I don't have. Get back to the
He
topic.
Okay, all right.
doesn't.
So maybe then okay, go back on mute then.
I mean, that's basically just a extension of what he did the first time he joined. He was burping into the mic, so he just
Oh, he's one of
burped
those.
more.
Okay, well then we'll just
He was just burping again and again and again. That's what I heard just now.
Yeah, so he's a loser. So we'll just server mute him unless someone else wants to talk to him. You're welcome to, but I'm sure there's someone more intelligent to talk to. There's got to be. So.
Well, Chris was actually waiting to be muted so he can claim victory. I got muted. I won.
Oh, okay. Did you guys already talk to Aditsa? I see he's server muted.
I think he jumped in the middle of the other conversation. That's probably why he got muted. But
Oh, okay.
try.
Well, yeah, okay. Aditsa,
Mute
I'm
me,
gonna unmute
fucking
you.
pal.
Okay.
Hello. You know that
Dumb
you're the
why'd you mute
smartest
me?
one in the
Okay.
room,
Okay.
and
So
the Earth is
anyway,
flat.
Aditsa.
And
Okay. So
I
hey,
totally agree.
are you gonna talk about your feelings too? Because this isn't a therapy session.
No, I totally
Talking
agree with
about
you.
Okay, so
Continue,
I really
continue.
okay. So
Don't mind
one
me.
at a
why'd
time.
you fucking
Can you
mute
guys
me,
sort it
Put
out?
this on
Who's
YouTube.
gonna talk? Hey, one of you is gonna talk. I'm not gonna listen to both of you, so you guys can figure that
Yeah,
out.
just unmute me. Why'd you mute me?
Because you're interrupting two people talking. You
I didn't
interrupting.
interrupt anyone. She asked me
Okay,
about
I didn't
my
mute. I didn't. I was talking to someone else. I didn't.
Just
I didn't
before
mute
that.
you.
mute him
Karen,
anymore.
Karen. Okay, let's start over. Do you have
I
a
know you're
question,
the boss
Karen?
and shit, but don't do that.
Hey, Karen, do you have a question
Makes you
about the
look
topic
stupid.
of the VC? Karen?
My question is, why did TB get muted?
No, we're all for
Oh my
feelings.
gosh.
Why do all these men have so much?
Oh my gosh, it's
Never
really
mind.
embarrassing. Yeah, I don't know. You know, maybe you and TB should go talk about it in another room.
Oh, you're embarrassing because you muted me for no reason.
I didn't mute you.
Oh well, whoever
Karen,
muted me.
But I
the
don't care. I mean,
topic of the
that's not the
channel is not
yeah.
TB.
Yeah, and it's not your
So now that
feelings or
you
can you yeah, come on, dude.
now that you've been
Anyway,
at current, you want to discuss the topic with over fences now?
I don't know. I think he wanted to stick up for TB for some reason. Was that your
Mhm.
champion? Was TB the one you were really hoping was gonna provide some globe evidence? Is that the problem?
I'm TB. Are you fucking retarded?
That's the best. See, that's the best you have.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's me. Are you fucking dumb?
No, I'm not. That's
Seems
your
like you
problem.
are.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you
My
can take a
problem that
hike.
you're.
Yeah. Anyway,
I also have
Aditsa.
no feelings, and I think the Earth is flat. Don't mind me. Just continue.
No, I've seen I've seen the AI slop you're posting in the text chat.
Yeah. I like to do that. Just continue.
Welcome, Maroso. Haven't seen you here before. Would you like to discuss the topic?
Can I film with OBS?
Marwaso.
I'm live on TikTok and YouTube. By the way. Can you continue, please? Somebody else that's trying to prove that the Earth is flat.
Well, can you address? Let's address something you posted in the side chat. Okay. You made some claim.
I'm good. Just talk with somebody else.
No, I'm going to talk with you.
Wow.
You're
I don't
here
want to
and
talk with
you're
you.
making a lot of claims. Is
I'm
it
here
that
to
you?
listen.
Okay, well, you're making claims in the side chat, right? Can you not defend those
No.
claims? Are you afraid to defend those claims or what?
I'm not afraid. Just prove me the Earth is flat, and that's it. Say it.
Okay, yeah, water is flat at rest. The Earth is 72% water.
Okay, I totally agree. Continue.
Okay,
That's
well,
all.
if you totally agree, you're gonna stop posting AI slop in the side chat.
Yeah, I don't post anymore.
Okay, well, you know, you could show some bravery and stand behind your words, or you could just
Or you could show
back
some
out
bravery and
cowardly.
prove.
Yeah, you're
How'd you know the Earth is
cowardly
flat?
because
Let's
you're
start.
making claims in the side chat that you aren't willing to defend.
Oh,
So I
no.
would say that's
Okay.
rather cowardly.
That's what ChatGPT said. All right. So prove me the Earth is flat. What's your experiment?
Do you realize what's the main source for ChatGPT? Where does ChatGPT pull from more than any other place?
No. Let's keep
I'm going
that
to ask you.
aside.
No, if you want to use it as a source, I'd like to know how much you know about
I
it.
won't use it.
Okay, so the main source for ChatGPT is Reddit.
Great. Got it.
Yeah, 40% of their data is pulled from Reddit. So anyway, if the Earth is curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, we would be able to measure that. Where can we measure that?
Can you measure that?
Yeah, of course. We don't measure. We measure that it doesn't exist.
How would you measure that?
We with lasers over large bodies of water.
Did you measure
And
it
salt
with
and salt
lasers over
flats
large
and
bodies
frozen
of
lake.
water?
Pardon?
Did you do it?
Did I do it did I shoot a laser over a body of water? No, but I've done long distance observations that
Then
show it
how do
can't
you
be a
know?
globe.
Maybe somebody lied to you.
Because I've done long distance
Oh, he's a
observations that aren't
conspiracy
possible on a globe.
theorist.
I've
He's a
Yeah.
done long
conspiracy
distance
theorist.
observation too.
This is not.
No, I've
That
done my
doesn't
own long distance. Okay,
mean
he's just a
the Earth is
troll.
flat.
He's
Nope.
just a troll.
Just prove me
You're,
the Earth is flat.
you're
I'm listening.
Adisa, did you look at
No, you're not. You
the
just
laser
proved
test that
you
I
aren't
posted?
listening.
Did
You're
you
being
look
a
at the
child
laser?
right
Okay,
now.
Did you
then
look
I'm
at the
gonna mute
hello,
myself and
hello,
I'm
hello,
gonna
hello,
let
hello?
you
Mic
talk.
check, mic check,
Okay.
mic check.
Bye.
Did you look at the laser test that have been posted in the text chat? Did you look at that?
Did you do that experiment yourself?
Did you look at the laser test? Did you? Yes? No?
I won't.
Have you? Is that a yes?
It's
I'll take
almost
that as
as
a
if
no.
he doesn't want to have an intellectually honest conversation.
No, I'm not
Obviously.
intellectual at all. Just continue.
Alright, so just put yourself in mute though.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a few new
So
people
don't
in the
waste your
room.
breath at all.
Looks like Dracula. I don't know what this name is. Why are you purple?
Hey, slapper
Synth.
hour, I guess.
Yeah, Marwaso, Magnus, Hermit, grew to something. I don't know how to pronounce that. Any, your mic is open, Grew. Do you want to talk about the room topic?
It's okay, fine. Yes, okay, so you just said that it's all about measurements, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if it's all about measurements, how we not claim the other theories that are online, like the gravity? Can you tell me something about the gravity? How does it work if it's flat?
Well, if the Earth is flat and there is gravity, which you would have to prove to me, but for the sake of argument, let's say whatever current theory you're going with when you say gravity, because there's 84 of them, let's say that has been unequivocally proven to exist, and the surface of the Earth measures flat. What now? Because
Yeah,
there
I
are
don't
no
think it's
tests. There are no
all.
tests isolating gravity, right? I mean, I don't even know what you mean by gravity, to be honest. You might just mean you see things fall and you think that's gravity, but I don't know. I'm not going to assume that. But if the Earth is a sphere, it
What
needs to
about day and
display.
night? What about
Okay,
day and
wait,
night?
hold up.
Oh my God. I thought we were going to discuss measurements. Then it went to gravity.
I know.
Now it's daylight. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so if the Earth is a sphere, it needs to show omnidirectional curvature, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So where can we measure this curvature?
So you repeat the curvature and the measurements, but I asked you, what about day and
Well,
night?
hold on, but
How does
no,
it work? If you
okay.
tell me it's about measurements and you made a
Okay.
lot of
If this
research
okay,
about
what
it,
okay, I normally wouldn't entertain this, but I will briefly, and then we can get back to the surface. So, what do you see the sun do?
light,
No, what do you okay. When you see the sun,
okay,
you see it
and
do what? What do you see it do?
gives light. What does sun do?
You see the sun move across the sky and it appears to be smaller than the
Yeah,
earth. That's what you observe, right? And
okay,
so, when the sun moves away from you, it's dark, and when the sun moves towards you, it's light.
yes.
Okay,
Ask
all
a
right. So can we
question.
get back to the surface of the Earth?
No, you just said that the sun moves and it
Yes,
makes
that's what we
dark, and
observe.
then okay, but where did it go? If it moves,
Somewhere else on the Earth.
okay, someone else on the earth, but if it's flat, how does it work? Because
What do you mean? How does it work?
it's
We
not
just I
physically
don't know how it
possible.
works. No, that's your opinion. That's not a fact, right? We observe the sun moving above our
Yes,
heads
you
across the surface of the Earth.
yes, but it's
That
not
we can.
physically possible. The
What?
sun,
But it's happening. So what do you mean it's not physically possible?
Okay, so if I have a sheet of paper and I put a light on one corner, in the other corner of the paper will still be light, but
No, not if you use
yes,
okay. So let's take something like a warehouse, and we're gonna hang a light bulb in one corner of the warehouse. Does a single light bulb illuminate an entire warehouse?
You
The
can see
sun,
traces of photons. Yeah,
you still believe that the sun is 93 million miles away
you can
and
see.
many, many
You can see.
times larger than the Earth. But you can't empirically prove that. That's just a belief you hold. So what we actually see, which was what I was trying to get you to, is that the sun appears smaller than the Earth. It appears to be moving, and as it moves closer, we have daylight, and as it moves away, we have nighttime. That we know. That's what everyone
how does it
observes.
move? What's the physics
Do
behind
you want
it?
me to tell you how the sun moves? Will that make the surface of the Earth curve? I don't know how the sun
I want.
moves.
Okay, so if you
You-
don't know how the sun moves, how do you know that it goes like
because
this? Because you tell me it moves in the
I'm not
other
asking,
side, but
but if
how
I
does
see
it
something
work?
happen, I can say that I see something
You
happen
have
without
just
have no, I
one
don't have to have an
single
I
thing
don't have to.
that you say, and you
Okay.
say it repeatedly, and that's why you tell me the earth is flat. But if I
No,
ask you
why
something
did I
else, you
say the Earth
tell
is
me
flat?
just it's just happening because of
What
the
did
measurements.
hold on,
Okay,
stop. Why did I say the Earth is flat? What was my evidence for that?
the measurements.
What? No, be specific.
The measurements. This is why I heard
No, what
that
do you
you've
mean?
made
What
Oh my
kind of
measurements
God.
measurements? What kind of measurements?
with
What are
the
we
light
measuring for?
above the water.
Okay, so if the Earth measures flat, do I have to explain why the sun appears in the sky in order for the Earth to be flat?
So I will say it
Okay.
again and last
Okay.
time because you don't let me talk. You just keep
No,
Wow.
pushing
She
me and
asked
you
you a
just
because
question,
the
keep
waited
topic
for
of the
you to
telling
room,
me.
answer, and your
it's
answer
not
is she
why is the
doesn't let
sun
you
in the
talk? That's
sky?
crazy. Huh?
Yeah, why is the sun in the sky is not the
Don't
And
subject
I
of
interrupt
the
her,
asked
room.
please.
you
Let her talk.
and I asked you the same thing, okay? So if you tell me that the measurements, this is all about, and I ask you different things, and you can't answer me, and you say just,
No, why do
I
I
don't
have to
know
make
why
up
the
a
sun
story for
moves.
you? Why do I
Like,
need
Don't
to make up
interrupt,
a story
please.
for
you
you?
don't make,
Don't
you
Who
interrupt.
don't
is
Please,
this?
listen.
Who is
unmute
this that
yourself.
keeps
You
talking over
you
us? You? Oh, you're
to
just.
talk the conversation like when I talk, you shut,
Okay.
and when you talk, I shut.
Because you're missing the point entirely.
No, I don't
Yeah,
miss
you
any
are.
points. I just
Why are you
ask
not?
you one
Okay.
thing, and
Why
you
do I
don't
have
let
to
me
explain?
talk.
So I have to
Where are
make
you
up a
from?
story for
One
you?
thing. Where are you from?
So I have to make up a story for you? Is that what you want? You want me to make
You
up a
don't have to
story?
you don't have to make up a story, but
So why do I
you
need to
don't
give you an
know a
answer for
lot of
that?
things.
You don't know that.
So
You don't know why the sun moves.
the okay, so
So why are
there
you
are a lot
demanding
of
I
point
tell
of
you something
view.
that you don't know?
You don't let me finish what I want to say. So I can have a conversation with you. I'm sorry. Maybe you are very smart, maybe not, but you don't let me talk, and this is why I will hang up.
Okay. Anyway, the point is that no one knows why the sun moves and no one can prove that. So we as flat earthers are not beholden to make up a new story for everything, you know. The title of the room is 24/7 flat earth. It's not explain everything in the world or substitute one religious belief with another. And so, it's honesty to say I don't know why a thing happens, right? And I don't need to prove why something happens when we can prove that the surface of the earth is not curving, right? The claim on the globe side is that the sun is 93 million miles away. And so since that's a claim, that's what would need to be proven, not us saying we don't know what the sun is, where the sun is, how big the sun is, or why it moves. All we can say is we see it move, it appears smaller than the earth, the end, you know?
Yes, but I asked you earlier, how does it move if it's flat? And
Well,
you
how's
don't
it
have an answer for that. Second
well,
thing, do
why do I
you
need to answer
believe
that?
that other planets exist?
What's a
Yeah,
planet?
they all
Define
move.
planet.
They all move. So what?
Okay,
No,
they all move.
well, wait
And
a second.
they're
You have a
also
belief.
flat?
Okay, hold up. Okay, let me get rid of some misconceptions that I think you have. For one, we aren't claiming the Earth is the only flat planet in a heliocentric paradigm.
So you
Okay?
believe the Earth is the only planet that's flat?
I don't think it's a planet at all. No, I don't think it's a planet. And I'm not claiming that there's a whole solar system and we're this flat planet in the solar system. That's not what we claim.
So there is a solar system or no?
No. You would
No.
have to
Okay.
you would I didn't
Okay.
answer you. I didn't answer you. Why are you answering for me?
Ask
Okay?
you. There is a
You
solar
asked me a
system or
question. Are you
no?
going to let me answer? Do you want me to answer the question or do you just want to talk? Cuz
Okay,
do you want
answer.
to
There
know
is a
what I'm
solar
claiming or
system?
do you just want to tell me what I'm claiming?
Answer then.
Okay,
There
so
is
if you want to claim that there is a solar system with spherical planets orbiting around the sun, you would have to prove that that's the case. I'm not going to make that claim because I cannot empirically prove it. What we observe, what we call planets, are wandering stars. They don't have a fixed pattern like the other stars. That's what everyone observes. You want to say that they're spherical balls floating in a space vacuum orbiting the sun, but there's no empirical proof of that claim. So, no, I'm not going to say I believe in this thing that we can't prove. What we try to deal with here is what we can actually prove. You have a belief that the sun is 93 million miles away, but you can't prove that. Do you understand?
And how do you prove that the sun is and it just moves? How do you
I
prove that? It just moves.
Okay, have
Because
you ever because wait, you see the sun move. So that is what we observe.
okay, I see the sun moves and it just
Do you
moves, but
dispute
how does
that? Do
it
you
work? What's
dispute
the
that?
science beside that? Because you
Okay.
don't tell me and
Okay,
everything.
okay. Okay, what is the sun? Where is the sun? How big is the sun? Tell me that. Prove it to me empirically.
And how do you prove me it's not like that?
I'm sorry, but I said I don't know. You're the one who thinks that you know, so you need to prove it to me. I'm not making claims about the sun. I say everybody sees it move. That is a fact. That's not disputed. So if your
Yes, it's a
claim is that
fact.
the sun is something else and that you know its size, its distance, its composition, then you need to prove that to me.
There are a lot of experiments, there are a lot of
Okay, there's
studies
no experiments, but
behind
okay,
it.
yeah, no, you can't experiment on the sun. But anyway, so what's your evidence for, okay, make a claim about the sun and give me some evidence to support it.
Oh, the sun is a star, right? And it's
No, that's a claim.
we
Okay, that's a claim. Now
okay,
support it with
so what
evidence.
is then? If it's not a star, then
I don't
what?
know what it is, but it's not a gas ball floating in a vacuum that defies thermodynamics.
And I'm very curious, where are you from?
Why is that relevant?
It's just relevant for me. Where are you from?
No, uh, I'm from the land of sanity.
America.
You obviously think that that's somehow important, and I'm not quite sure, but I'm not going to get into it because I really don't care. So, what's your evidence that the sun is a star in a vacuum? Is a gas ball in a vacuum?
I need to add something. Saying what else could it be is not
Yeah,
saying you're right.
Okay, then.
it just
It's
shows that
actually an argument from incredulity.
yeah. Basically, what you're saying is that you cannot imagine anything except the story you were fed, and you aren't able to question that story and look at things objectively or seek evidence for them.
I just wish for you that you will someday go in the spaceship and
Oh,
you will
no. Okay,
see
okay.
the
Oh, right,
Earth
right, right.
is
So
not
so we
flat.
can't measure
This why
well, hold up. So we can't measure curvature on the surface of the Earth. We have to leave the Earth to see curvature. Is that what you're saying? So, if
No,
that's the case, how was curvature determined long before these claims of a, long before space programs?
with all of the forces. The
Okay, all
gravity,
the
of course,
forces
the
aren't measurements
gravity.
of surface curvature. So, can you provide a measurement of surface curvature?
As I told you earlier, how does
Gravity is
gravity
not a
work? You
measurement of
don't.
surface curvature.
No, the gravity is not, but the gravity is a force. How
Okay,
does it
that's a
work?
claim. That's a claim. I don't really care how it works, or you'd have to prove it even exists. So, we're not even going to go there. Because just like the other guy, I'm going to ask you to prove that the surface of the earth is curving before we get into all these other claims you want to make. And
Okay,
like him, you are unwilling to address that because there's no evidence for it.
and if you look at the sea, okay, it's like you see it. You are at the sea, at the beach, and you look in the distance. You see the curve.
No, you don't.
Yes, you see it.
No, you don't. It's not even
And
possible at that
okay,
elevation. You would have to be more than 250 miles from the surface of the earth to see earth curvature. We shoot lasers over bodies of water 10 miles, 20 miles, 25 miles, 28 miles, and there's no curvature. It hits the target without any earth obstruction every single time. So if you think you can see earth curvature, you are seeing some kind of optical illusion or you're deluding yourself because when we test it with lasers, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, even academia
you test
from the
it.
surface. One sec. Academia describes the horizon as the flat line where the land and or sea appears to meet the sky. It's like left to right, flat, straight, level. That's the way academia describes it. That being from the surface. Then there's contention about just how high you have to go to see the curvature, because some will, like, if you just Google it, like just get your initial Google search, right? And the top result will say 35,000 feet. Then you've got experts like astrophysicists saying, no, you wouldn't even see it from the height of the ISS, which is 250 miles or 400 kilometers. So, you're definitely not going to see it from the surface.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is why we're not relying on. I mean, we can do long distance observations just using our eyes or using optical devices, but lasers allow a much greater degree of accuracy and precision, and that's why we use lasers. So let me ask you: do you know what the claimed radius of the Earth is? Do you know what the size is claimed to be? Okay. Well, I'll let the rest of you take it from here because I don't think she's gonna engage.
That's unfortunate. I refuse to believe what you're saying, and I'm just going to bury my head in the sand. I'm not going to listen to anything.
I mean, gravity is not as set in stone as what a lot of people. It's a common misconception. Oh, gravity. We know what gravity is. So, no, you don't. Go talk to these theoretical physicists about gravity. They'll tell you really that they have no idea, and they're just taking stabs in the dark. Really, they just go with what seems to work on a local scale, but overall, they have no idea. And even at the cosmic scale, right? They say it falls apart. All their theories fall apart. They're still struggling to account for the way galaxies spin and all this mass that should be there that doesn't appear to be there, and like guys, science is not as set in stone as what you think. What is considered to be modern day science, right? Which we know for the most part doesn't involve any scientific method or experimentation. It's just like Michio Kaku said, it's just all wild stabs in the dark. And for the most part, like most people that come in here and want to talk, engage with us about this, they really haven't done any like advanced research, done anything apart from read headlines and things like that. And it can be quite daunting and overwhelming and kind of embarrassing for them. So they'll take on this persona of like knowing more than they really do to try and save face, but it doesn't work. A good job, guys.
Hello, guys. I have a question. Can I ask? Someone maybe can help me.
Okay.
Okay. What do you say about satellites? When you see, for example, SpaceX launching a big uh, missile, like and they have some cameras embedded with uh, this the engine, and those cameras show that show the curve of the Earth, and uh, the missile follow the orbit and launch satellite. And at at night, you see something moves, and I believe it's, if it's not 100, it's maybe 90%. It's a satellite. So how do you explain this? Are they lying to us when you say that there are, maybe there is no curves, or we are living in flat Earth? Hope someone.
Nobody's going to deny you like that. That mankind's got to the point where we can put technology in the sky. It's just the methodology by which they do, and the situation, the environment within which they claim that they have these things that we have contention with. Right. So obviously, if we say the Earth is flat, then they're not doing orbits around a big giant sphere in the vacuum of outer space, right? But whatever they got going on up there, is useful and apparently helps guide us and provide services, weather data and GPS and all sorts of things. I'm just not going to make claim about exactly how they're doing that, apart from that which like we can verify. Did you know that there's such things as pseudo satellites? This is the term that they give them. They're satellites that don't necessarily achieve orbit, and they're high altitude platforms, hot air balloons like weather balloons, drones, just even conventional aircraft that can stay aloft for extended periods of time. We've had planes that can be refueled mid-air, like for decades. So like there's a whole heap of explanations that we could give you, none of which I could really like verify myself, but like it doesn't necessarily have to be that they have these tin boxes like floating around in space to provide these services.
Okay, thank you.
And when you have a monopoly on a market, you don't really want your, like the average person or competitors knowing exactly how you're doing these things, right? Because you don't want competition. So it would be in your best interest to give a false story about how exactly you're achieving what you say
Yeah,
you're
but
achieving.
but I don't think it's easy for them to maybe manipulate 8 billion person. Like it's not a video of 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Uh, yeah,
What are you talking about? You mean like really long
yeah,
footage
y-
of things?
yeah.
Are there no
You
cuts?
said
Does it not look edited?
lately avec SpaceX launches. No, it's not edited. It's live. Live. Sorry.
How do you know that? Because of the little words in the corner
Because
that says live.
yeah, personally I don't. But when you see a bunch of people, maybe hundreds, wait for the launching of uh, the missile, you automatically believe it. I believe
Yeah, but you see a
if they
missile,
got
right? You see a missile, it just goes up, right? And then what
yeah.
happens?
Yeah, they provide you with a direct video with embedded camera.
Of the
Because
space is this the
yeah,
SpaceX satellite that's like orbiting or quote unquote orbiting, or is this some other SpaceX like missile launch?
honestly, maybe I will continue. The SpaceX is just like an organization that handle other organizations' satellites. So those organizations should follow the launching of this missile because they have their technologies there. So it's critical for SpaceX to provide those organization. I think a live video of a success launching. Otherwise, they will not. Yeah, they will not pay them at the end of the
Okay,
day. So it's
I'm down.
so
I'm
it's
down with what you have to say. So how about we analyze it? So pick one, pick your favorite launching, right? And post it in the chat, and then we can analyze it and go over it
uh,
together.
okay. I have seen a video of a successful YouTuber, uh, America. I don't remember his name, but he used SpaceX to launch his product, which is a simple product, a simple satellite with, if I remembered correctly, it was a Pixel phone that you, yeah, I don't remember honestly.
Wow, I'm more interested in like daily people, so like day-to-day people, like the person that you're saying, some average guy who's using some technology through SpaceX. So if it's some average YouTuber, then that's some really interesting stuff, and yeah, I'd love to see that video.
Okay.
Ironic that like the one man who is supposedly behind all this independent like space exploration and all these great feats with all his money is the one who turns around and says, "Don't believe anything you see on TV. Don't believe the media." He's telling you outright, and then goes on to show you all these imagery from space in the media. So don't believe anything that media puts forth to you, right? Don't believe anything that the media shows you, except for what he shows you, right? Except for what Elon Musk shows. He's legit, but the rest is bullshit, right?
No, I have never said Elon Musk is legit. For me, he lies sometimes. It's not sometimes, a lot. But yeah, you cannot. If we are maybe in the 80s, 70s, 60s, where cameras were maybe new, uh, yeah, maybe you could slide into and not believe them. But honestly, especially lately, it's really hard to deny that.
It's quite easy if someone shows you imagery, claimed to be taken from outer space of the Earth with surface curvature, and we go and measure and test the surface of the Earth, we don't detect any curvature or measure any curvature. It's quite easy to deny it.
Okay, here's the video.
Hello.
It's Mark Rober.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, you can. Okay. All right, for the SpaceX guy, right? So I just looked up a SpaceX video on YouTube.
Okay. I have
Okay,
provided a
so
video if you want to.
right, so can you hear me talking?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so just listen for a second. Thank you for the video. I'll check it in a second. Okay, so I just looked up this SpaceX video. Okay, so have a look at this first image. I just took 2 screenshots from it. Okay, so see the curvature of the Earth here on the right image?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
right. So
listening.
look at the the height, right? So 109 kilometers. Okay, firstly, right, you wouldn't see that much curvature at 109 kilometers. Secondly, let's have a look at the footage a bit further in the video. Okay, so a little bit further in the video, here's another screenshot. Okay, so now we're at 139 kilometers, and that curvature has completely disappeared and changed. Right? So obviously, without a doubt, whatever this footage is using a wide angle lens, like a fisheye lens. Right? So we know that fisheye lenses distort lines, okay? And depending on what type of lens it is, okay? Like, I mean, basically, as the horizon moves below or above or left and right of the midpoint of the frame, it's going to warp, right? It's going to get convex, concave, flat, all sorts of different things as it moves around. If the footage is legitimate at all, right? You just have to believe it, right? You can't really go and verify it. You just have, people can easily fake this type of footage. This type of footage, if someone did want to fake it, would be so easy to do. We have amazing CGI these days. Right? This is nothing. This is something like a high school kid could make this, or I could fake this myself easily. So just because they're telling you that it's live, right? Also, they clearly they if it is legitimate, they're just using a fisheye lens anyway.
Yeah, and to add to DJ's point, I just watched the video that you sent, whatever your name was, Meko, by Mark Rober. I tried building my own space satellite. All right, it's a 25-minute video, and he essentially tells you everything you need to do to launch it, right? But he never actually launches it, right? And I skipped through the whole
No.
thing to try and find like where he's gonna actually do this and where the film is, and there's none. And the only thing he's inserting is like
The next
half
video.
next video. Okay, you should have posted
Yeah,
that one.
that is.
But, half of the things he said, it's all CGI, and sorry, not CGI. It's all cartoons. All right. So I'll watch the next video. I just want to say like everything in this video is cartoons, but I'll watch the next one.
Okay, just to maybe respond to my friend, the anti-globalist. Yeah, I don't believe all of the videos. For example, the image you gave me, yeah, I could sense that is some modification, especially when there are human being in the missile. For example, the last NASA launch, they said they sent some astronauts to the moon. It's not the moon. It's not, honestly, it's not believable. But I'm
Yeah, no, I agree.
speaking about launching satellites, launching something like does not have a human being. So
Yeah, these are
those
the same companies though, right? SpaceX and NASA, which is essentially the same company in a sense because SpaceX said that they wouldn't be able to do anything that they do without all of the funding that they get from NASA, billions and billions of dollars. People already don't trust NASA, so it's kind of like SpaceX is kind of the new NASA in a way. But when it comes to the footage, right, they can easily fake that footage. I think that there's a huge fraud going on personally when it comes to satellite launches. People aren't allowed to launch their own satellites without handing it over to one of these um, giant space companies to hitch a ride on their rocket. And yeah, I don't trust them because they've provably faked a lot of footage in the
Yeah, Mecca.
past.
Like I just went to
Space
5 minutes and 30 seconds of your video, and come on, man, that's super CGI, and everyone's like, "Oh my goodness, we touched down on Mars." Like it's worse than movie CGI. Like lower budget movies have better, CGI than that. And then look, they say touchdown confirmed, and then everyone in the NASA room is going crazy off of a shitty CGI video. So I'll watch the rest of it, but that's not a very good start.
Yeah. So, look, at the end of the day, all of the footage that you get from these so-called space agencies right, allegedly from space, it's all faith-based, right? You can't ever go and validate any of it empirically. You're just left to whether you want to trust them or not. I think they've already proven to be untrustworthy. And also, where they're claiming they are violates natural laws, but that's a whole nother argument. Now, what we can do is test the surface of the earth, test the surface of water to see if it's curving. This has been done thousands of times now, with the results 100% of the time showing that there's no curvature, no drop over distance. There are 0 tests that show that there is curvature.
honestly I cannot answer or deny it. So
You'd
yeah,
have to look. You'd have
thank
to
you,
look
thank you for
at the footage. Yeah, analyze it, go over it, and then if you wanted to, you could actually not trust it and just go out and repeat it yourself using various methods, lasers, high-powered cameras, even just using a mirror flash over a 10-mile body of water, for example, flashing a mirror into a target 10 miles away from just above the surface of the water, because that light needs a straight line of sight to hit the target. So you just need to get a mirror, which is very cheap, right? And reflect the sunlight across the body of water and hit a target, right? Have a friend over there until he can get that mirror flash right into his eyes or right into a camera sensor. And then you can film it. You can say, look, that mirror, that light that was reflecting off the mirror, right? It's a targeted, point of light. When you use a mirror and try to shine it into someone's eyes or something like that, it has to be a direct line of sight. Or a high-powered camera can zoom in across a 10 or a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side that should be hidden behind hundreds of feet of curvature. or you could get a high-powered laser beam and shoot it across the surface of the water like this to a target over on the other side. And then you could calculate how much curvature there should be there. Anyway, Mako, you seem like a cool guy. Appreciate the good faith conversation.
Thank you, and I appreciate your knowledge. Thank you.
Have you seen? Yeah, I want to show you some funny footage. Just grab it quickly. Right, so this footage that I'm about to post, this is from Apollo 16, from the moon landing. I don't know if you believe in the moon landing or not, but here's some.
Honestly, still not.
Yeah. Right, so if these people are lying about going to the moon, right, they're the main people funding SpaceX, that kind of thing. You know, it's not unreasonable to question them or just not to trust them, you know, blindly. Like, have a look at this footage, for example. This footage is it's kind of funny, in my opinion. This is meant to be the redocking the lunar module in Apollo 16.
So I would say this guy is like a regular guy, but he's not really. He's like the Mr. Beast of technology world. So yeah, that doesn't spell compromise. I don't know what does. But I won't go too far into Conspiracyville.
You mean
watched-
Elon?
No, Mark Robber.
Oh, Mark Robber, yeah, true.
He's got 80 million subscribers on YouTube.
Shit, that's a lot.
Yeah, but yeah, this video I watched, it's got a couple of quote unquote real looking moments, but I don't know. The most of it looks pretty crappy to me, in my opinion. Meko, if there's anything specifically in the video that you're like, oh, this must be real, this must be space, this must be, you know, Earth curve, then you're more than welcome to point it out.
Honestly, I don't have. I just want to explain that SpaceX is just it's just a service provider for launching satellites. So I remembered him as one of the clients. Okay. About the curving, etc., and about the footage given to me by anti-globalist, I think is right. Mostly a CGI or something like that. It's not looked to me real. Especially footage of the 80s are mostly and about moon landing, yeah, I still do not believe it because if America was capable of sending a human being to maybe the moon in the 80s, why not, for example, in 2026 or yeah, in 2000s? So there are some. Okay, thank you guys. It was nice to talk to you. It's time to go to sleep for me. It's already midnight here, so have a good night.
Yeah, you too, man. Just a second before you go.
Okay.
Right, one more video, one more little funny video in the side chat. All right, so this is a comparison of a 1950s science fiction movie next to SpaceX footage. Kind of funny. Anyway, I'll let you head off to bed.
Okay, okay, okay. Let me give you maybe. Uh, it's not. It's like an idea. I believe in it. Like human being in general. Like if he imagine things, he will get there. He will, and this is proven uh, for years now. Like let's take an example. In the maybe in the 90s, they weren't maybe capable. Let's say before maybe the planes, they dreamed about flying, and the planes come. They dreams about maybe mobile, and we have mobile. They dreams about a folding phone, and we get it. They dream about a screen fold. We get so it's. I believe in this theory. So I believe that some films will be will be realized at some moment, like those films of robotics. I still believe in them because of this idea. So I think from your footage, it looked like to you as, but maybe Elon Musk inspiration was uh, this film. Who never, who knows? But I believe SpaceX is doing great by what it is doing right now. And as I said, time for me. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night, man.
Guys. Anybody here? Hello? Hey. Um, I have a question. Uh, so why do governments and scientists lie to us if it is true that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I don't think that they are lying about it. I think they generally believe that it's a globe because that's what they were taught. And they've probably never tested the Earth. They just assumed that what they were taught at university was correct. Right? They've probably been taught it's a globe since they were a small child. Never questioned it.
Even even the people that are working at NASA.
Yeah, absolutely. The people that are working at NASA, right? NASA lying about going to the moon, right? That doesn't mean that those people that were being deceptive about going to the moon think that the Earth's flat or know that the Earth's flat. If they're not going up there, right? They don't know that the Earth, they just probably also believe that the Earth's a globe, right? Most of the
They
people, what's that?
they have much more funding than everybody here combined. They must know much more than we do.
Well, maybe, right? But we can't give you a list of names of anyone that we know is lying about flat Earth. I think the vast majority of people are probably genuinely believing it's a globe. And, that means that they're not lying, right? They're giving misinformation, but they believe it. So that's not really lying. Maybe some people know, right? And they're being deceptive, but we don't know who that would be. And it's more logical, right, to think that they just genuinely believe it's a globe.
About the thousands.
Even most people at NASA, right, probably think that NASA went to the moon and that kind of thing as well. It's not like they get a job at NASA and then they get taken into a room and get a briefing. It's like, hey guys, we faked the moon landings and sign this form that you're not going to tell anyone something, right? It's probably a very small amount of people that actually know, that actually have the details on exactly how they faked it.
I think that would be a bit difficult because there are thousands of engineers that would those that make those rockets, build those rockets, those that uh, calculate the trajectories, the program these trajectories into the rocket's computer. They should know where they're going.
Right, but
So
it's
them
people
to
that have
yeah.
specific jobs to do on a need to know basis, right? You need to remember that all of that money that they're scamming off the taxpayers, billions and billions and billions of dollars, they still get $70 million a day. Okay, that money, right? The small amount of money they have to pay those engineers on a broad scale, they're giving people jobs to do on a need to know basis, right? An engineer probably doesn't know what the engineer in the room next to him's doing, right? They all have non-disclosure agreements. It's kind of like the military, right? How only the people at the top know exactly what's going on with the mission. Everyone else just has jobs to do. It's all about compliance and following orders and sticking to your contracts. And part of your contract is the NDA, non-disclosure agreement.
This is not this isn't the Manhattan Project either. I mean, an electrical engineer should know what the fuel guy is doing, and the fuel guy must know what the engine guy is doing. It's
Right.
not
In
the
that
Manhattan
sense, yeah.
Project,
Right.
yeah.
So even if they're working with each other to a certain extent, right, they probably don't know all of the specific details, right? But that doesn't mean that they're lying about flat Earth, right? None of that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth, right? All of those people probably believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what they got taught. They've probably never tested the Earth or anything like that. They just assume it's a globe.
So how about the people that know but they're that they know but they're lying? What do they have to gain
Who?
from that?
Well, who would that be?
The people that publish these images of the Earth seen from the moon, the Earth seen from the International Space Station, or the probes going to Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Those images,
Yeah.
the people that publish those images from NASA,
But
they must know, right?
that would be independent. I mean, the Earth, like let's just say for a moment, the Earth is a globe. You could still fake all that because if you wanted to convince a population that you're doing something that they can't do, right? You're going to show them what they expect to see, what would be convincing. You wouldn't pretend to do something they can't do and then show them something fully paradigm shifting and worldview changing, would you? You'd tell them and show them exactly what they expect.
I'm trying to put myself in their shoes. Why would I lie to to civilians, to citizens of a country? Why would I do that?
Why would the government lie?
What?
Do you think
Yeah.
hold on, here's a question, right? Do you think governments lie?
Yes, they do, all the time.
Why?
But
Why?
what do we have?
Why?
Uh,
Why do they lie?
most of the time, they lie because they don't want you to. To protect government secrets.
All sorts of reasons, right? Money, control, power, national security, all sorts of different reasons, right? Sometimes it's just nefarious, right? Like Operation Northwoods and things like that, right? Where they had a plan to bomb a jet, right, and blame it on another country. All sorts of different things, right? Yeah, the government's not trustworthy, right? NASA's even classified now as a intelligence agency as well, officially.
Yeah, yeah, I do get that, but what I don't understand is, well, let's tell the people that the Earth is flat. So what's going to change? Nothing.
You think nothing's going to change, right? People already don't trust the government. What do you think's going to happen if they tell you that they've been lying about outer space, lying about the globe? Have to rewrite the entire education system, fire every space scientist that exists, right? All of the history books would have to be rewritten. It would be a huge, huge ordeal, right? It would be crazy if you really sit down and think about it. The repercussions of that,
Yeah.
it would be pretty crazy.
When did you realize, or when did you discover that the Earth was flat? Because I assume that you went to school.
Yeah,
when
of
did you
course.
when did you realize?
Well after school. So yeah, I heard about it first in 2017, and then I spent, about a year looking into it, researching more about the globe. I realized how little I actually knew about this technical information about the globe. So I spent a lot of time learning about the globe and trying to debunk flat Earth because I thought it was stupid. And the more I looked into it, the more the flat Earth arguments made sense, and the observations that the flat earthers were sharing were very intriguing. So I ended up deciding to go out and validate those observations myself by repeating them. And I went and did a whole series of tests myself. And the test that I did confirmed that there's no curvature over the surface of water. And since then, I've done so much research. And the more I look into it, the less evidence I find for the globe, and the more evidence we find for the Earth being a flat plane of some kind. Right? I'm not claiming I know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth, but the measurements, the empirical evidence shows that the surface of water over large distances doesn't curve.
Wait, so the opposite of curve is flat, sir. So you
Yeah.
are claiming that the shape of the Earth is flat.
No, flat's not a shape, Robert. What the hell?
I understand. I understand. I'm just telling you that the opposite of curve is flat. So you are
Yeah,
determining that the
curve's
Earth
not a
is
shape.
entirely
Curve's
flat.
not a shape, and flat's not a shape.
That's what I just said to you. You're determining by saying it's flat that there's no curvature because the opposite of curvature is flat. So you're telling
Yeah.
us here in this room that the entire Earth is flat. That's what you're telling us.
No, that's not what I said. I said the
Okay.
surface of
So only water is
surface of
flat.
this. Yeah, the surface of water is approximately flat, right? Obviously, we have waves and tides and things like that. But in this context, it would be the surface not dropping over distance as claimed on the globe.
Okay, so again, I'm saying to you that only water is flat on this planet, on this place that we exist. That's what I'm saying to you. So the Earth
Well,
could
do
be a
you
globe,
think?
it's just that water is flat, correct?
Well, 72% of the known surface area of the Earth is covered in water, so you can't have that and have a globe at the same time.
Okay, you cannot eliminate the 30% just willy nilly. You get what I'm saying to you?
Okay.
So
Yeah. So
what
can
I'm
you
saying
draw
is,
me a picture? Can you draw me a
okay,
picture of a globe, right? That
okay,
has
okay.
that has 70% water on the surface that's flat. I'd like to see that artwork. That would be freaking hilarious.
Sir, we have a globe in your very room. It's called the globe.
What?
Yes,
There's
sir.
no globe in my room. I
Okay,
don't
you
have a
took it out.
globe in my
In
room.
your library, there's literally a globe. It is a drawing. Hold on, I'm almost finished with him. It's a drawing of water on the globe with
Yeah,
30%
curving.
of Earth.
Yeah, it's a drawing.
Yes,
Drawings
exactly.
aren't
That's what you're
real.
asking for. That's what you're asking for.
No. I want, right? So we want you said that if 70% of the water, right, the surface area of the Earth is flat
Right, flat.
water, then the other 30% of the land could somehow make the flat water into a globe.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you, you have determined that all 72% of the water on Earth is flat. That's what you did. That's what you told us here today. That means
No,
you should be
that's not
able.
what I
Hold
said.
on. Okay,
This is what
okay.
I said. Let me correct you really quickly. Right.
Okay,
So
go
this
ahead.
is what I said, right? So every time we test the surface of water in various locations,
Okay.
we don't detect the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. I didn't say that I checked every single square inch of water over the entire Earth.
Good. Now, so you are admitting that you do not have concrete evidence that the Earth is entirely flat. You do not have concrete evidence that the Earth is not a globe. Please, just say that.
Right. So if the Earth was a globe and gravity was pulling everything towards the center of mass, that
Good.
means that every single 10-mile body of water on the entire globe would
Right.
have to have approximately 66 foot of curvature. So if we measured just and confirmed, right, just one or a few sections, or say a couple of
Right.
hundred sections, right,
Right.
didn't have that curvature that must be there, right, that would debunk the entire heliocentric model.
How? How? Did
Okay,
you
because
account? Hold on. Did you account for every single phenomena on our globe?
yes,
Okay, so you accounted for the 1% refraction. You accounted for your height versus the distance of the object that you're looking for. Is that what you did?
yes,
And
yes,
and also, okay, so what we want you to do is to show us your numbers where you accounted for refraction, you accounted for your distance, your height, accounted for the distance of the object that you looked for, and that's what we want right now in this room. Please provide that, and then tell us. This is the last thing. This is the last question I'm going to ask you. This is the last question I'm going to
mm-hmm,
ask you.
mm-hmm.
How did you determine that all of that, when compiled together, means the Earth is entirely flat? Go ahead.
All right, so here's the test in the side chat. Here's one out of many tests. Okay, so this guy here, he's a PhD in optics, right? He specializes in spectrophotometry. His name's Dr. John D.
That's an
Right? This
appeal
test
to
was
credential. That's
this
an
this
credential appeal. We don't
no
want
no no no.
credential.
That's
Who is
he's not
everything? Who are
correct.
you? Who
He's
are
not
you?
he's not correct. You don't need to interrupt, right? And you need to calm down a little bit, so. Okay, so in this, right, so I'm just telling you who did it. I didn't appeal to any credentials. I just told you the guy who did it, right? And
No,
what
no.
his
We want
credentials
an
are.
average everyday person. An average everyday
Oh, so
person.
it would be,
Yes,
you would prefer that someone that isn't an expert does the test.
absolutely. Yes, because you ask
Right,
us,
why?
you guys ask us for that. I can produce to you an amateur rocket launch. I can do that to you right now. I can put it in your side chat. And the camera on that rocket showed the globe when it reached the appropriate altitude. Now, give me
Hold
an
on a second,
regular
right? So
everyday person.
you're trying to run away from this test, right? So your
Oh
problem
no,
with this
no.
test, hold on. right? So you demanded it, the test, right? And then you
Right.
wanted to go over it, and now you're trying to change the topic.
Oh
And
no,
your
no, no,
reason,
no,
your
no.
reason,
I
the
want an
reason that you're
average
the
person.
reason that you're dismissing, the reason that you're dismissing this test is because the guy is too qualified.
Yes, yes, because it's a credential fallacy. Yes, I don't
No, I
want.
didn't say it's correct.
I
I
don't want
didn't
that. I
say
don't
it's
want
correct.
because
Hold on.
one.
Hold on. No, I didn't say he's correct because he has credentials. So it's
No,
not
no,
a
no.
credentials
Okay.
fallacy.
Yes, you pointed. You led with his doctor. We know what you're doing. That's a psychological move that you did. You led with his credentials. You shouldn't have.
No, I was just telling you who he is.
No, 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 no. Just say his name.
It's like an added bonus, right? It's an added bonus that this
Oh,
guy is actually an expert in refraction. So it's actually just an added bonus, right?
right.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Robert's never appealed to his own alleged credentials.
No, no, no. I'm
His
using your argument
bachelor's
against.
degree.
I'm using your argument against us. You say we do a credential fallacy because
No,
Dr. Neil
I didn't
Tyson
say
is
anything. I didn't
physics.
say anything about that. Right.
Oh,
So
you
I
guys
was
have never
just
said that.
trying I was just trying to present a test, right?
Okay.
That you demanded.
Right.
Okay, now I've presented the test and you're
Right.
trying to run away from the test.
No, no, no. I'm looking at your test. Your test is already debunked.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, because he did not provide the fact that he did not raise his height. He needs to provide that.
No, he did. He actually changed the height and he did. So how do you know all about the test when you haven't even studied it yet?
I know because I'm
What height?
looking at it right
What
now.
height?
I'm looking at it right
What
now.
height?
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, what heights did he do the test from?
We don't know.
No, I know.
Okay.
Okay, so why are you saying the height, something about the height not being correct when you
The
don't
height
know the
is
height?
not correct in the video. Look at it again, sir.
Okay, so what's the correct height?
The correct height should be in his video for a 10-mile observation, sir. He needs to be at a minimum of 12 feet.
Why?
Oh, yeah, because we can duplicate that on the globe. We can duplicate
No,
it on the globe.
but why is his height? Why is the height that he did it from incorrect?
Because he's seen something 10 miles. If he put something 4 feet off the ground or 2 feet off the ground, he will never see that object.
Oh, okay. Well, he put it 6 inches off the ground.
Oh, 6 inches worse. He will never see that object. He's a liar. He raised the
Oh,
height.
okay. Well, no. He did it from first. First, he did it from 1 meter. So cool, right? So you just agreed that this debunks the globe.
No. It debunks what he's doing. He's lying to you because you can never.
Oh, okay. So
6 inches.
so
see
right.
something from 6 inches.
So
He
he
can't see 10
live
miles.
streamed. He live streamed the entire
Live stream.
test.
Okay, you
He
believe it?
live
Were you
streamed
there?
it.
Were you there
No,
when he was
he live streamed it. It's on multiple people's YouTube channels that were there, all live streaming it at the same time.
Okay, you remember when the flat earthers and the globers did it on Discovery Channel? Yeah?
Okay,
You remember
so
that?
this is
Yeah.
so this
I'm
is
just saying,
so
I'm just saying.
your rebuttal is that this observation would be impossible on a globe,
It's impossible
right?
on
And
a globe.
if it's real, if
Right.
it's real,
If it's
if
real.
it's not faked, then it would
Right.
debunk the globe.
Absolutely it would.
Well,
Absolutely.
there we go.
Absolutely.
Thank
So
you,
there we
sir.
go. So there we go. Thank you, guys. So
Globe
the guy
debunked.
lied. The guy lied. He obviously raised the height of his observation. He did it in the video. And we can see it. I'm watching the video right now. He did
What
not.
height do you think? What height do you think he raised it to?
Oh, he raised it to the appropriate height to see 10 miles, period. That's all he did.
Okay, where did he do that in the video?
Oh, look at the video again. Watch the video.
Which is what, Robert?
Watch the video again.
What's the height necessary to view the horizon distance with 10 miles?
Right. You see, the thing is, guys, watch the video. I just watched a video. He
You
literally
didn't just
raised
watch the
height.
video.
He's a liar.
What's the height? What's the
No.
height, Robert? What's the height? What's the height necessary for him to achieve that sort of distance?
Right. So
that view.
Okay, not a problem. So all we have to do is take 2 times the radius of the Earth times the observer's height, take the square root of that sum, and you'll get that distance. right? That is the formula for the curvature.
Tell us what it is. Tell us
Every time,
tell us
every
what the
time I go,
altitude. What height does he need to be to
so
see 10 miles?
every time I go out and do this test, it matches the globe. So
What
anybody that is
height?
doing,
Tell me the height. Tell me the height he needed to achieve to view 10 miles.
let's do the formula together. Are you ready?
Yeah, go, do it.
2 times radius. 2 times
So
4,000.
what's
8,000,
so what's
right?
the height?
Times
What's the height?
times the observer's height. Okay, sorry. You so what you're going to do now? The distance is 10 miles that he's looking at,
People,
right?
this is the
So you do the
stay away
reciprocal.
from crack cocaine.
Oh no, brother, it's okay. I'm doing the math. I know it's complicated. One of the problems with flat earthers is that you didn't study math. That is why you're a flat earther.
All right,
That's
so
why
we
you're a
can
flat
see
earther.
here, right? So we can see here in the side chat, right? We can see the actual transit of the laser that was
Right.
live streamed, okay? And we can actually see them. We can actually see them measuring the height of the laser, right? This was also live streamed.
Right. As you
On
can
multiple,
see,
not on just one, right? So the person on this side of
right.
the body of water was live streaming, and the other person, Roxanne, on the other side was
Right.
also streaming, and then there was a third guy streaming at the same time. They also shot lasers from both sides back at the other side.
Right.
Okay, so you've admitted that if this is real, it would
Is any of them
debunk the globe. So
absolutely
anyone,
would. Absolutely.
anyone,
Any one of them.
relax,
And hold on.
relax. Hold on, don't finish my sentence. I was going to say something different.
Finish the guard. Go ahead.
Anyone can watch this video,
I just did.
and
You see more.
you'll be you'll be able to see that this video is legitimate and obviously isn't faked. And there's not even anywhere to put the laser up to some crazy height that would be required for this to work on a globe.
Oh wait, all you have to do is 6 feet
35 feet.
or 6 feet for 3 miles.
Yeah.
Brother. He cannot raise the laser. He cannot raise the
Right.
laser 8 feet
The
or 12.
horizon would be
Up
at
to
3
35
miles
feet.
from 6 feet.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
six-
just saying. I'm just giving you an example. He did it 6 inches off the ground. He is
No,
lying.
he did it 1 meter first.
1 meter, right? And he saw 10 miles.
Let me go. I'll go over it all, right? So first, this is what he did. He had the target on the other side at 1 meter, and he had
Right.
his laser measured at 1 meter. Okay, he got a direct hit. Then what he wanted to do was start lowering the laser to
Right.
see how low he could get the laser and still get a direct hit. So then he put the laser down to 0.7 meters,
Okay.
and then he put the laser down to 0.5 meter, and then he put the laser down to 15 centimeters, which is about 6 inches. And he showed you the measurement. He shows you
Right.
everything being done live, and he got a direct hit on the far side, right? And the far side camera was at 70 centimeters.
Is anybody riding on top of the laser beam?
No, nobody's riding on top of the laser beam, whatever that
Exactly.
means.
So what I'm saying to you, hold on, guys. Just what I'm saying to you is that unless you can show us the laser beam traveling to its target, you have nothing.
Yeah, so it's in the side chat just there, right? So it says yes, right? See where it says yes? So the last 2 screenshots, right? You can see the laser beam going all the way across to the target.
We see a laser beam. We don't know the height of where it is coming from. That is not in the video.
Yeah, it's in the next. It's in the
Only
next.
thing in the video is a claim of height. What
No,
we
no,
need,
it's all. It's in the video. It's in the video, and it's live streamed, and you can see them there with the tape measure.
I see them, sir.
Yeah, so that's the laser beam.
Are they following the beam and doing the tape measure on the surface of the water, sir? No.
No, it's hitting the target on the other side.
No, sir. The reason why he hit the target is he raised the emitter, sir.
No, he didn't raise the emitter.
Yes,
You can
sir,
see.
sir.
You can see, and if you watch the video, you'll see that he didn't do that.
Yes, he did, sir. He did raise the emitter. You cannot hit a target 10 miles away for 15 inches off the ground. Impossible.
Because you're convinced the Earth is a globe, and it's impossible for him to achieve the results he did at that height. Therefore, he's lying.
No. I'm lying because he's not showing you.
Yes. That's your
You said
argument,
he just.
bro.
So you just said you were lying.
Brother, he needs to show us the measurement of the laser off the surface of the water all the way to the target. That's what he needs to do.
He did that.
No, sir. You're a liar. He did. No one is out in the middle of the water.
This has to be a comedy act.
No one is out in the middle of the water saying, okay, here's a laser beam. Let me measure above the water to that light. No one is doing that.
Dude, all those times I banned you, I could have been getting this great content each time.
Of course, because you're a troll. You're a troll, dude. Listen, brother. Again, give us what we need. This is what we need. We want somebody measuring the laser off the top of the water to hit the target every time. You can't produce it. All you have is somebody saying, "Oh, I'm here."
We just showed you that. We just showed you that in this video.
No one is in the middle of the ocean measuring the height of the beam going to its target.
Globe
No
is
one.
doing this that you're demanding. Where's these standards performed by Globers?
Yes, we have it.
No, you do not, liar.
Yes,
We've
we
been
do.
waiting for you. We've been waiting for you for years to produce these constant same
Yes, we
results
do.
every time.
Yes, we do. We
These
have it.
consistent results. Yeah,
We
go
have
on,
it. We
show
have
us.
it. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to put it in the side chat. Literally, there is an ISS in orbit around the Earth, and I can show you a video of it.
Oh my God, that's not somebody measuring the distance between the surface of the water and the laser over 10 miles?
Sure, you can't.
You're crazy,
ISS wouldn't
bro.
work. The ISS
You're talking
wouldn't
about
work
the
over
standards you just placed on us. Now, I'm asking you where the globe sides tests are using those standards.
Sir, I'm just letting you know that the ISS would not work on a flat surface, period. Right?
Yeah, see, deflection.
No, that's our measurement. The ISS goes around the Earth every 90 minutes. You can take a photograph of it. I have done that.
Cool story, bro.
So funny,
Right.
bro.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that at different locations. The ISS going around the Earth, 17,000 miles per hour. That is your globe.
You also told us that you have extensive photography of being at the ocean and looking out across the ocean and only being able to see 3.5 miles.
You can. I have done that. Yes, I've done that.
Yeah, where is it? We're still waiting for it. For you to show us it.
No, I didn't videotape it. But I'm just letting you know. The sun sets.
Yeah, and then when we ask you, you show that stupid thing from National Geographic, which shows the horizon beyond the target.
You heard what he
It's
said?
like
He said stupid. You heard him, DJ. He said it's stupid. That means I can say your observation is stupid.
Wow, this is so funny.
No.
Hey, I got it. I got a new one to show you, Robert. You probably haven't seen this one. Right,
Show me.
This is our friend Lanolin, right? Very nice guy. He's got a documentary out, which I can share with you if you like. But here's a side view of a 6 mile laser transit. Not the one that I posted in the side chat, right? So it's coming, right? This is this one, right? This is a side view of a 6 mile laser transit, and he's using one of the most powerful consumer collimated laser beams that you can get on the like civilian market, right? So this picture here, okay, this is a long exposure, so you could get a really good clean shot of the beam, right? So his tripod goes down to a minimum of 3 feet height. So the laser is 3 feet height, and he's on a frozen lake in Alaska, and he's shooting the laser beam across, and you can see that the laser beam, right, isn't curving at all, and the Earth also isn't curving at all over this entire 6 mile distance. Okay. When the laser beam.
Okay, remember, light is not going to curve like that unless it's in a gravity well, right? So you're going to see that light travel very straight, right? The Earth. This is what you're going to see happen.
Straight.
This is what you're going to see happen.
That was my point.
First picture, I love your first picture. As you can see, the surface of the water is getting closer to the beam. Everybody can see that in the picture. That's your curvature.
No, that's called perspective convergence.
Give me that number. Give me that number for perspective. Go ahead.
Okay, so the beam would be getting, if the Earth's a globe. Listen, Robert. Listen for a second. Right. So if the Earth was a globe, the beam would be getting further away from the surface of the water, not closer to it. Okay, it's meant that if the water was curving away, right, from the beam, that means that the beam should be getting further away from the surface of water before it gets to the other side. So you're arguing for some kind of concave Earth right now
No, no,
that
no, no,
curves
no. So what I'm
upward.
talking, the side that it is emitting from, right, is closer to the beam.
Yeah,
Yes.
but the Earth should curve away from you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's in your picture. The receiving end is closer to us. The Earth, the ground is further away from the beam.
Which end do you think's the receiving end?
The receiving end is the end that's closest to us.
No, that's the laser.
No, sir. Show us that.
Yeah, that's the laser, right? Lasers also diverge, right? This is laser
We don't
beams
see
aren't
the
that
laser.
collimated.
We don't see the laser. All we see is a beam, and it hits
That's a laser right there. That's the laser. That is the laser. That's the laser shooting out across to the other side.
That's the laser shooting out to the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, on this, in your first picture.
Yeah, the first picture.
Okay,
That's the laser on the tripod there, and it's shooting
okay,
across
that's
to
the
the other
laser
side.
on your tripod. Right.
That's
So
a laser, yeah.
okay, right. So even in that picture, it is showing you the curvature of the Earth, right? Because here's the issue that you're having, right? As objects get further away, we expect them to angularly dissipate, right? That's what we expect. Just like right? Just like a car is further away from you, it's smaller, right? So as it gets closer to you, it's larger. That's simple. That's a simple explanation. This does not tell us anything. Even if the emitter is on this side or the emitter is on the other side, which is what I really think it is. I think your picture is fake because nobody was there. But nonetheless, I would
Someone's
expect.
obviously taking a photo, right?
Right, absolutely. Yeah, it could be faked. Remember, I can give you the photo of the Japan probe, the Osiris X probe, taking a photo of the Earth. What are you going to say? Go ahead.
How would you ever validate that? That's just faith.
No. We can validate that.
He's running
How?
away.
No, we can. No, I'm not running away. We can validate that. All the numbers are there. We know when the rocket launched. We know who created it. We have the
Okay.
video of the launch. We have all of those things, just like what you have here.
Right, but as soon as the
Right.
rocket goes out of view, you don't know what happens.
Okay, so when the rocket goes out of view, an assumption is made by flat earthers that it has gone to
No.
Narnia.
No, nobody said that. Right? I'm just saying you
No.
can't.
You are
Once it goes out,
invalidating. You're
no, once
invalidating. You're invalidating.
no, I didn't. Nobody said that. Please
Okay,
don't lie. Nobody said that it's going to Narnia. Okay, what I'm saying is that once it goes out of your view,
right?
Okay, then you have to watch the rest of it on a television screen or a phone screen or a computer screen, that kind of thing. And now
Right.
you, once again, right, you can
Right.
never validate, right? It's very easy to fake footage.
Oh, it's very
Okay.
easy to fake that footage right there.
What footage?
Doing what
The
you
footage
have.
that the
I
footage
can
that was
fake that.
live streamed. It was live streamed on 3 different
Oh,
live streams
okay.
simultaneously.
So you've never heard of them faking live streams?
Yeah, people can fake live streams, but
Okay, very good.
anyone that watches the video can see that this is not faked, right? And
Really?
you already
Okay.
admitted,
Right.
right? So you already admitted that this observation, if it wasn't faked, it would debunk
Right.
the globe. And I think
Oh,
that
absolutely.
that's pretty
Absolutely.
funny because
No, no, solid. That's why I'm saying to you. It's fake. It's false.
so all you would have to do, right, is
Right.
go out and do your own laser tests, and you can also be someone that
Good.
knows that the Earth's not a globe as well.
Good. Right. In my country, we have 3 mile buoys. The sun sets at that 3 mile buoy every single time. That cannot happen on a flat Earth. If you stand there, that sun gets
Prove
cut
it.
off, same diameter every single time. How does that
Where's
happen on
your
a flat Earth?
evidence?
It's impossible.
Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence of the 3 mile horizon?
Okay, where's your evidence that this photo is not fake? Please.
Yeah, you don't.
Please. I'm just letting you know. Everything can be
Hey,
fake.
if you think it's fake,
So,
you don't have to believe it, right? So this is what we say. Okay, don't trust anything we say. You can go out and replicate these things yourself. unlike
so DJ,
right,
so DJ,
unlike your probe footage, right,
right?
unlike your space footage, you can't go and replicate that, but
Of
you
course
can
you
go
can.
out and you can buy a laser, right?
You
Claim
can
that
get
you
a
have
probe. You can
claim
build
that
a
you have a P900.
you
You
can
can
build a
go out and show us the observations that match a globe.
build a probe and take it and build it and send
No,
it up, DJ. Yes, you
you
can.
can't. Who did that? What private civilian built a probe and sent it
Okay.
up?
Okay. I can show you amateur rocket footage, right?
Uh-huh.
That shows you when that rocket is launched. It shows you the Earth is curved. I can show you that.
Okay, all right. So then we would have to start going over how much curvature you would see from that height, what percentage of the surface you would see from that height, and what type of lens is being used. And then we can go over specifics of how the lens was being used because I already know what
You
you're going to
already
show, and I
okay.
already can debunk it really
No,
easily.
okay.
So
No
it's
problem.
kind of
Just
funny.
like all right. So yours is debunked. You're going to debunk mine. So we're at an impasse.
No, you didn't debunk anything. You just said it's
I debunked
fake.
it.
It has to be
I debunked
fake
it.
because it wouldn't work on a globe.
No, it's debunked. The guy cannot see 6 inches off the ground. The laser is raised off the surface of the ground. It's literally raised off the surface of the ground. That's how he hit the
Yes.
target. Everybody
Yeah,
can see
6
that in the video.
inches. 6 inches is above the surface of the ground.
Yes, he
Correct.
raised it above 6 inches.
Yeah, he also did it from 1 meter, and he
And
did it from
right,
0.7
correct,
meters, and he did it
right,
from 0.15
right.
meters.
So what he did was showed you hitting the target at 7 meters. That's all he did every time.
7 meters.
Right.
Where do you have any evidence of that?
It's in your video.
Where? What's the timestamp?
You said he hit the target at 7 meters. Didn't you not say that?
No, he hit the target from 0.7 meters.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 7 meters. Okay. So the height that he hit the target, when he hit the target, it was at the appropriate height for the globe.
No,
Yes.
no.
No.
Right. So
I
from the
will pay.
highest height. Okay,
I
what?
will pay.
Okay,
Pay you. I'll pay you
do you want to see
$1,000.
the mathematics? Do you want to see? You're not going to pay me $1,000.
I would pay you $1,000 if you and I
If what?
go out, raise an emitter 0.7
Dude, I'm not
inches
going
off the ground.
anywhere near you. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, you're right. I don't want to go anywhere near you either. I'm just letting you know that your
You
video
seem
is
like a
fake.
psycho.
No, you sound like a psycho dude. The only reason why you are a flat earther is because you are
I mean,
susceptible
who's
to
the psycho?
conspiracy
The guy
theories.
that's been banned over 50 times and keeps coming back on alt
No,
accounts? Yeah,
no.
he's psycho.
It's more than that. It's more than that. It's 70 times, 71
Oh,
times.
exactly. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot. What the fuck?
Yes. I will keep coming and having this discussion because you guys are wrong.
Right, but you didn't do very well today. I mean, all you said that was if the observation's real,
Right.
then it would debunk the globe, right?
Okay.
And then you made a baseless claim that he's having to lift the camera up to some crazy height for it to work on a globe.
Not a
And
crazy
now you're
height. No,
saying
not crazy height.
that it would work
Not
on a
crazy.
globe if you had the camera at 0.7 meters,
Okay.
which is not
Again,
true mathematically.
right, the amateur video of them seeing the globe, a rocket launch. If that's true, is flat Earth debunked?
No, I can debunk the video if you
Oh, so
want.
I debunk yours.
No, I can debunk the video with an actual rebuttal, not just saying it's fake.
No. I did it with an actual rebuttal. There's nobody measuring the light off the surface of the ground of the water all the way
You
to
can see
its
them.
receiver.
Okay, so it's hitting the
Right.
receiver. It's hitting
Right.
the receiver.
Says you.
Okay,
Says you.
he's measuring it at the transit end, and
Says
he's
you.
also hitting the target at the target end.
Yeah, but who's measuring it in the middle of the water?
Why would it have to be measured in the middle? We can
You
see it
need to,
going across the
because
water.
that is how you keep him honest.
Okay, what do you think the height of the laser would be in the middle of the lake?
It would be, remember, your Earth is flat. So if he's hitting a 10-mile target when his emitter is 6 inches off the ground, the height of the laser off top of the water is 6 inches. That's what we
Okay.
want to see. Right.
Yeah, so that's what we can see.
No, you can't see, brother. Can you see oxygen?
No, but I can see the laser beam right here in the
Yeah,
picture.
yeah, but you cannot see the measurement. Come on now, be honest. Can you see the
Yeah, we
measurement
can
of top
see.
of the wall? Oh, really?
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
you going to
You want me
are
to
you going to
show?
lie? Don't lie. Don't
No,
lie.
I'm going to show. I'll show you the measurement. How about that?
Don't lie. Don't lie. Oh, so now, you're in trouble.
You want me to? You want me to show you the measurement?
No, hold on. You're in trouble because I asked you for this earlier. Show me the height of the laser off the surface of the water all the way to the receiver. Go ahead. I asked you for this earlier.
He didn't measure it all the way to the receiver, but you can see it traveling straight across the water.
Then it's fake.
The goose will be good for the gander, so you show us the same.
Then it's fake.
It's fake. It's fake. Yeah, it's fake. It's
fake
because
it's fake.
It's fake.
How many centimeters do we have to measure it each time we measure it?
Fake.
Like, do we have to have 60 billion tape measures all the way across to measure the height the whole way?
No, you don't need that much.
How many?
You just need to be able to see the previous one. That's all you need to be able to do.
Can you see the picture in the side chat of the laser beam going straight across?
Oh no, how high is it above the water?
1 meter.
No. How do you know? Is that written there?
Yes, he measured it. He showed you the measurement of it while he was shooting the laser.
You know what I'm asking for, and you can't produce it. Again, we need somebody who is following the laser and taking iteration measurements across the
Yeah.
water
So
at every
here you
single.
go. Right.
Right.
What
Okay.
height do you what height do you think the tripods are here?
No. I'm asking for the laser beam.
This is the two laser beams right here. So he's not using one laser beam, he's using two laser beams. This is the
Okay, so
same
we
test.
we need the measurement of the height of
Yeah,
the laser beam of the water for both of those laser beams. Yeah, we
Okay.
need that.
So when I show you that, are you going to cope again?
No,
Right, so
no coping
I'm
here.
going to show you them measuring the laser beams and the targets.
I asked you for this earlier. You refused to give it to me. You're coping because now you understand what I'm asking for, right?
You
Dude,
said you wanted to know the height of the laser beams, and I posted
yes,
it. It's
all
right
the way,
here.
from the emitter, all the way. I want it all the way to the receiver. That's what I want. That's one thing we want. We want somebody
Oh,
following the laser
we
beam
don't have
and
that.
then saying, okay, good, fake.
Fake.
Debunked.
So
We don't have any
how's the beam hitting the target then? If there's Earth
We-
curvature in between.
Easy. When it hit the
How-
target, when he hit the target, he raised the emitter's height.
What?
Yes.
So what
Do you have
about you,
evidence
Robert?
of that?
Well,
Do you have what you're asking for? Do you have an example of what you're asking for?
I have the ISS.
So you're just being a schizo. Got it.
No. I have the ISS. I have the ISS.
It's pretty weak.
Right. So hold on.
He doesn't have
hold on.
shit.
Hold on. I've spoken to astronauts that were on the ISS and astronauts who are there right now. And by the way, you can call them right now. There's a radio frequency you can call those
Yeah.
astronauts
If
right
someone
now.
tells you something, that's really good evidence.
Okay, the brother told you in this video that his emitter was a constant 6 inches, and he can't show you that in the video.
Yeah, I can show you a video of a Polish astronaut saying that the Earth's flat, so the Earth must be flat.
Oh yeah, it's flat at certain heights. Everybody agrees with that. It has a radius value of 4,000 miles. That means
Polish
at 35
astronaut. A Polish
yeah.
astronaut
Totally.
saying that the Earth's flat. An astronaut.
Yeah. There are other astronauts who say the Earth is flat at 20,000 feet.
No, he
right?
says that the Earth is flat.
Right. There's
He
a
didn't
lot of
say it.
people.
He didn't say it 20,000 feet. He just
Okay.
said the Earth's flat.
Oh, so he didn't give you all the information then. Uh-oh.
So maybe all right, you're batshit crazy, dude.
No, dude, he needs to tell you his altitude.
Hey.
He was. That's simply it.
Yeah, he's an astronaut. So he went to space. He went into low Earth orbit.
At 35,000, at 30,000
That's
feet,
not-
the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Flat.
that's
It's
not low Earth
Yeah,
orbit.
can I
That's
say
not-
something?
Please, yeah.
Yes,
Dude,
please,
my
please.
guy, no offense to you or anything, but you're not doing any global here duty here. Dude, you really sound like you're schizophrenic or something, bro.
Okay, okay. So that's your comeback. You sound like a schizophrenic because you
Argument
deserve
is
to know.
literally this: that
Here, come back.
because they didn't measure the laser and the distance between the water
Right.
at multiple increments over the transit, right?
Exactly.
That it must be fake, and
Yeah.
because it shows results which contradict the globe.
Exactly. And guess what? I have a probe
Yeah,
that took a
yeah,
hold on. Wait. This is
you're
what I'm gonna say. I
classic.
have a probe. I have a probe that took a photo of the Earth from 24,000 miles away, and you're gonna say it's fake.
You don't have that picture. That's not your picture. You don't have a picture.
We don't even
Someone
have
else
pictures from
Someone else
24,000
presented
miles
to you
away, bro.
something that they claim is that, but you don't have it.
Yo, look at the side chat.
What do you know?
You
Well, those are
still
some
with us,
good
Robert?
clips.
Yeah,
I think you
yeah.
laughed
That's going to be a hilarious clip for sure.
So you
Robert,
guys know about the guy that supposedly he drowned in space? So this is
yeah,
their water cooling, bro.
such a
That suit right
joke.
there is the water cooling.
Hilarious. I wonder what he's doing now. What's a psychopath do when they get off a call like that?
Dude, I think he's for sure like hunting down like flat earthers or something, bro.
I think Flat Lloyd Wright got it in the side chat there. Maybe his computer time at the mental institution ran out and he had to go back to his ward.
I think the crazy part about that is that probably actually adds up because he probably is legitimately insane.
He's doing some voodoo. Yaga Bruto. Yeah, I'm going to start feeling stabbing pains. That was funny. Margin, if you're listening, hopefully you can make a clip of that one. Says who came too late. You just missed. Were you listening by any chance on YouTube, Says who?
No, but I can go back and listen. What happened?
Oh,
Oh,
dude,
you
that
gotta
was
check it out, bro.
freaking hilarious, man. We just had a debate with Robert Utah, and it was freaking insanity. But
I mean, instead
it
of
was
him
really
saying like,
funny.
okay, that's fake. Here's what really happens when you do this setup, right? This test. Instead of doing that, his rebuttal was, "I've got the ISS. I just appealed to the ISS footage."
So that was funny. He completely admitted that Dr. John's laser test, if it was from the height that he claimed, then it would debunk the globe and it wouldn't work on the globe. And he knows it must be fake because they didn't take a height measurement of the laser all the way along the 10 miles of water. So they know the exact height of the laser the whole way across above the water. That's how we know it was fake. And that was crazy. That was funny.
A laser always stays straight though, so
Yeah, he admitted that as well. He's like admitted that
well,
lasers only bend if there's a gravity well.
it's actually funny.
Yeah. Like I knew that guy was dumb, but I didn't know he was that dumb. Like
Yeah,
he's
that was the
devolved.
equivalent to, yeah, but we got Brandau, but it has electrolytes.
Yeah.
It's what makes plants grow.
Gotta watch that again sometime. It's a great movie.
Almost as funny as the Welcome to Walmart. I love you.
It's great that their protagonist in that movie isn't that smart either. Like, I mean, he's like, I'm no
He's like
expert, but
average.
I'm pretty
He's the
sure
most
that
average
salt
person
kills
ever.
plants.
He's literally the most average person ever, bro.
Right?
Yeah, I rewatch that every 6 months.
It's like, stop watering it with Gatorade. Well, what do we use? Water? Oh, this is so crazy, it might just work.
Water? You mean the stuff in the toilets?
Hope on that guy's phenomenal. Who was it we were talking to before? He popped in. Are they still here? No?
Is that L guy?
No, no, some other glober.
How's your video making going, DJ? You done any more since that initial one?
No, I haven't had a chance because we've been prepping to move overseas. So once I get established
Fair enough.
overseas, then I'll be able to start working on some more videos. Got a ton of plans, but yeah, just
Awesome.
being flat out, just working on the business and stuff to make sure it's all set up, by the time we get over. But yeah, looking forward to making more flat earth videos. I got so many in mind. Want to start doing live streams on YouTube as well. We should
YouTube
start
and
doing.
Sorry, go on.
And what?
I was just going to ask you, how's it going on TikTok? Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been doing anything on TikTok. But yeah, I do plan on starting to go live on TikTok and YouTube as well. So see which one, works out better.
After posting on TikTok, were you surprised at just how quickly it got views and all that?
Yeah. Yeah, I only posted a 2 or 3 videos and they did pretty well. And if I kept posting, they would have kept going really good, but yeah, I deleted those 2 videos because I was going to change my TikTok into something else, but then I changed my mind about that and I'm just going to use it for live streaming and stuff. I'm just going to fill it up with clips from debates on, on here and tons of like short videos and stuff like that. But I want to make a whole series of little videos that's just like explains all of the questions that the globe earthers ask about everything. What about boats over the horizon? What about this? What about that?
That's awesome, man. That's good stuff. Yeah.
I get decision fatigue because I got so many different ideas and then I don't know which one to go with. So I end up doing none of them.
Sounds like me with women.
Oh.